Oh my god, let's go. Guys, what is that thing? What is
What is that?
What is Why did I just go off course like that? Come on. I messed up because that turned. God damn it. Huh. Well, you know. Yo, what is up, Pizza Party? Good to see you all. Happy Thursday, everyone. How's everyone doing tonight? Welcome everyone in. Hope everyone's doing fabulous tonight. Hope everyone's doing great. Good to see you all. Welcome on in. Hope we're all ready for some fun Pizza Party action, guys. Ready to get rocking and rolling, guys. Ready to have some fun. We're on this wonderful Thursday stream. Ready to have some fun and enjoy some Star Wars The Old Republic, baby. Now, before we get started with it, just letting you guys know that my polls on my Twitter are pretty much done, and I would say about my YouTube polls as well too. But I'm leaving the Discord polls over for the voting of replacing the Doom OG games now that we're finished with them. Still going. So if you guys are not in the Discord server, or if you haven't already, ! Socials in chat. But also, if you well, even if you're in the Discord server or not, if you guys haven't voted yet, make sure you go do so right now, because I'll be closing probably sometime in a week or so, probably as we get close to Halloween. So just make sure you get your votes in, of course, and get ready for that as soon as possible. Oh, so we can decide what we'll be playing next month in the future when we're done with the Doom OG games. So definitely be ready for that for sure, guys. Definitely be ready for that. But one thing for certain though is we are really getting close to getting ready to prepare for the Halloween, obviously. And I got pretty much all my ideas planned out, got everything kind of already planned out, ready to go right now. So just so you guys know, a heads up right now that I already have the costume, like I said, in mind. I already have what I got planned for some giveaways I'll be planning to do. That'll be nice for Halloween. I also got the game in mind. We'll be playing Silent Hill 2 Remake on Halloween, so make sure you guys get ready for that for sure, definitely. Yo, what's up, Darcel? Welcome on in, dude. So yeah, guys, we're gonna get ready for that, guys. It's gonna be really exciting. Cannot wait to play Silent Hill 2 Remake on Halloween. So got that planned out right now. I think got the graphic almost done to post on the events page soon, and get all that ready. So I'll probably have it ready to go by the time we next week or so, very soon. Probably I might even just get it ready to prepare for tomorrow, maybe, actually, since I'm just getting a few more final touches on it in mind. I just want to make sure to kind of keep it in mind. I want to kind of get it all ready to go, make sure I'm all prepared, and I don't have anything changing my schedule or whatever. So just so you guys know that. So we can get ready for Halloween for sure and get ready for that. So got my game in mind, got my costume in mind, got our giveaways in mind we'll be doing for that. So some magic for the pizza party, for the spooky pizza party right there. All right, anyway, let's go and get right into it. I'm ready just to get rocking and rolling and just enjoy some SWTOR. So let's get right into that right now. I'm ready to just hop on that if you guys don't mind. I'm ready to do that. Turn off that music. We can do that. Ooh, let's get right now into it. Let's get down, baby. Get down. I'm ready to get started right now. All right, so we did finish up one of the planets before. Let's see. Let me check what we finished up before. Let me check my galaxy map again if I remember. I know we finished up one of the planets. We finished up the which one did we finish up again? I know it was one, and then we definitely finished up. I'm just trying to remember which one. Which one did we wait? Which one did we did before last time before? I know it was the one planet that was like the actual like base or something like that. I forgot what it was the planet called again, but you know what I'm talking about pretty much. Actually, Pizza, do you mind if you play SWTOR? Well, okay, then I do mind you bugging me about wanting to play SWTOR. Duh. Bruh. So our main goal right now we gotta do is we need to get on with some of our missions right now. We need to go to Korriban, was it? Or yeah, travel to Korriban's flame. We need to go do that one. Jedi Knight Dramar Chul disappear while investigating a meeting of the several high-ranking Sith on the Korriban's flame station. Master SWTOR wants you to find out what happened to him. Use your galaxy map to fly to Korriban's flame station in the unknown regions of the galaxy. Well, I will do that in just a moment, but I almost feel, yeah, Belsavis. That was the plan. Yeah, Belsavis. But I want to go back to Belsavis real quick so that we can finish these last side missions I need to still do. And I also need to go sell definitely some stuff because I got a lot. I gotta sell some of these credit certificates. So we'll probably go right back to Belsavis and do that. And then we'll rock and roll with that for sure and try to get those side missions done. Then we can be on our way with maybe do some other side missions. Because I'm thinking about maybe wanting to first do is actually take the time to go and get my own stronghold. I still haven't purchased one yet, so I feel like I might start doing that real quick. I'm gonna go to where I'm gonna purchase one and try to buy one real quick and get that kind of plan out so I can have my own stronghold. And then I might start going to do some other side missions that we have right here. We got plenty of them, as you can see, some flashpoints right here. Got this Ilum theme one we have to do, and there's a couple other ones back at the situation I want to take a look at that pretty much later on. Yo, Grognius, thank you for the tier 2 for 41 months, man.
Large cheese pizza, a calzone, and a boot to the head.
Yes, I order all that, please. Thank you. Thank you, Grognius. Thank you for the support as always, dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you for that for this spooky mob. How you doing, dude? I'm jumping VC. Okay. I mean, I gotta undeafen myself because you know I gotta do that. Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Actually, it's called Belsavis.
Okay, my bad. Sorry, I didn't know the class nerd was here. All right, Belsavis.
Actually, it's called Korriban.
Okay, nerd. Okay, a Korriban.
Actually, it's called Corellia.
Actually, it's called Darth Supremacy.
Actually, Gaming Pizza Boy, you're banned.
Well, fuck.
Actually.
But the name on the order is Spank Darsa.
Oh, did you see that, Twitch is finally taking a stand against, certain VTubers?
Wait, who's taking a stand against certain VTubers?
Twitch.
Oh, Twitch. Yeah, didn't they like made like some more rules that like explain about that you need to cover certain like your hips or whatever or something like that for the VTubers or whatever. I remember someone like that popping up about VTubers lately.
It was overtly sexual, lolly, and hentai VTubers.
Well, that makes sense then, honestly.
Yeah, it was overtly sexual, so like more revealing outfits now have to be more covering.
I mean, I can understand that because, like, I mean, like, look, I don't mind someone really going out making their VTubers, their PNT tutors, anything like that to make them look really nice. But even you got to know your limits for how far you want to go. Because don't forget, this is a streaming site about video games, sports, politics.
Well, yeah, I know. I find it funny that it's Twitch finally doing this after years.
I know. Yeah, I know. It took them that long. Like, holy shit.
Like, for years, you've had, like, literally what are considered lollies running around as VTubers, and it's just like,
yeah,
what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck?
And then Twitch finally fucking comes out, like, earlier this week and is like, yeah, that's no longer acceptable.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you fucking think?
Like, took you guys this long. We've been, a lot of people have been saying about it, and it took you this long to get to that point.
Yeah, Twitch staff are blinded by the titties.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, I mean, remember that whole situation that was going on about them trying to allow a little more like a little bit like limitation on the nudity part right there for like artistic nudity, and they all went all blind out crazy about all the women just going crazy, and then yeah, that.
Did you see where there was literally like nudity that ended in body painting, and it was like,
yeah.
Can drive
it's like, okay, yeah, you can't just start nude and then paint your body.
Like the rule to me back in that point when it was happening, and I was talking about this on my way back home from vacation because I saw that happening. I was discussing this before with my mother about this. It's so stupid to me, like how very abusive it was when people found out about that rule kicking in, and then everyone was going all crazy, especially a lot of these certain female content creators, these certain individuals going crazy with that kind of stuff and just, you know, doing it in any limitation because they're like in no limitations whatsoever. Like they don't care. They'll just stay flat out just almost close to showing the titties and stuff like that almost entirely. But yeah, art streamers who were like not giving a shit and went through it, they mostly got easily banned for many things. A couple of people I know got banned for their art, just nudity and almost aspects like that. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, how weird is it though that like hot tub streamers,
yeah,
because they were like putting on like waterproof body paint didn't get banned, but like actual artists who started painting like more NSFW art,
I know,
ended
that's
up
what I
being
was
banned.
saying. Like if Twitch were more specific about it and everyone just like calmed down about this shit right there, then I feel like it wouldn't have gone that far. But I feel like what do I care right now? Like, it was gonna go that far anyway. Those people were gonna do it. Artists, certain streamers I know were gonna get easily spammed, reported constantly, and Twitch was gonna go nuts about that.
Be careful out there.
It was big dumb.
It was big dumb right there completely. Though it's so really stupid seeing like anyone trying to attempt. I think I even saw like a couple of dude streamers making fun of that and actually attempting shit like that on stream, and they actually did it. Like,
did you see the one dude where he like completely stripped down and then all he had was like a black?
Yeah,
he had like a black bar.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter posting about that shit. I was like thinking, dude, as much as I know you're making fun of them, that's still something I wouldn't even recommend doing.
He was hanging full dong.
Oh my god! Like, I saw that, I'm like thinking, my god, dude, you are crazy, dude. Like, you're absolutely crazy. What was also crazy about that is I saw a lot of people trying to defend. Look, I'm not going to sound like you know, like I'm some sexist or whatever, but when many of the female streamers, some of those individuals, you know, those types, made those kind of content like that, a lot of us were calling about stuff. Many of them were trying to defend those certain streamers because they believe we were like, you know, like who cares about like the children right there? This is a site full of adults, for God's sakes. Like, so what? I mean, still though, it's not a site full of pornography.
Okay, but here's the problem with that. The terms of service says 13 and up.
Yes, that's the problem right there. Yeah.
If Twitch's TOS said
13 and up,
it was 18.
Oh, yeah.
If Twitch's TOS said 18 plus.
Yeah, then yeah.
Allow whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But when it's 13 plus.
Yeah.
No. There's a lot of lines you can't cross.
Some of them even try to say that Twitch should just make it 18 plus, just because of the fact there's mostly adults. And I'm like thinking to myself, you would want that, don't you? Like, I'm just saying.
I mean, at this point, I kind of sort of agree with just making it 18 plus.
Yeah. But
I'm at the point where I just think Discord should be 18 plus.
Yeah,
because,
I agree with that. Yeah, but I'm always saying this.
Because, there's a lot of people who use Discord for like very disgusting.
Yeah, don't even get me started about that idea right there.
I think if you just cut off the age to 18 plus,
that will stop that. Hopefully,
you would lose some children audience.
But at least you'd be protecting them at least.
Yeah,
and I'll take that chance. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'm more for like if it actually fits or it's more protecting kids.
Yeah, that is catering to us adults mostly, or those certain bad apples of adults.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
That's my ultimate take on it.
Yeah.
Is like,
if they were to decide to do something like that, honestly, I just want to make sure, like, since the site is usually commonly not a place full of highly NSFW, I can imagine just making an 18 plus NSFW category where it's strictly just that, and you can just put that in so that everyone just knows that on the bar right there.
The problem with that is if you have an 18 plus category and you have just like a little pop-up window that says like, oh, are you 18 plus? You're gonna have kids just go, oh yeah, I'm 18 plus.
Well, obviously they're still alive with that shit, and I don't agree with that. But I can imagine like if they change it, like the rules to allow 18 plus for that reason, and include that category, and then just make it like if you don't want to see that shit, like me as a 24-year-old who's just simply enjoying myself but don't want to see that shit all the time pop my feed, because I'm not here to worry about pornography all the time. So I want to say censor this so that it makes it where it doesn't pop up on the thumbnails all the time, and censor the thumbnail, blah blah blah, so I don't have to see all the time. At least that means I can just focus on my gaming and not pornography at all, at least, because that's mostly what I come on for Twitch for. I come on Twitch just for a reason. If I want to go look for that stuff, I go to, you know, those sites.
Gaming simping boy.
Exactly. I'm simping for, honestly, I don't know how to choose a character Quick, come up with a good furry character.
You're simping for Buff Pup.
But you mentioned the the streamer. I really don't watch Buff Up streams too often, but I do follow them.
Hey guys, today we're gonna look at my purchase history.
Oh, what's
why
this?
Are there so many bad? Why are there so many bad dragon transactions?
Yeah, bad dragon.
You found my bad dragon?
You found my bad dragon?
Is that a bad dragon?
Did you see one, like, you remember one of those weird Pixar AI images people made, and it was like one, it was like bad dragon like that, and it literally was like that?
Yeah.
I saw that and I was like, oh my god. In context, anyone would know that if you at least know about the furry community, and you would know what the hell that is.
Well, I have the bad dragon.
Good for you. Just like you're talking to someone who's the most innocent person I said, and then here you coming in like I also have a bad dragon, and then here comes me clicking in like, oh, okay. My innocent self right there. Pizza the softie. Pizza the softie, everyone. Pizza is a softie.
You know, I think it was Krogness who just said like the order is to spank Darth sub.
Yeah.
Don't spank me, I'll probably like it.
Well, yeah, he said it's a get.
Nah, don't. Nah, Krogness, come spank me. I'll like it.
Level 63. Nice. All right, I need to fumble with the. I need the coils. But yeah, I mean. Ew. Oh yeah, actually, since you're here, this might be a good time to get into a little discussion. Actually, in mind, I actually need a chance. I don't think I got a chance to discuss about this. So, what are your thoughts about the whole 343 change in the Halo Studios going on right now? What are your thoughts on that? I didn't get a chance to talk to you about that, honestly. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! I'm literally focusing right now. Ben B, thanks for the Prime sub. Jesus.
Dude, I'm sorry, but it's just a poor attempt to make it seem like they actually give a fuck.
Yeah.
Listen, listen, Halo Infinite better fucking have been like the last fucking bad Halo game, because there is no way in hell the Halo community is going to tolerate another shit stain. We dealt with that so many times. Okay, Halo 4 was okay. I will be on record saying Halo 4 was okay. Like, it was a good game. It had an okay story.
Yeah.
It had its ups and downs, but it was a decent way to end off, like, the Chief Cortana and take it in a new direction, you know?
I agree. I agree with that.
I think it was a calculated risk. It had a couple missteps, but it was overall decent. But the Halo community reacted so poorly to Cortana dying.
Yeah, I remember that.
It brought Cortana back for Halo 5. But then they had like wrapped up her story arc in 4, so they didn't know where to take it. So all of a sudden she's a villain. Yeah, pretty much. Yo, Bambi, thank you so much for the Prime. I'm subbing, man. How you doing, dude? My God! Jesus. That's like 3 in a fucking row. Are you guys all planning to scare me with my alerts, for fuck's sakes? God damn. Jesus. And calm the fuck down, guys. Amy, thank you for the sub for 24 months. Jesus. And so then with Halo 5, there was blatant false advertising. Like, they blatantly false advertised what it was going to be. Yeah, I agree with that. So the Halo community got angry. And then in between 4 and 5, there was the horrible, disastrous launch of Master Chief Collection. And then the Master Chief Collection was broken and still sort of has its flaws. It's not completely fucking broken like it was, but it does have its flaws still.
Scamtrain KEKW.
Scamtrain. Thank you for the 100 Pizza Bar tokens, Emmy. Scamtrain. I see that, man. Nice. Oh, we're getting close to getting like a Hive Train. Nice. How you doing, guys? Thank you so much for the support. Then there was the canceled
Halo 3, like the Halo Wars 3, which
I'm doing all right, Ben. Doing good,
said they
man.
were
Just
working
getting
on
on
another Halo
SWTOR,
Wars
and as
game,
you all came running in
or
and
at least
just
there
jump
was
scare me with all
rumors
my
they were working
alerts
on
right there.
Halo
How you
Wars
doing,
game
and Ben B?
as a follow-up to Halo Wars 2,
How you doing,
which
Amy?
people
Good
got
to
excited
say.
about.
Thank you
Then it
guys for
was
coming on in. Thank you for the
apparently
support,
internally
guys. Thank you so
canceled.
much.
Then there was Halo Infinite, which we all know my thoughts on Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
By this point, everybody knows my fucking thoughts on Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, fuck Halo. This fucking game should not be allowed to exist. Yeah, I know that. Halo 5 would have been better if they actually had the story be about the conflict between Chief and Locke. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be better. Yeah, that would have been way much better if they focused on that more.
Yeah, again, that was the blatant advertising. You literally had them advertising that Locke was going to go and arrest Master Chief. Then Chief, like, it's literally one cutscene,
Check that.
and Chief absolutely owns the shit out of him.
Hold on, let me check that alert real quick.
Which, I mean, admittedly, Locke is going to get his ass kicked by Chief, but, like, when you hype it up, it's going to be this, like, epic rivalry and you don't follow through, the whole community, of course, is going to be fucking angry.
Yeah, hold on, Crognies. That sound alert was not correct. Let me take a look what I got wrong on that. Give me a second. I got to find what that was wrong right there. Some commands. Let's see.
It was...
There we go.
Yeah, oh, and then there was the Halo Battle Royale that they said they were going to release.
Yeah.
Which never came to be. There was the whole Halo Infinite is going to be the launching platform for all future Halo games. It's going to be a 10-year interactive experience, which I already knew that was not going to happen.
Yeah.
But I just was not expecting it to be that shit. Like, the Halo 5 multiplayer was the best multiplayer we've ever gotten.
Yeah, I played that. I genuinely enjoy the hell out of the multiplayer. Yeah. It was really fun.
Yeah, and admittedly, the Halo 5 multiplayer was the best in the franchise.
I mean, besides their little extra loot box related thing for all those cosmetics and stuff like that. I mean, besides that, I mean, everything else about the multiplayer was actually pretty phenomenally enjoyable. Yeah, but I can overlook. Yeah, I can overlook cosmetic that. Things. Yeah, I can overlook that. As long as it doesn't affect the gameplay. No, like, and none of that, which is good. Which they didn't include. Yeah, as long as we're not going Call of Duty where skins have. Yeah, that's one thing I'm concerned about Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I just know they're gonna just make all those good-looking stuff all in the bundles, and I'm just like, I don't want to be tempted by that shit. Honestly, I just want to grind for something, not be tempted to buy a bundle. Yeah, so for Halo, or for Call of Duty, there are certain skins where you start off with more like armor, or like you have better camouflage, or you have like a certain ability you can activate, and it's bullshit. Everybody fucking hates it. So many bullshit things going on with Call of Duty is them doing their scammy little bundles, trying to mess with the algorithms, their skill-based matchmaking, also the fact that you have to still play online to even play campaign or play zombies on by yourself, which is stupid. Well, I don't know exactly if I believe it, but according to the Activision Blizzard team, they did turn off skill-based matchmaking for 2 weeks as a test. And more people actually rage quit than when skill-based matchmaking was on, according to them. Well, the reason why that's a little more like fair in some ways with that for rage quitting in that situation is because unlike in because the situation is like with X Defiant, for example, which does not have skill-based matching at all. If you play quick play, people can rage quit anytime they want, and it will not affect their overall matchmaking. You'll always get matchmaked all you want, very much, no matter even how good or bad you are, no matter how the statistics say, and even if you just quit a game too early or not, pretty much for sure. That's the reason why that's a little more fair in some ways in a situation like that. That seems all right if that is even pretty much true pretty much as a whole, and that's typically that's what was like back in the old games of Call of Duty back in the day. That's just typically what people do that all the time. The problem is like in the era of skill-based matchmaking these days, that even if you try to mess with any of your shit like this at any matchmaking at all, it's gonna mess with that completely every time your matches happen. So even if you are literally sweaty as hell very much, you're gonna encounter a game that's gonna have most likely sweaty people to that extent rather than people of that kind of skill magnitude completely. That's the reason why skill matchmaking seems so complicated compared to X Define right now without that pretty much. Yo, what's up, Skate? Welcome on in, dude. more people played Call of Duty back in the golden era than and to now with skill-based matchmaking. Yeah, but skill-based matchmaking literally was like a little more toned down. Like they have stated that Call of Duty 4 was like one of the bits starting up that way, but again, it was never like the same thing as it was. It was pretty much toned down to that extent. You never could see that issue at all. Now in this day and age with all these current games, you kind of can see the skill-based matchmaking affecting your matches. You're always getting pretty much matches of more of people doing basically more sweatier tactics and all that stuff, rather than just simply people who are just much better than you completely, or literally people literally just matchmaking with you that might at least stick with a similar role and not someone that's more less of a skill and more just trying to use the most broken weapon you could possibly imagine. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm just saying, pretty much. I mean, that's the reason why Call of Duty, just to me, is just not doing greatly with that kind of problem right there as a whole. It's just not a really fun time very much with that kind of matchmaking. It's been there since Call of Duty 4, but it's just never been to that extent. They start doing that kind of shit legit more and more because they want to change the algorithm in many different ways to mess with it, to find and make it a little better for everyone in such a way they can believe, or at least in this way for them, because they can tempt people to say that, hey, if you're gonna want to play actively on this game very much, you're gonna be tempting yourself to kind of keep on grinding a bit more, and it might even become sweaty to the point where you might start being tempted. You might want to start actually buying their bundles and stuff like that, which many of them have also had moments where literally they do give certain capabilities sometimes. Even many people mentioning that somehow some of those people who bought the bundles got certain buffs and tricks very easily from buying those certain weapons and special cosmetics.
Yeah, like apparently there's a skin that can go completely undetected from infrared.
Yes, correct. That's the reason why it's such a big problem right there, in my opinion, because it just seems like they're trying to tempt people, kind of stuff right there. Skill-based matchmaking is no different to rank play except for kill code. But yes, that's the mindset of what people are trying to say though. If it's no different than ranked play, then the problem is that it should just stay in ranked play. That's the reason why a lot of people are trying to say this. It should just stay in ranked play. Ranked play is literally the mode for very serious comp players, people who want to.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but Activision Blizzard has done another shoot themselves in the foot moment,
and
where now they'll suspend you from playing comp and quick play if you leave a quick play game.
Just for leaving a quick play game.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't encourage rage quitting all the time very much. I rarely rage quit, but then again, though, I mean, with quick play, it's a little bit more different to me compared to comp.
Well, but here's what's stupid. Quick play is supposed to be the casual.
Exactly.
So why would you punish somebody to not be able to play ranked if quick play is supposed to be casual?
Yeah,
why would you fucking suspend them and give them like XP debuffs?
Yeah, that could be something they could do. Every time you stream this game, it makes me want to play. Is the game popular? Oh yeah, very much. This game's been out since 2011, and this game's still played by a lot of people to this day. I highly recommend it, Skates. Like if you're a big Star Wars fan, like I said, or if you're a big MMORPG kind of player, I recommend it. I mean, my buddy Darce up here, literally, he's a huge Star Wars fan right here, and he's played this game for a long time, very much for sure. So he's someone you can ask very much questions for sure when it comes to Star Wars and anything about SWTOR. He loves this game as much as I'm enjoying it too myself. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, sorry, I lost track because I was talking with chat. But it just the mindset to me is that like the whole point of skill-based matchmaking, it should just be in comp, like in my opinion, because the point of the matter is that it's meant to do that to help keep people managed in their certain skill base, right? So obviously in a game like ranked play, as we know, it's for the people who want to really go out there and prove that they are worth it, like they're meant for esports, meant for the comp scene. They think they can get the top ranked thing, like when we say about reaching master rank in whatever it is in Overwatch 2's ranked play, or trying to get whatever the highest one was in X-Defined right now, currently, stuff like that. Just people who want to prove they are one of the best top-notch players for the game. That's where I think it meant for reason. Quick play, like you said, is meant for casuals. It's meant for people like, for example, me. I know my good competition, and I will deal with competition even in quick play, but I want to at least have a chill, good time. I don't want to go into games where I'm going to sweat my ass off constantly and people just abusing the system just to make it horrible for me. I want to just go out there and just have a good fucking time and chill with my friends. Like, if I just want to play with Darce up, if we were both, imagine if me and him were playing X-Defined right now, I just want to go play with him, we just go play a few games, that's it. We're not playing comp, we're not trying to prove ourselves, we're just trying to get some games in and have some fun. Simple as that. That's the point what it is. But what the problem is that makes me feel why it makes me feel much better with XDefiant right now, with now skill-based matchmaking, and then something like Call of Duty, back when I was playing Call of Duty Black Ops Cold Wars multiplayer back in the time right there, is because with that skills-based matchmaking, it made it hard for me to really enjoy the games, because I keep running into, within that same mindset, all those types of players because of what I was doing good last game, and I get dwindled down all the time, and even then, I still end up running into basically similar players, even if I end up losing matches and not having good games all the time. It just keeps struggling me very easily. I don't need to deal with that shit in quick play. I'd rather deal with that if I was going to play literally ranked, if that were a serious big deal. So that's why a lot of people just don't like that shit. We just want to chill and enjoy the game. This is why I'm giving XDefiant a chance to work and get better, so I can feel good for myself to enjoy quick play now, because I've been actually having a good time. Despite all my recent raging of the game, that's just typical raging. Who gives a flying fuck? I don't care if I get killed by some fucking shotgun or some of that. Fuck that shit. I don't care. I'm just gonna keep playing right now. I'm at least running to people of almost my similar rank or mixed anywhere, no matter who the fuck it is. If I'm countering sweaty players, I'll counter sweaty players. If I counter tough players, I'll counter tough players. If I counter noobs, I counter noobs. At least, it's at least more better that way than skills-based matchmaking, where I'm going to counter a whole lobby of sweats, and then there you go. There goes my casual fun. Anyway, let's lose track. Oh, I need to go this way. But yeah, definitely SWTOR. I recommend you playing Skates. It's really fun. I highly recommend it, dude. It's a really fun game. But yeah, that's why I don't feel good about getting Black Ops 6. Hell, even if I decide to get Black Ops 6, I'd rather just get zombies. Zombies to me, it's just only fun. And even then, I'm also worried about that too, because how is it going to go well with the maps? How's it going to go well with the perks? I heard they're really going to like, they're going like, you remember Black Ops 4 Zombies perk system, Darsup? Do you know about that one? Their perk system they did before?
Yeah, I remember.
They're actually kind of bringing that back in Black Ops 6 with some kind of similar system in some ways too, with a little similar things to like Cold War's like level up thing with the level situation right there. So they're doing something like that, and then bring back the power ups again from Cold War and stuff like that. They're of course incorporating more of the whole armor aspect like they did with Warzone and what they did with Modern Warfare Zombies, but I mean, so far that's not a big deal to me, because like they actually removed Carpenter, because they got rid of all the boarded up windows, stuff like that, and mostly late in these games, so Carpenter's basically non-existent in Zombies now. And Gobblegums are back too from Black Ops 3. Is there guilds in this game? Yes. I actually, someone who is who's helped me earlier, I think he invited me to a guild. I'm part of one called Star Command, so I'm part of a guild right now myself, so not in range, dang it. Yeah, let me move out of the way over there. Yeah, there's also guilds too. So you can make your own guild, just get a few people in your party, you make the guild, there you go, or you can join up with someone else if they invite you, or you decide to join up that's available. And then you start doing a lot of stuff there. A lot of leveling up, a lot of different abilities, a lot of cool ideas you can do, team ups, stuff like that. I haven't done anything seriously like multiplayer to the extent of PvP or anything hardcore much, but I'm mostly just doing the story mode, but I might try it someday very much. Darsup here has done a lot more than I did. He's done a lot more, so he knows a lot more than me. How does the progression system work, and is it class-based like tank, DPS, etc.? Darsup, can you explain this one right here?
Yeah, so there are 8 classes and technically 16 subclasses, and then so 8, 16, 48 subclasses essentially. And they're broken down by tank, healer, and DPS. Tank, healer, and DPS obviously explain themselves. Most of the abilities are kind of similar with like reskinned animations or similar uses, and they kind of mirror each other on both sides. But ultimately the way it works is, if you want to have the most fun, depending on what you like more, I'd recommend you play DPS at least to start. If you want to get into like being a healer or a tank, that's something I would recommend you at least know what you're getting in for. Because if you want to do any of the end game content, there's a lot of expectation. You know what you're doing, you know your abilities, you know your armoring, you know all of that, and how your rotations work, all of it. There's tutorials. Every time there's a new rebalance, usually about a week later, there's a tutorial on YouTube explaining it from someone like SWTORista or Volk or SWTOR Explained. So it's definitely a game that, if you want to play casually, there's a lot of easier stuff you can do. But if you want to get into the end game and you want to get serious about it, you got to know what you're doing. Because there's even a program people use called Star Parse, which they will use against you to measure exactly what you're doing.
Skate said, by end game content, do you mean like dungeons, etc., with your guild?
Yeah, like they're called operations. Flashpoints are a lot easier to just get into casually.
Yeah, flashpoints.
Same for stuff like uprisings. They're more casual. But the harder flashpoints and the harder uprisings, you definitely need to know what you're doing, at least to a moderate degree. Operations is basically all hands on deck. Story mode, pretty easy.
Yeah, very
Veteran
easy.
mode, aka hard mode.
Requires a lot of
People are
leveling.
gonna want. Yeah, people are gonna want to know what, like, people are gonna want you to know what the fuck you're doing. And as for like master mode, that's literally like you have to be like fucking on top of everything. You have to be perfect. You have to know every fucking rotation. You have to know how hard mode works, and then you got to memorize how fucking master mode works. There used to be people who would actually, for certain items, you would pay them like billions of credits. And I do mean billions of credits to walk you through a master mode operation.
Yeah,
Like,
so
I think the price for like what was called, or it's some sort of jetpack.
yeah, jetpack.
It's a mount. It's a mount that you can get. I think the price for that back in the day used to be 8 billion credits.
Yeah, so like for me, as you guys know, I'm pretty casual right now. This is my first time getting to SWTOR, so as you can tell, I'm mostly playing a lot of these story relay missions, doing the very Starfight relay missions, doing some bit of flashpoints a bit, and that's all I'm pretty much doing right now, very much. But if I'm ready to get serious, I'll have to start planning ahead and learning everything else and know what to expect very much if I was going to go for like the whole very tough hard, and even the master ones if I decide to do that at some point. And even then, it doesn't just require just from, it might not be so easy just on my own. I will have to gather pretty much my guild or some people I know very much to do so. So it's very tricky on my own standards right now since I'm up new.
Or you can pay veteran players, but honestly, they're either going to want real life money or billions of fucking credits.
Pretty much. Well, I'm not too pressured about that because I'm mostly just here is just for the story mostly. I'm not even doing the PvP or anything else like that, but probably maybe someday I might, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like what you're doing, you've probably got a couple 100 hours out of it now.
Yeah.
Even just out of the story mode. So like, yeah, you've got a lot in front of you. As for what I used to do, I used to at least do hard mode operations, and that can get stressful. Not to scare anybody off, but like if you want to get into the like hard mode potential of SWTOR, people take that shit very seriously.
Yeah, they do. And I remember I actually saw a couple of videos about that and seeing people taking it seriously, like, you know.
Probably a bit more seriously than is needed, but that's just how people are.
Well, that's why I mostly, might try to steer clear with that, because I know if I were to get involved with shit like that, people are just gonna get very pissy. I don't want to deal with that kind of piss take, because even I'm trying to, like, you know, keep a cool mindset and the most serious of takes as much as I can. So
people gonna rip you to shreds.
Oh, I know.
Even in some master mode operations, like some of the hard ones, like Lost Island or What's that other one? The fucking Katamimu?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
No, not Katamimu. That one's easy as fuck.
No.
Fuck, it's been a while. Trader Among the Chiss, I think it was. That one is difficult as fuck. The Hidden Chain one is difficult as fuck. The newest one they released, the Boss one, that one's tough as fuck on Master Mode.
Gotcha.
Both of the Revan ones used to be tough as fuck. Not sure how they rebalanced it. And then there's one called Maelstrom Prison on the Republic side. That one's a pain in the ass.
Gotcha.
As far as I remember, it's a pain in the ass. It's probably been rebalanced by this point.
Fair enough, gotcha.
Because Maelstrom Prison was fucking ridiculous. Final boss is goddamn one-shot snipes. If you randomly targeted your fucking healer, that was basically it. If the healer wasn't on point with their fucking block, like there's an ability that you can like negate the damage from his one-shot snipe or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but basically it was just their way of like either the tank had to interrupt the boss or the healer had to like either get behind something really fucking quickly or block it, which it had to be one of those three scenarios. So oftentimes you'd have the fucking healer cowering in a corner, you'd have the tank spamming the interrupt button, and like worst case scenario, your healer gets fucking one tapped and you have to restart the boss fight.
Yeah, that would...
Which for whatever reason, he always seemed to target the fucking healer before he would ever target a DPS.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Yash? Welcome on in, buddy. My Pringles has no salt. Oof.
Oh, and God forbid that he fucking decided to randomly spam it like 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Because if one of the DPS didn't also have an interrupt, then your tank was dead. Which then he would kill the rest of the group.
Yeah.
Which was even worse if the healer had to revive a DPS and they didn't have the revive on cooldown, which just... It's a balancing act, is what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, of course.
It's a balancing act.
Yeah. I hear that.
I will just say there are some bosses that are bigger pains in the ass than others. The biggest pain in the ass that I remember was fucking just straight up one of the final bosses, the Kuat Drive Yards. If you got him, it was basically a reroll.
Whoa.
Like people would just quit on him because he had these he had this like whirlwind attack that would basically split up the group, and then he would like jump from each one of you in quick succession, and you had to know which color he was and which color you were, and you had to get into one corner or the other, and if you weren't in the proper corner to like survive his attack, then you were just fucked.
Jesus.
So people would either quit, or you'd have to spend like an hour doing the boss like 6 or 7 times to finally like get lucky and kill him.
Fair enough, gotcha. Actually, good question I should ask you. What would you say is your most favorite boss in the entirety of SWTOR? That might be a hard question. There's like many bosses to deal with.
Honestly, I like Soa's monologuing, but he's not my favorite boss.
Okay, gotcha.
Like, Soa is in my top 3, just because like I have the nostalgia factor of beating him as the first Operation boss.
Yeah.
I like Kefis. Ultimately, though, I'd have to say Dreadmaster Styrak, probably.
That's cool.
I genuinely like the boss fight where it goes from Styrak to the Crate Dragon, back to Styrak, then to Styrak and the Crate Dragon, and then it goes to like Styrak's Spirit.
Yeah.
I like that fight a lot. I really do. The Dread Masters, I don't know why people hate on that expansion so much. I think the worst expansion of all was honestly, the direction they took it with, like, Kotet and Kotfi, Knights of the Eternal Throne and Knights of the Fallen Empire.
Yeah.
I really don't like those expansions. I don't like the whole Eternal Alliance, and I don't like Iocath. I despise Iocath. That whole direction for the game is probably why SWTOR had its biggest downfall.
Yeah.
Because right before all of that was when it was at its, like, peak since, like, launch. But then Kotet and Kofi came out, and it was like a 1-2 punch to the face.
Yeah, it just didn't hit very well with that.
No, because the whole point of Star Wars was it was the Sith versus the Jedi, the Republic versus the Sith Empire.
Yeah.
And when you introduce this fucking third faction, you bring back Valkorion for the goddamn umpteenth time. Like, you kill Valkorion, then you kill him again, then you kill him again, then he comes back.
Yeah.
And then finally they fucking presumably killed him forever with one of the last expansions they released. You'll get there soon.
I'm planning to do is after I finish on Belsavis right here. I'm planning to do some maybe some Flashpoint missions maybe just in case.
Well, it's not a Flashpoint. It's part of the later story.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take a look at it later on. Is this game
best
played via Steam or is it got its own?
I probably should shut up.
Well, if it's story-wise, don't spoil anything for me. I want to find out for myself, of course. You know me with the story.
Well, if you've already played the Jedi Knight storyline, then you'll know that you took out Valkorion. Or not Valkorion, Tenebrae. Or the Sith Emperor.
I mostly have only gone to Belsavis already so far, and I've already have like Lord Scourge already with me before, and I'm still trying to hunt down the Emperor, so... I'm on chapter 3.
Okay, so you're getting there.
Yes.
Which stories have you completed?
You mean the current main story or Flashpoints?
Like current main story.
So far I've already finished Belsavis right now, and I'm on the...
Well, but which characters though? Like Trooper, Agent.
I'm on Jedi Knight. This is like my first one. I'm on Jedi Knight completed right now. I'm on the mission.
Oh, so you're still on your first story of the entire game.
Yes, I'm gonna finish this and then take a break for a little bit from the game and go do like probably do like maybe DCU online, probably a little bit on stream, and then when I come back, I'm gonna think what I'm gonna do next, and I'm thinking either gonna be doing a Sith run maybe with some pals, maybe if they decide to hop on for that, maybe, or maybe do either a bounty hunter or trooper run, maybe. I'm just thinking about that right now.
Dude, I thought you were like on your second or third.
No. I don't. When I'm playing a game on stream for my first time, I do not tend to play games usually like off stream unless I finish the game myself. I know there's a lot more content to do about that, but I'm trying to make sure not to do too much of it. And I think the only things I can think of doing is doing the other small, tougher related missions you can find around on the world, or versions of certain missions in the world, or do the Starfire missions, and that's about it besides PvP, which I don't want to do PvP, so.
Okay, because like probably by about 200 hours into the game, I already had all 8 main stories done.
Well, you're talking about me who streams 5 hours each stream basically, and I don't stream at least probably the game only once. I stream the game at least once a week or so, depending. So.
Yeah, I basically no life to the game.
Oh, I know that. I mean, I'm very late to the game. I'm a late bloomer for the game because I didn't have a PC until 2020, and even then I wasn't even sure I was into MMOs. So I'm very late to the game, but I only came onto it for the story. I came on for the story because you know me. I love Star Wars. I love story, and I heard SWTOR has one of the best stories possible. The Old Republic is a popular era for a lot of fans, so I had to hop onto it, and well, I'm not disappointed. I mean,
yeah. KOTOR and SWTOR basically go...
Wait, hold on. Before I move on, let me ask the question real quick. Sorry, Skates. I was just talking with Darcy real quick. Yes, you can get the game on Steam. It's free to play. So just go download Star Wars Zero... Just go find Star Wars Zero Republic on Steam, and you can just download it. And then you can just make sure you make your own account. and then it will like because it will typically bring up a pop-up to tell you to like bring the make account, and it will even maybe take you to the site if you have to as well, probably. So just go through the process and you make your account when you download it on Steam, and you can get on and play. Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, because like I'm gonna be honest with you, Pete.
Yes.
I basically just fucking no life the game when I play again.
Of course, most definitely, of course, very much. I understand.
Like,
yeah.
like apart from like essential stuff that I have to do for life, I basically just no life.
You're fine.
Like eat, sleep, work. Game. That's basically
Eat,
my routine.
sleep, work, SWTOR, repeat.
When I was in college, I played a lot of SWTOR 2 in between assignment.
If I had a PC long ago when I was young, I bet I would have been playing this just as much as many of you guys who played it. But I did not have a PC when I was very young for a long time. I didn't have internet for a long time until like 2011, 2012.
I played this on a really shitty ThinkPad.
Oh damn.
That's the kind of laptop I was working with for a while. It was just
Fair
a
enough.
really shitty ThinkPad.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, gotcha. I had my mom's like laptop she had long ago, but I mostly just played like Minecraft, and that was before I really used the internet to do researching a lot, so I never even heard of Star Wars: The Republic. Don't forget, like I really was restricted to the internet. My parents were very careful on what they were putting me on the internet for a reason.
My mom basically didn't give a shit.
Here, sub. Here's your laptop. Just go play some fucking Star Wars, whatever you care about. I'm gonna go ahead and enjoy it with your pops.
Well, I basically got to front row seat like Lively for a while. Like I was like, "Hey mom, I watched a person get beheaded today," and she's like, "Oh, that's cool."
Oh, that's cool. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Now stop bothering me, icky little shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but either
pretty
way,
much.
even though I'm not crazy with MMOs right now, I am getting into it, and despite being very late to the game, I've been enjoying this game a lot. I've just been enjoying the story because I'm feeling like I'm actually being part of this game, like the story really, like, you're not even joking. I'm actually embracing, like, as if I'm part of the story a lot, and I'm enjoying it. Like, I'm so dedicated to it when I'm streaming right now, just because I'm enjoying what the game is giving to me right now. Even if I have a very bad memory because you know me with my ADHD. I can't remember everything all the time. You know, I tend to kind of have a little oopsie daisy with my memory sometimes. It can be hard sometimes to remember everything. You know, I mean, it's a lot of knowledge, but it's honestly a really good story to play. It's probably, I mean, honestly, if I had to tell you, for a game that came out in 2011, I think I have to say this is the best game of 2024 for me so far.
Well, that's why I exist, because I fucking have an autistic memory for stuff I like.
Well, that's the thing for me, though. Although, I think it depends on, even though I like Star Wars, I think it depends on things that I'm very intrigued the most very much, which is why I think I have a good memory on a couple shows and movies a little bit. But mostly when it comes to actual serious points, I can remember so easily. Like, I can remember some planets, some characters, some events, but I can't remember like every single fucking planet all the time, stuff like that. Like I mentioned this joke once before, saying like, how am I supposed to remember what the hell Dantooine was in A New Hope besides just knowing it was literally the planet that was mentioned by Leia, literally in A New Hope, for example. I don't remember anything else context-wise for Dantooine. Just know that Dantooine was a planet Leia mentioned. You know what I mean?
No, that's it. I'm sending you to Tatooine.
Tatooine.
I'm sending you to fucking Ryloth.
Wait, well, isn't that the home of the Twi'leks?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that would be too bad. I mean, Hera was once living there before.
Oh, you want to go hook up with Hera, huh?
Yeah. Although, I mean, I don't know if I want to go to the what's the planet that they're discussing Minox at, that Anakin Obi-Wan almost nearly fell into and got killed by. I can't remember which planet that was, but the Minox. Yeah, I don't want to go live on that planet with the Minox. Whatever
Are
that
you
was.
talking about the one that they mentioned in?
It was in Attack of the Clones. You know, that nasty. I remember that time when you fell into the nasty, the pit of nasty Guntnugs. Yeah, that one right there. That was you, Master. That one. I don't know which planet that was.
I don't remember the name of that one.
Yeah, I
off
don't
the top
remember
of my head.
that planet. I don't know. I don't want to go to because of the gun. Because that sounds kind of scary. I wouldn't mind living on Bespin.
No, you're getting. You know, no, Pizza. You're getting sent to Raxus Prime.
Raxus Prime.
Yeah.
What's Raxus Prime again?
It's basically a galactic junkyard. It's where everybody dumps their trash.
Wait, you mean like Jakku?
No, that. We don't talk about the sequence.
We don't talk about the sequence. I just like, oh, you mean like Jakku? No, shut your mouth. We don't speak about this here. We don't. There are children watching.
We don't speak about the sequel trilogy.
Okay, well, I mean,
and also Jakku, for your information, isn't technically a junkyard.
It's just only very junky because of that whole Battle Jakku situation.
One of the things I fucking hate about Disney Star Wars is the plot point that the Empire was told to destroy itself.
Yeah.
And the fucking Imperials were like, oh yeah, that makes total sense, Palpatine. Instead of trying to reclaim the Empire, we'll just fucking destroy ourselves.
Yeah.
We'll just do the rebellion's job for them.
Yeah, that was kind of stupid right there. Marvel MMORPG would slap hard. Imagine Chapter 6 Multiverse Saga. I think that would be pretty cool for a type of Marvel MMORPG to play something like that with some pretty cool multiverse really content they can make someday. Different alternate takes.
You know what?
DCU Online does something like that.
You know, genuinely, the 1 year fight between the New Republic that ends on Jakku,
Yeah.
like, and the Empire that ends on Jakku, pisses me off. A galaxy-spanning empire with 35,000 Star Destroyers, tens of thousands of worlds, like 15 Super Star Destroyers, 16 even Super Star Destroyers.
Yeah.
Like dozen super weapons besides that just self-implodes itself.
Yeah, that was...
Because Palpatine was like, oh, if you couldn't protect me, then you're unworthy. That is not how it fucking worked. Palpatine did call all of his people into
the unknown regions.
Into the deep core.
Oh, the deep core.
It was where.
Okay, so
it was
different. It was different in Legends, like compared to canon, because canon said it was in the unknown regions. I think canon, like the current canon, not the original canon.
Yeah, they
changed
the. Yeah. They go to that fucking place where they go in episode 6.
Yeah, that's what what I was wondering. Yeah.
Which is fucking stupid. And what's even funnier though is it literally says in like the fucking like Guide to the Galaxy that all those like Sith cultists and like Sith troopers that Palpatine like had out there, they were inbred. Like the First Order's out there kidnapping children. No. Palpatine took all his loyalists and then made them all inbreed. Like, what the fuck? How do you even have time to get that many people inbred? Sorry, what?
Now this is priceless.
Wasn't that like only a span of like 20-ish years? Like what the fuck?
20 years and he managed to get people to get inbred, bro. They're like, what the fuck? That 20 years, Jesus.
The timelines for Disney Star Wars makes no fucking sense. Like, the entire Empire is beaten back out of the galaxy in a year. The entire fucking Empire, because of self-implosion and plot contrivances and conveniences, self-implodes in a fucking year. Like, what the fuck are... What the fuck? This is why I hate Chuck Wendig for starting this. Chuck Wendig kickstarted this.
Yeah.
Like, J.J. Abrams did a fucking, like, skim read of Chuck Wendig's like fucking Aftermath trilogy and was like, hey, yeah, we're running with this.
Yeah, he really skimmed that completely. It just did not feel like at all, even from, you know.
Well, no. The Aftermath trilogy is pretty shit too.
Well, no, I know. What I meant to say is basically what I'm trying to say is that, like, it's not really, they didn't get it right to what it was, like, you know, like what, or didn't make it feel like what Legends was trying to tell its story, basically, in their fashion, basically, for Disney canon. And instead, it went from this moment with the Aftermath trilogy, and then, yeah.
Well, and then add on top of that you have the fucking, you have episode 9, which literally directly rips off the Dark Empire comic.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, JJ. So, remind us again, Disney, how you said that you were taking away Star Wars Legends and like Star Wars Expanded Universe, making them Star Wars Legends because you were gonna tell your own unique stories and you wanted to have room to grow and expand. But here you are pulling Thrawn, here you are pulling Dark Empire, here you are pulling all of this nostalgia bait from the expanded universe.
Trying to please it for your really not so great story.
You're only doing it, taking it, making it worse. Like, that's all Disney has done. They've taken what was a good, well, to most fans.
I mean, look,
there are the detractors who don't like Thrawn, or they don't like the Yuuzhan Vong,
yeah,
or they don't like the Hissus, they don't like certain races, or the Colicoid Crisis with the Dark Nest. There are people who don't like those, and I get it. Some of it could have been better. But when you have to
Disney
compare
Thrawn
it
is
to
just not as good Legends Thrawn at all. Like, I've done my research a bit on Legends Thrawn, and Legends Thrawn is just much more better, interesting story than even Disney Thrawn.
Dude, talk about Thrawn literally sacking a planet with a full planetary shield with 2 shots. Because he sent in stealth dreadnoughts underneath the planetary shield, and then with battle meditation from Jorah Sabaoth, literally made it timed so perfectly with the battle meditation that it was indistinguishable from when the moment that the turbolasers hit the planetary shield above the cloaked dreadnoughts to when the dreadnoughts fired, that it was so indistinguishable that it looked like Thrawn had managed to pull an old super weapon or make a new super weapon that could bypass planetary shields.
Yeah.
The Thrawn pincer, where he pulled ships out of hyperspace using an interdictor. Like, the countless tactics of Thrawn. And then he's literally sending out and wasting resources to kill Ezra and Ahsoka.
Yeah.
And then he gives the fucking location of Ezra to Sabine when there's no tactical advantage to do so. Why would you tell your enemy where one of your other enemies is? And then if you were trying to kill Ezra, why hadn't you already killed him
in the first place?
Fucking was.
Yeah, like, that's always one thing to me that was interesting about that. Was the one thing I can agree that was kind of bullshit with Ahsoka series, besides like the kind of agreeable point about the whole stabbing situation with Sabine surviving that one stab from that one chick right there. But I never really understood why did Thrawn never bother killing one of his biggest rivals so easily, and despite him knowing the location, and he would just give it up so easily. I mean, I thought it would be more like the fact that it would be like Simi would just have found out like possible location of where Ezra is, and then go find out either that he's not dead or he is dead or something like that. But apparently, just
the whole reason why Ahsoka and Sabine and Rex and all these characters keep popping up is because Dave Filoni can't help but like fucking stroke himself off at his OCs.
Yeah, pretty much. The only reason Thrawn died in Legends because one simple detail that he had no way of knowing that Leia was the daughter of Vader. Yeah, I pretty much in that kind of way situation. But yeah, I just didn't like that part right there. That was kind of confusing as hell. Like, I just felt like to myself, like, it just, your greatest enemy is alive. You knew he's alive. You didn't bother killing him for your long time since getting jumped to an unknown part-time, like certain coordinates in hyperspace because of the Purgle whales. And somehow, despite throughout those years, you still had him alive, knew of his location on the planet you were at, and yet you kept that for so long. And then once Sabine arrived,
he was literally accurately tracking him. When Sabine goes out there, she finds him in like 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah, and he's like just fine. He doesn't look like he's lost any limb. He's not injured. He's not suffering. He's been there just fine. Like there was never a single fight with him whatsoever. That was the one thing I did question. What made the show to me a little bit on the side, in my opinion, right there. Besides the whole fan service thing they were going for, like typical.
I looked at Ahsoka. I said this show is gonna be terrible, and I was right.
I mean, I still enjoyed it, but it's because I like Ahsoka and I do like some characters, but that's just it. It's just fan service. Fan service is not gonna get anywhere for long. You need to at least add more new stuff right there, and at least good interesting stuff. Although we have seen how that went for certain shows. Acolyte. We know how that went.
I guess that puts an end to the
Acolyte is one of the culminations of Disney's greatest failures.
Yeah.
The High Republic is literally no substitute.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of online talk about with the High Republic, and I don't know, the High Republic never really got me super interested. At the time I was thinking, okay, cool, but it didn't click with me. It just never did. It has some things that are interesting, but it's just
you know what, genuinely, I don't like the High Republic. I'm just gonna outright say it. I don't like the High Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing something like the Great Galactic Bake Off, I'm like, I don't want to see Star Wars characters fucking baking.
Yeah.
I want to see Star Wars characters
fighting and beating each other up, killing, dying right now, and literally just doing that kind of shit.
And what's funny to me is you have the big bads of the High Republic.
Yeah.
Are fucking dark side plants and space pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Dark side plants and space pirates. Fuck off, Disney.
Wait, hold on. Can I mention one thing? And tell me if I was incorrect about this. It's been a while since I looked at her, but wasn't there something going crazy about the High Republic, about some kind of fucking rock or something like that?
There's a sentient rock species that it's somehow a goddamn co-pilot of a ship that's supposed to be a
let me see.
High Republic equivalent to the Millennium Falcon.
Really? Hold on. I'm gonna see real quick. Just if you don't mind, let me do this. High Republic rock. Oh my fucking god, Geode. I saw this and I was like, bruh, look at this.
Geode, a sentient rock.
Yeah, okay, Geode, I choose you, Rico. Geo, dude.
You know what's fucking dumb about it?
What the fuck?
You know what's fucking dumb about it is everybody on the crew of the ship just fucking had this rock around, and then a Jedi fucking hires the crew of the ship and then realizes that the thing is communicating through the Force and talks to the fucking rock.
That's probably one of the most stupidest things. And I'm seeing some of the thumbnail videos people have made. I know people have some things about grifters, and I can agree to some people I just don't take. But my god, I'm seeing right now literally some of these thumbnails right here. Geo is a great Jedi. Is Geo Bay? Did Geo just retcon the sequel? Is Geo Snoke? Will Geo bring balance to the Force? What the fuck, dude? This thumbnail, I love that shit. My god. But yeah, that's why when I saw that and a few other things, I just didn't really push myself to buy any books or even didn't really look into it too much, even though I had some moments I did enjoy. But I was just waiting for that Acolyte series to come out just to see the potential. Though I knew immediately something was up with it still, but still gave it a chance. And when I mean by I knew immediately before it came out was because I saw that one article came out apparently about Leslie not knowing anything barely about Star Wars. So I was like, oh shit. So
Well,
I was
so according to Leslie Headland, she played KOTOR as a kid and she liked it.
she played Knights of the Old Republic.
I am so fucking thankful that she didn't actually make an Old Republic show.
Okay, yeah, that I would be.
Because, fuck's sake, if we had Revan running around and he was suddenly gay or some shit.
Or even worse. Like they do something like it's where like they like make him like opposite of his character, like you know, like how he is, like he's just someone who like turned to the Sith. He's basically all very bad and stuff like that, and then eventually he's character development over time, and eventually he's brought back to light and stuff like that, and then even kills one of his buddies eventually during the book. Imagine it was like similar to like Osha May, like that, where he just flip flops. He just immediately switched from a Jedi to a Sith in one episode, then switches back to the Jedi in another episode, and then switches back to a Sith in another. Like if it was like something like that shit, oh my god, I would have been so irritated.
You know, fucking May had bipolar.
No, yeah, she did. But Osha was also contaminated by that same shit too. I saw a lot of that in her too as well. Like, you saw your friends all fucking died right there, and yet you heard a few bit of lines from Chimere, and somehow it's like, okay, I accept you now.
No. You know what turned her to the dark side?
Yeah.
When he showed her his lightsaber.
Yeah, the lightsaber.
When he's standing there nude in the water and he shows her his lightsaber.
Like, what the fuck? Like, what, we're getting a Ben Solo 2.0 right now?
No. At least he had pants on.
Well, no. I know, but I'm still referencing because.
No. Listen. His lightsaber is a penis.
Colonel Hauer, Warden Grawl told me you could use a hand here.
Yeah, like I mean, like I try to give it a chance, but like, even though I was bits and pieces contented, like it was in trying to enjoy the story, but moments later after the third episode or fourth episode, so it started going downhill. And on top of the characters doing bad, especially like Oshime, like Chimere, and so in my opinion,
you don't understand. Pizza, you don't understand.
Right. Things have spiraled out of control here. Thousands of
Wait, can you say that again? I'm listening to a cutscene. What'd you say?
His lightsaber is a penis.
Yeah, his lightsaber's a penis.
He showed her his lightsaber. It was his penis.
His penis. Well, okay, but seriously, though, like the only characters I actually enjoyed was just Chimere and Sol. Sol was just a lot like Qui-Gon that I enjoyed bits, but except they made him like a little more darker in such ways. And the reason, even though again, I feel like the whole point of them trying to show, oh, the Jedi aren't perfect and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean,
you know what? No. What's fucking funny about it is like they're like the Jedi are the bad guys, but literally the Jedi are in the fucking right.
Yeah, completely.
Like, okay, you threaten to fucking kill the Jedi. You mind invade one of the Jedi.
Yeah.
You then arm yourselves against the Jedi, and then attack the Jedi. Then you say, "Oh, but I was gonna let Osha go." Why the fuck then did you turn into a giant scary smoke monster? You fucking idiot!
Probably mean to blast their way out of here.
I don't think you come to the negotiation table as a giant scary smoke monster.
And it's really funny for the fact that despite like even after literally all that shit happening right there and the truth that leads to the end and everything like that, somehow still May is still eventually, despite everything she was being like all angry and stuff like that about the situation, she's just calm at the end and all that shit. And Osha literally just gets all furious and stuff like that. Not to mention the way she also bleeds her lights or crystal, which I still do not like that compared to the original Legends one.
Nah, so okay, in the EU, you could naturally find a red lightsaber crystal.
Well, yeah, but wasn't it like some kind of smithing kind of trick you have to deal with that kind of stuff like that, you know? Smithing? No?
No, in Star Wars EU, you could just naturally find a red Star Wars like lightsaber crystal. The thing
Okay.
the thing that Disney did is they changed it to where you actually have to like
Okay.
bleed the crystal when you become a Sith.
Yeah.
I do think it's an okay change.
But it feels more like a
But,
mood ring, honestly.
Okay, so it's a bit
It'd probably be best to keep
It's a
the
bit
Rat-a-Taki
different
from
than a mood
acquiring any
ring.
more power cores.
It's one of the few
If
things
you
I'll
can
say that Disney
retrieve
had an
some of
okay
the power
idea.
cores they stole,
If it's
we should be
executed
able to
better, it would
modify
be
the
way
warden
better of an
codes to
idea.
prevent future
Yeah.
tampering.
Because the way it's presented in the Acolyte, you would think it is just a fucking mood ring.
Yeah.
Because, like, if she suddenly decides she wants to be good again, which she won't, because there's not going to be a season 2. They've already said it's canceled.
Yeah, there goes all those questions.
If in a theoretical season 2 she decided she wanted to be good again,
Yeah.
then her lightsaber, by the Acolyte's logic, would just change back to its original color.
Yeah, back to blue.
But the way it's shown in the Vader comics, he actually has to go through the painful process of bleeding it.
Yeah.
And in the Ahsoka book, she has to go through a painful process of trying to like
cleanse it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and that's how
it's
she got the
not
white blades.
easy. Yeah, it's not easy to change the nature of a lightsaber crystal and tune it to yourself.
No, it takes a lot of stuff right there, but yet somehow she gets it very easily. You know, she gets it very easily and bleeds it just like that, out of just anger.
Yeah, I think like the way it's presented
In the
even in the
Acolytes.
Vader comic, like even in the Vader comic, it's still not the greatest presentation, but it's a fucking goddamn like it's J.R. Tolkien writing compared to the fucking Acolyte.
Yeah.
Like the Acolyte makes the fucking sequels and all of their inconsistencies and shit.
Yeah.
Well, no, I can't even say that.
No.
They're still bad. They're still just bad. Fucking what they did to Luke, the character assassination of Luke in The Last Jedi, makes me want to fucking kill somebody.
I actually saw a meme long ago after Last Jedi, literally making fun of that one moment of him almost nearly striking his own nephew, where it's like he's so calm, not turning the dark side, and he didn't want to kill his father and return the Jedi, but then you just see Last Jedi, he's like, this bitch is about to have a bad dream. I saw that meme, like thinking that is very much the actual mindset that they decide for Luke, and I'm so pissed off by that. They turned him from probably the most calmest, relatable Jedi that helped run a new order in Legends to a crazy old hermit just because he got upset at hearing the dark side of his own nephew, and then literally seeing all his Jedi Temple getting burned, everyone dying, and blames himself for it without any form of realizing that he couldn't have stopped it. It's not his fault, and yet he gets to go into hiding and refuses to come back out.
Luke Skywalker in the Star Wars EU gets stabbed by one of his own students. His student steals a super weapon, blows up multiple planets.
Yeah.
He is forcibly possessed by a dark side spirit because of said stabbing.
Yeah.
And the spirit lived within the walls of the Jedi the temples on Yavin 4, where Luke establishes new Jedi.
You mean Exar Kun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Exar
And
Kun.
he's like possessed temporarily by Exar Kun.
Yeah.
After all of that, even like in like the Dark Empire, he like temporarily like pretends to turn to the dark side to study under Palpatine and get close to him.
Yeah.
So he can open up the way for the New Republic.
Yeah.
After all he's been through, the torture he's been through,
Yep.
his student betraying him, getting attacked, he still told that student he forgave him.
Yeah. He did. He told him to forgive. He forgave him. He didn't continue hating him. He told him he forgive him for that. He literally did that.
He told him he didn't. He told him his actions were unforgivable and he would be exiled from the Order.
But he forgave him
But he still forgave
himself.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good moment, like, for Luke right there. But then all of a sudden, in this story they did for him, they decided to make him not forgive himself or forgive anything that literally his nephew did, felt upset by the situation and go into hiding just because of literally the actions that happened, just because he sensed his own nephew in the dark side. Even though he literally, too, has also in Return of the Jedi felt the dark side himself, but he never fell through it and didn't even kill his own father. He was willing to take the lightning and force lightning from Palpatine and literally died knowing that he wouldn't want to kill his own father.
Yeah.
Like,
My
jeez.
nephew,
My nephew is so full of dark side right now. He's full of such anger and stuff like that, and so he's going against my order. What should I do in this situation? Oh, I know. I'll just go and pull out my lightsaber and slice him up. No, wait a minute. That's not such a good idea. Oh, hi, nephew. How you doing right there? Oh, wait, what are you doing? And then he just knocks me out.
Hold on a second. Should I, A, talk to him and tell him, like, no, this is not the way that we do things here? Should I, B, exile him from the order because he, like, maybe needs some time to cool down for a little bit? Should I, C, maybe bring in his family and remind him what the fucking values are? Or do I, D, fucking cut him off of a bad fucking dream?
If you chose B, then you most likely are from Disney.
Fucking goddamn it, Disney.
Yeah, that shit was so really tedious. That and also one of my personal hatred about it was Snoke right there, them killing him off. I was just hoping for a new fucking character. Like, Snoke was such a very interesting character at the time that I enjoyed him. And when Snoke was killed off, I was pissed off. And then when we found out he was actually a clone of Palpatine, and then found out about the whole cloning program he was working on through the Mandalorian stuff like that, I was like thinking, sure, it makes sense, but I still don't fucking love it. I never was really a big fan of him as much in Legends for Returning, although it was a lot more cooler in some ways. This canon one was just, I don't know, it was just like, why?
So in Legends, he managed to unshackle himself,
Yeah.
quote unquote, from like the limits of the Force.
Yeah, the Force.
Which is kind of strange because like there should be limits to the Force. It shouldn't just be fucking superpowers, basically.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the things George Lucas said he very much didn't want, was for the Force to be basically superpowers.
Yeah.
You know, one thing that really pisses me off though about the Ahsoka show even more though is like Sabine now has the fucking Force, and it's just like,
yeah, I
gotta believe.
Yeah, that was kind of annoyance to me a little bit there. The fact that we really did not hear much of any hints at all to her really being.
No. We actually explicitly were told she had no Force potential.
Yeah,
yeah. Kanan said he is not. She doesn't have the Force.
Yeah, I know. That's why. Well, sorry, my words, my words come out differently than what I think. But
he didn't say, oh,
yeah,
she has potential, but she has a little bit of like.
Yeah,
or she has like a little bit of attunement to the Force. He said she doesn't have it.
No, yeah, she doesn't have it at all. That's sorry, my words just came out very weird. I have my own ways to say it. Sorry, I'm sorry, but
I know.
But it's still.
I'm just reminding you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're a good friend to help me with that. But yeah, the fact that I found out, I was like thinking she said she was Force. I was like thinking to myself, I was saying with my parents about this, and I didn't yell this out loud. I was like thinking, I said it like, oh, that's why I said right there. But when I in my mind, I was like thinking, what the fuck? Did they just retcon what Kanan said in that one episode? Did they retcon that moment literally? Like they just changed the idea and thinking like, no, he felt some sense in the Force. Like I'm thinking, bruh, what the fuck? I just feel like they try to do that, honestly, for too much. Because they wanted to give like another reason to give Ahsoka something to do, at least in the show, besides helping her find Ezra, or they just wanted another like female Jedi.
Jackie aren't going anywhere.
Listen.
Crisis contained is crisis control.
If they wanted to do like an actual compelling story, maybe they could have taken the fucking apprentice of the Jedi who's turned to the dark side and made her like good.
Yeah.
Like it would have still been dumb because it would have been another instance of Disney being like, oh, there can't be any bad guys who are women, except for the women we decide are villains.
Yeah, like you mean Shin Hati? You mean Balin Skull's apprentice? Yeah, I didn't really find her character as much. Balin Skull, who I remember voiced, what was the name of the Mandalorian that was with the Imperials and Rebels? You know, he was also part of Death Watch, literally with Maul. You know, that guy right there from the final season of the Clone Wars and stuff like that. It was that one guy before. I can't remember his name, but Balin Skull was a more interesting character in such a way in some situations. But his apprentice wasn't really. I don't know. I was never fond of.
Rest in peace, Balin's actor.
Yeah, I know. Rest in peace. God bless his soul, man. He was awesome.
You know, Balin was actually one of the most.
Gar Saxon.
Actually the most
yeah, thank you, Krog. Gar Saxon. Thank you, dude.
Yeah, Gar Saxon.
Yeah, Gar Saxon.
Well, so
you haven't told me?
Balin was actually the most enjoyable part of Ahsoka for me, honestly.
Yeah.
It's funny how they create these characters that you're supposed to fucking hate, and then they end up being like the fucking most based or enjoyable characters in said show.
Funny enough. Yeah, I kind of found that crazy right there.
Yeah, how do you make a character that you're supposed to hate, but everybody's just like, hello, base?
I mean, he's a cool Sith. I like him. So I think I failed miserably to make him hate him for me. I mean, it's really hard to say I can hate him for being a Sith. I mean,
well, he's not even a Sith though, because he can call himself a Sith.
He can call himself a Sith, but he's not really.
Sith.
No, he's not really like title Sith. But he's someone who's wielding the dark side and has a red lightsaber.
We could leave it at that.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that pretty much. But I will say though, the only other reason I can agree that is a problematic of the show, and this is the same thing I told you about with Ahsoka, it's just the fan service concept. The fact that it was gonna be Ahsoka, a series, we just knew it was just gonna be for the sake of fan service, just for the sake of it. I mean, literally, when I saw the whole world between world situation that happened in Rebels and it came back again, I just knew, yep, fan service. It was gonna be something like that. Young Ahsoka, Anakin wearing armor, Captain Rex in live action. It was gonna be like that. Especially, I knew it was gonna happen.
You know what made it funnier to me is when people were literally crying over Vader breathing, and I'm like,
yeah, I was not crying over that shit. I was like, oh, cool, because of course, because it's fucking Vader. Everyone loves Vader. Vader's fucking cool, but like, even like, if you're gonna be that emotional over that shit, like, guys, you gotta chill the hell out. You've seen Vader, literally, you've seen Vader's first appearance back in Rogue One. I think that was good enough, at least, to make his appearance return from that hallway scene, stuff like that. But that was already enough for me to already say that, okay, I'm content with Vader right now. I'm ready to continue moving on right there. Even when I saw him in Jedi Fallen Order, yeah, that was cool too. But in Jedi Survivor, I saw him and was like, oh shit, yeah, that's cool, but that's it. I'm not getting, oh my gosh, I'm crying. No, I'm like, oh wow, cool shit, that's awesome. It's Vader. Oh shit, that's it.
I fucking hate how they have to include legacy characters in like everything.
They just
like
so
do
much.
you not actually have faith in your own characters? Because like otherwise you would just leave the legacy characters out of it and let your show stand on its own.
Yeah, like, you guys can't, like, focus on your new characters or give any other characters a little more chance to be focused on, and yet you want to still include more your big fan for service characters a lot just to make up for the excitement of the show right there. Like, when I saw the brief moments in Ahsoka, I was like thinking, okay, cool, but I knew that was gonna happen. I knew Dave Filoni, I know what you're doing.
You'll be safe.
Yeah, Dave Filoni is like the most predictable motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm kind of I used to love the guy, but yeah, he's become more predictable of what he's up to with these shows. It's the same shit he's doing every time, and it's getting boring. Like, give me something fucking new, man. Give me something fucking new and good, dude.
I don't think Dave Filoni has an original bone in his body.
No, he does not. He's like,
here's the thing. Mm-hmm. He's good when he has other people who can compensate.
Yeah.
Like Clone Wars, he gets a lot of credit for it as being like the director.
Yeah.
But you gotta credit the fucking writers who held him up.
Yeah, writers also skip
even the episodes where he has writing credits, like the fucking the Maul taking over Mandalore arc.
Mm-hmm.
That arc specifically had 2 other writers to it.
Yeah, those should be credited more.
Dave Filoni may have been credited as quote unquote the top writer on that arc, but that doesn't mean that he did all of the writing or all the work.
Yeah, I just like.
And so
yeah,
it's weird when people can't distinguish between like a director and the people who did the majority of the work.
Yeah, remember, you gotta give credit to everyone who is important in the show, not just the one person who like is the main name of the bunch. You gotta give everyone else a chance. Everyone.
Yeah, it's really weird to me when people are like, oh, the director and the actors, and it's like, okay, but what about the writers?
What about the writers?
What about the screenplay?
Oh, you mean Dave Filoni? Yeah, Dave Filoni was really good too. Dude. You know, you think that, you imagine literally in the minds of everyone's looking at the credits and it's like the Star Wars like time scroll again, but all of it just says Dave Filoni, Dave Filoni, Dave Filoni.
Yeah, if Dave Filoni actually did like everything on the show, sure, but he had like 5 writing credits in all of the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
And even on those writing credits, he was like one of 3 or 4 writers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's weird how people give Dave Filoni all the credit for the Clone Wars because he like pitched the show,
yeah,
and then directed the show. But like, especially in like animation, there's even less credit to give to the director because you're not managing physical actors.
Yes,
you're managing people animating shit.
Yes.
If you can't get the right shot, you just move a 3D model. You don't have to actually direct real people. I mean, voice actors, sure, but again, that's, hey, can you inflect, like, can you give your voice a different inflection?
Yeah, they just
yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much less credit to give in an animated show versus a live action show or movie.
Agreed.
Not to say that there's no credit.
No.
Not to say there's no credit at all.
Yeah.
But there is a lot less credit and work, especially when you have people surrounding you like other directors or like screenwriters and writers and animators and animation leads, and you have all these people who know what they're doing and are talented. It's weird to me when people basically praise the director of an animated movie or an animated show,
yeah,
as if they ran the whole thing. Like, technically, yes, but was it like 100% them? No.
No.
I would probably say like 20% them, 80% everybody else in the production.
Mm-hmm.
You need to figure out how.
So when like people are praising Dave Filoni, it's weird to me because even like in The Mandalorian, you have people like Jon Favreau, and Jon Favreau, you can see his work on Marvel. He's had a lot more live action experience.
Yes.
But then Dave Filoni was left on his own for Ahsoka.
Give him enough time in the jungle.
What did we see with Ahsoka?
The Ratataki are going to be suspicious of random droids.
It's really hypocritical for people to give Dave Filoni all the praise and call him like the savior of Star Wars, and he's so faithful.
Yeah, okay, when I hear people mention that shit, when I hear people mention that shit, I don't agree with that. Like, look, I respect Dave Filoni and his work, but even I have to say, everyone on the team responsible for the shows, the movies, the games, are all important in what they did. They're like, sure, good, bravo, Dave Filoni, for your leadership role, but I have to also applaud the writers. I have to applaud the other story they tell us. I have to applaud the voice actors and the other actors for the real life stuff. I have to applaud the special effects team, all that stuff, the costuming team. I gotta.
Yeah, like the thing is when you see characters or actors or actresses who can't like emote, or they aren't emoting, that's the fault of the director.
Yes.
Because like if you're not telling them to emote in your shows, then they're not going to emote. Like, is Rosario Dawson a great voice actress? Sure.
Yeah, sure.
She is Ahsoka's voice actress. She always has been. And yeah, she's a good voice actress. Yeah. Is she a good actress? Nah,
I mean, I think it's subjective to say something like that. I would say it depends. Some people like her, some people don't like her.
I'm trying to say, if we're going off of Ahsoka, I'd argue.
Okay. Ahsoka.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish, because if you go off of Ahsoka,
yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, if you go off of Ahsoka, I would argue no. Now, I haven't seen her in much else. I think I saw her in one other movie, and I think she did good in that movie from memory. I can't quite remember which movie it was, but I do remember at least seeing her in one other movie, and I think she did good.
Yeah.
I think she's a decent actress, but she needs the direction that a director is supposed to give to really, like, you know, perform her role.
Yeah.
If we're going off of Ahsoka, she didn't really emote that much.
No.
She had like maybe 2 faces in the whole show.
Yeah, she pretty much was kind of expression. That's the one thing I can agree with you on. There was so many moments where I see some of the characters barely expressionless. Like Ahsoka, like her, she was very, very expressive. I can say the same thing about Acolyte with Osha May. Like, you've seen her many expressions. Many expressions.
I think part of I think also part of the fault is the failure of the Solo movie, where Disney hit the panic button on a lot of their planned movies.
Yeah.
And turned them into shows. Because like the Kenobi movie was turned into the Kenobi show.
Oh yeah, you mean the original person who had an idea for it that involved some other big plot points, like
yeah, you can definitely tell that was padded and changed a lot.
Yeah, I know that for sure.
Because it was originally supposed to be a movie.
Well, that's the reason why
the failure of Solo.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you.
No, okay, sorry. What I was gonna say, well, this will be quick though, so you can mention your side. But that's the reason why I've been questioning lately about this. If you've seen my tweets lately, is I mentioned the reason why I seen them rushing that stuff is because they keep focusing on quantity over quality. They would rather get more shows out than worry about focusing on the very important projects they're focusing on. Get it through it done first, reveal it, then release it, hear what people have to say, and if it's good, then they have a good reason to say, all right, let's get season 2 out. Oh, let's get the next movie out, stuff like that, etc., etc., etc. That's the reason why I knew these shows were failing. That's why I knew Ahsoka was not going to do well. That's why I knew Kenobi wasn't going to do well. That's why I knew the Book of Boba Fett was not going to do well. That's why I knew Mandalorian in season 3 wasn't going to do well. That's why I only saw, so far to me, at least Andor, so far in my opinion, was definitely one of the best for it, because I felt like that show actually had time to be worked on quality-wise for its story, its characters, and the many important plot points. So it managed to at least succeed well, and that's why I think it deserves a second season. That's why something like Acolyte didn't get a second season either, because it just wasn't really good enough, and a lot of people didn't watch it. Now, take for granted, Kenobi, still a lot of people watched it, and the show didn't do well. But again, viewership, stuff like that, But again, though, yeah, that's what my point basically the same way. They need to stop rushing shows and movies. They need to give them time to be worked on. And whatever the project is, it needs to be worked on for as a good amount of time so it has a good direction. That's the problem why I see, like, for example, why it was recently rumored that a Kenobi Season 2 is going to happen, which is what I'm mentioning. This is why, apparently, a spin-off series for... yeah, I know, that's what I mentioned, a rumor. And guess what? You know what's funny? I don't know if you... I think you already heard about this, but I just want to mention this real quick. The fact that Skeleton Crew, which is going to feature Jude Law and his character, which is going to be a Jedi, as we heard, pretty much, and the kids, so it's going to be some kind of Goonies, Star Wars style thing, whatever it's going to be about. So, apparently, they're already planning a spin-off show called Star Wars Pirates or whatever it is, that's going to feature Jude Law's character. They're already making a spin-off show for the character of Jude Law's plan in Skeleton Crew that we do not even know because we haven't seen the show yet. Why are you releasing why are you trying to announce we're making a spin-off already before that? Like,
apparently, so apparently there's a show in production right now that's codenamed Night Owl, and it's supposed to be a Bo-Katan show.
Yeah.
It's codename Night Owl.
Yeah.
And I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit enough about Bo-Katan to watch a show about her.
I just, like, I've already seen her enough already in Clone Wars, Rebels.
It's basically gonna be Mandalorian season
4, basically.
Fucking 3.5.
3.5, yeah.
Because, like, Book of Boba Fett was basically just season 2.5.
Don't even get me started with that shit. That pissed me off when I saw a little bit of episodes. Like, I was like thinking, why is there episodes of Din Djarin in a show that's supposed to be about Boba?
How the fuck do you make a Boba Fett show
without giving more Boba Fett is only
with Boba Fett having 18 minutes of screen time in an 8-episode show.
I can imagine.
How do you give the title character of your show 18 minutes of screen time as actual Boba Fett?
Oh, here's a better idea. Here's what we'll do. We'll throw in Cad Bane all of a sudden.
You know, no, I actually think the Cad Bane thing was set up decently enough.
Well, no, I'm not making fun of it like that. Like that's a problem.
Yeah,
I'm making fun that I'm thinking in my eyes that they brought them into that idea because they knew if they thought to themselves, okay, yeah, you know, but
so that's another Dave Filoni thing.
Yeah, Dave Filoni.
Because there was a scrapped episode of Clone Wars where Boba Fett had a rivalry against Cad Bane.
Yeah,
and he decided to bring that idea back in Book of Boba Fett.
Although in that original style, they had a showdown like that basically too, but in that case, basically, he actually died during that point when he was young, so obviously that change up is now here because he did survive, as we know in Bad Batch. We see him there too as well. He was in Bad Batch as well, so.
Yeah, because, well, the duel never officially took place because that episode was scrapped.
Yeah. Exactly. Although, okay, one thing I'll say though, just in my opinion though, I'll just mention that for Bad Batch, just to include that. Again, another related project of that situation right there too with him right there. But I still I genuinely enjoy Bad Batch. I actually personally enjoyed it because
I didn't.
You didn't?
Especially not when they fucking, like, nerfed the shit out of fucking Sev.
Sev? Oh, Sev. Yeah. Sev.
Fucking assholes. Literally, no. Dave Filoni has gone on record as saying he doesn't like the Republic Commando series. He doesn't like the Republic Commando series.
Okay, yeah, I know. I don't agree with him. I don't agree with him with that.
And literally in his show, Bad Batch, he has one of the characters of the Republic Commandos get shot by his fucking OCs. You fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, that was kind of stupid though. But I'm only just saying this because that's only like the one thing I hate about that the most very much. In general, when I'm focusing just right now, I'm not worrying about Sev, even though, yeah, I know that was him. And when I saw that happen, I was like, you guys really did that to me. And I knew Dave Filoni was responsible for this and how much he didn't like the Republic Commando series. And I'm like thinking, yeah, but I still really enjoy the story and its character stuff like that. I actually enjoy the development they had overall, in my opinion. I think it was well done, in my honest opinion, very much. I actually personally enjoyed it, but I never really had any conflictions with the story or its characters, in my opinion, though. The only thing I can agree with you is just Sev's being brutally killed like that so easily, despite him being one of the best, you know, because isn't Republic Commando supposed to be like, you know, one of the most trained, best?
Well, then they trivialized the Republic Commandos by having them train these fucking quote-unquote unmarked clone assassins.
Senator Tudos told me you defused the bomb.
Shut the fuck up, Dave Filoni. Literally shut the fuck up. Stop. Like, actually stop.
Yeah,
you and your OCs need to go away. Dave Filoni, go away, ruin Star Wars another day.
Nah. Hey, goodbye.
Satellites have picked up a large number of Ratataki and then the
Listen, I have my issues with Disney Star Wars, and I've made those plainly.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I can't really deny them, and I can't disagree. I might have my own opinions and stuff, but I really can't disagree with it either, because I even hear a lot of people say almost the same shit you say, and I have to agree with that in some points, because again, I may not have been around Star Wars fan since Legends. I may have been late because I started watching since 2005 with the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, and really wasn't really into reading a lot, and I didn't have the internet, so you can kind of guess where my mindset was with Star Wars. I was kind of limited to what George Lucas with the movies were and the Clone Wars series for that time being a bit, but even I, after now researching a lot and my memory bank still trying to remember as much as possible, even I can agree it's just like Disney just didn't do good at all. The sequel trilogy did shit.
You know, George George Lucas
We've gotta get
actually
down there and put a stop to
did
it.
an interview here in 2024, and he said
Yeah.
that he regrets selling Star Wars to Disney.
I know, I saw
He even
that.
did you even actually see where he actually called them like the white
Yes,
slavers of Star Wars?
I heard that shit. And when I heard that shit, I was like, damn, George.
George Lucas calling them white slavers is such a fucking rose.
Like, holy fucking shit. I mean,
He said they're whipping Star Wars to get everything that they're worth, and then when it's not worth anything anymore, they'll throw it by the wayside and bring it back 25 years later.
yeah.
He literally said they are whipping it for everything it's worth,
Yeah.
and when they're done with it and it's no longer profitable, they'll throw it away, bring it back 10, 15 years later. I was like, God damn,
George. I was like saying that too, dude. Yeah,
Look,
it was great.
George Lucas up for a while, he at least like had like the veil of respect. This year he pulled it back and just unleashed. He was like the white slavers. No?
Go into battle looking for revenge, and you'll only lose more troops.
But yeah, I mean, like I'm like, you know me as well. I'm a very positive person, so I'm willing to like try to look into many positive things as much, even the most negative of light. But
This makes me uncomfortable, but
I chose the wrong one. I'm gonna choose number 2. But even I can agree, like even
go into battle looking for
everything
revenge,
about Disney
and you'll
Star
only
Wars,
lose more
it's
troops.
just. It's not better to me than Legends. I may not have known Legends as much as anyone else and haven't been there for as long, but even I at least can agree that Legends was at least, like, you know, at least Legends was a lot more fun in my opinion, honestly. I enjoyed it genuinely. And it's crazy the fact that, I'll mention just a bit, I don't want to go in too deep into this a lot because it's very weird in such ways, but I hate the fact that how much,
This is simply ridiculous.
people were going so nuts about people not liking the Acolytes and like the cancellation of it that people are believing the reason why the show was canceled because a lot of the more hateful people, that side of people who were just not like criticize hate, you know, hates for being like assholes to that extent that, you know, we can't agree with those kind of people because those people are just dicks. We gotta at least be a little more honest with ourselves, even if we are trying to be rough to the icons of the show. So it's just like so crazy to me that people were just being like that. It's just nuts to me that people were acting like this. Oh, Darsup? Oh shoot, Darsup just left right there. What happened to Darsup? Did Darsup disconnect? Oh shoot, I think Darsup disconnected or something like that. Or maybe he had to go. Maybe he had to do something probably. It's possible he probably had to do something right there. But that's also one thing though I gotta say though is that like is that there's so many people who were like believing the show's cancellation was over not because of low viewership. They actually claimed that there were a lot of people who watched the show even though it was during the first 2 episodes and it dropped down over time, and they still think the show deserves to have a second season. Like guys, that's the point of how business goes. If the show was rated poorly, which I know a lot of you claim it was reviewed bomb, and I can agree, a lot of people reviewed it like hell, negatively, but again, there were plenty that have genuine criticism of it completely, and you guys are literally gonna go get pissed off by that and blame it over hate. Like a legit show is not gonna... Oh, okay, Darsup's back. You okay, Darsup?
Apologies. Yeah, my internet crashed.
Damn, I had a... Okay, anyway, as I was saying, sorry. But... with all those people blaming the fact that Acolyte got canceled and not got a second season because of hateful people, those kind of people, so much to that extent, and not because of low viewership, because they believe, oh, but it had a high viewer count. No, it did not. It had like the first 2 episodes and it dropped down over time, for God's sakes. Like that's how business rolls. If the show doesn't get enough viewers, then it's not getting a lot of money, and if not a lot of money, the show's not going to get a second season or continuation. Of course, they're not going to continue it, of course, for that reason. So, because of that shit, it's why the show got canceled. It's not because of hateful people. There were hateful pieces of shits out there, don't get me wrong. But like, there were people who genuinely criticized the show and had reason to not like it. I can agree with some points. Starsub can agree with that. Everyone can agree with that. It's just
it's weird how they cherry picked like the 1% of the 1% of actually hateful people, and then we're like, this is the whole fan base.
Grifters, bigots, stuff like that. Like, guys, I understand those people. Like, look, I don't like those grifter content creators either as much as you do. And I know there's some bigots. I hate those fucking people who act like this shit. I don't like them either. But you can't take that 1% and then believe that everyone was like that for the reason the show hated. If Disney actually shut it down because of that shit, if Disney actually did, that is not business. That just seems just like them trying to escape from like actual, like, you know, criticism completely, and literally just overthrown that shit like hell. Like, if they really cancel shit, that just seems like they're just accepting defeats completely from actual hate people.
Yeah,
you
so,
cannot accept
like,
defeat from haters.
Yeah, like you said, there are people who are just pieces of shit, grifters, and of course there are some of them out there, but that is a very small percentage of the fan base. That is a very small percentage of the fan base, and you can't just say, oh, the entire Star Wars fandom is Nazis because they like the Empire. Yes. Did George Lucas use the Stormtroopers and like the Empire as an inspiration based off the Nazis? Yes.
Yes.
Like, literally, they're called Stormtroopers. The Nazis had Stormtroopers. Like, yes, the Empire is the equivalent of Nazis. But when you're out there smacking us over the head with the First Order literally doing the Nazi salute, get the fuck out.
Yeah, that pose. Yeah, right.
Like,
I remember seeing that. Yeah, I know. Force Awakens.
It's really weird. Like, they have to remind you who the bad guys are. And so it's like, I don't need my food chewed for me. I don't need my stories washed and watered down for me. I want a story that, you know what? It's complex. It's good. It has meat on the bone.
Yeah.
I don't want like fucking baby food spoon-fed
I want the full enchilada. I want the big stacked steak right now.
Yeah, I want an actual show that has actual content to it.
And instead, everyone is praising it right there, and they seem to be accept the, you know, the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. That shit cringed me as fuck. Like, I was like, literally, you should have seen my face. My face literally turned into, what's that one that it's that one face that I saw in Gumball. It's like one episode. It's like the one with like episode where everyone was like that weird ass face and they stared. Like Darwin was like that too. I can't remember which episode that was, but I was like that face in my mind right there. I was like like cringing as fuck. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, that is so weird, dude. That was so fucking weird. That was like the most worst thing I ever saw in episode 3. Like, goddamn.
You know what else is weird to me? When Leslie Headland said that she'd already pre-written the show, like, for what's her name, Amanda Stenberg, I was just like, oh, yeah, this was totally a nepotism project. You know what's funny? The whole reason why Leslie Headland got the show of The Acolyte is because she said on a red carpet once that she wanted to direct a Star Wars show. Yeah. And like 2 weeks later, she got a call from Kathleen Kennedy like, hey, do you want to direct a Star Wars show?
Yeah.
Like, shut the fuck up.
I'm
sorry.
I don't get sure. Make a show, put in a chick, make her gay.
Yeah, listen. Do I have issues with there being female filmmakers? Fuck no.
No.
Do I have issues with them being Harvey Weinstein's assistant? Yes.
Yes. Like, I know.
Do I have issues with, like, female actresses? Fuck no. Some of my favorite characters are women. I love fucking Ripley from fucking Alien.
Yeah, I love
Sarah
Ripley.
Connor from Terminator.
Yeah, Sarah Connor was amazing. I love Sarah Connor.
I love strong female characters, but they have to be actually strong female characters.
Characters with meaning, characters who have a point in their story, what makes them have their epic moment. I mean, Ripley's role in Alien was just showing her true survival capabilities, just being smart, showing how she was able to defeat the Xenomorph.
Well, you know, one of the things that most people wouldn't do in her situation is go back for her cat. But does Ripley abandon her cat? No.
No.
She lets herself have some emotion. She puts herself in danger to go get her cat.
And she does.
She succeeds in rescuing her cat from the xenomorph. She succeeds in fighting off the xenomorph in multiple movies. She succeeds.
I know.
She is an actually well-written, strong, feminine character.
Yeah, for as janky as the prequels were, they at least told their own story, and it was mostly coherent through the trilogy. That is, yeah, I agree. Yeah, it was janky for the prequels, but at least they told their own story, and it was mostly coherent, I would say.
So for context,
Can't get let's cut them in.
So for context,
Yeah.
Force Awakens is literally just A New Hope told backwards.
Yeah, I said it all the time. I said it.
It's A New Hope just told again.
Yeah.
Fucking Last Jedi is A New Hope or Empire Strikes Back told backwards.
Yeah, backwards. Yeah.
And then fucking like Rise of Skywalker. I call it Rise of Palpatine.
Pretty much, I would call it too.
Rise of Palpatine, because Rey is a Palpatine.
Yeah.
Rise of Palpatine, you literally have like Dark Empire, which was an 8 comic book run that were like 50 pages each. Told again, but worse. Like, just it feels like J.J. Abrams basically searched up on Google most popular Star Wars stories, saw Dark Empire, had an intern write it, and then wrote his.
Crogny said this one right here. I want to relate this from Crogny a little bit right here. The sequel trilogy. If someone read the script for the OT while squinting, that's basically what I can agree with. That it's basically like J.J. Abrams just look at the entire original trilogy, or again what you said right there too with the book right there, and basically just squint at him for almost the entirety of the 8 comic book page series.
Well, and then you literally had Rian Johnson say he wanted to subvert everybody's expectations, but literally told Empire Strikes Back in reverse.
Yeah,
with extra padding.
Yeah, I didn't feel very subverted about that at all. I felt like I recognized that shit immediately because it was literally Empire Strikes Back backwards. It really was.
Like, instead of beginning on Hoth, you end on Hoth.
and it's funny how like crates as a planet, like I knew it was literally gonna be like Hoth because literally base and Hoth based on Crate. Hoth is a snowy planet. Crate is a sandy planet. Pretty much. They attacked on snow speeders. They attacked on ski speeders. The Empire attacks with AT-ATs. The First Order attacks with ATM-6s. That's literally AT-AT's version of them.
You know, the stupidest addition. Like, I understand reinforcing the legs so they can't pull the tow cable trick.
Yeah.
That's an actually decent design addition.
I enjoy that design.
That's an actually somewhat decent design addition. But when you fucking have something like the fucking turret on top of the body, that looks so stupid. Do you understand how stupid that extra fucking turret they added look?
Yeah.
It's so fucking bad. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I just want to punch the guy who added that extra turret up top. It's so dumb. And like the body being reinforced with more armor, sure, go ahead. But like the design of it just looks so bad. Like, if they had some extra polish on it, I'm sure I would have liked the design of the like new AT-ATs, but like, god damn it. God damn it, Disney.
Yeah. And then and then also Finn trying to save the day, and then getting saved by Rose Tico. I just saved you. Save me? Save me from what? Save me from, I'm saving your skin? Saving the entire air resistance? You motherfucker did it out of love and spite? I don't even fucking know you barely enough. I just met you literally after you zapped me and numbed my fucking tongue.
It's not about destroying the things we hate. It's about saving the things we love.
Saving the things we love, exactly.
You know, John Boyega actually came out later and said he was so pissed about that.
I know, and I agree with him on that too. His takes on that, I agree with them. God damn.
He literally actually apparently, like, when he read the rewrite of the script with Rose Tico, like, saving him and then heard that line,
yeah,
he literally, like, brought up the point, isn't Finn trying to save the Resistance because he found a group of people he loves?
Uh-huh.
He literally said, am I not trying to save the people I love?
Yeah, I mean, that
and apparently Rue and Johnson was just like, no.
He's just killing everyone. Oh my god, dude. Fucking
so
Johnson,
you're
dude.
You're telling me then that Finn is out there about to sacrifice his life for people he gives no shits about.
At all. Motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
Motherfucker. What the fuck, dude?
John Boyega was so mad he didn't want to return for the third movie, but he was apparently under contract.
Yeah,
he had to come back for the third movie.
And luckily after it was done, he finally got out of that shit and moved on finally.
Well, and you know what's funny is he literally said, like, he had roles lined up, like, for movies in between, like, for movies, like, after Rise of Skywalker and for, like, after The Last Jedi. But apparently some studios pulled the offers because of how bad his character looked in The Last Jedi.
Yeah, that's
imagine literally losing roles because
of one other role.
Rewrite is so bad.
I feel bad for them because again, the fact they did that to him like that, I'm like thinking, you guys can't just blame him for that. Who's the one who wrote the script? Not John Boyega.
Well, I know it's even fucking funnier or even weirder is like, they were so proud to have a black character in the movie, and then like in China they shrunk his like
I know about that.
Like in the Asian markets they shrunk his fucking character's like image on the thing.
Disney didn't say anything to defend him at all. They did shit.
Yeah, they literally shrunk his fucking character picture on the fucking posters, and they shrunk it more by movie in the Asian market as they took away more and more of his screen time. They took away more and more of his poster space in the Asian market. And it's like, and like the Middle Eastern market. And it's like, what the fuck, Disney?
Like you're catering to them right now so easily? Jesus.
Yeah, you're out here going like in the West, like, ooh, we have a black character.
Even though
in the Middle Eastern and Asian markets, you're literally taking away his like face on the poster.
But it's also very weird to me though, and kind of funny the fact that they said that, even though with like, you know, like they found that black, even though you had literally probably one of the most OG like black actors literally play one of the most awesome characters back since the original trilogy. You know, Billy D. Williams, Lando Calrissian.
Yeah, and they're like, John Boyega is breaking ground here to be a black character in Star Wars. It's like,
motherfucker, you had Lando Calrissian breaking that fashion sense of style, man. He's the one doing the amazing shit right there. What the fuck?
Excuse me?
Like
do you not remember Lando?
Yeah, like don't you forget? I mean, how it's funny you say that, and yet you still brought him back for the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, and then you literally gave him like under fucking 5 minutes of screen time.
You made him focus like, oh, helping him out find that ship that involves Rey's parents, and then literally, you know, helping out the other cast like, well, let's find out where your family is, and that's it. Or coming back with the Midland Falcon and to do the Exegol fight, which is the only probably my most favorite thing about the entirety of the series, the Exegol fight in the ships, in my honest opinion. That was my only thing I enjoyed about it. Everything else about it was just.
It's honestly so weird to me that they were like, they gave Billy D. Williams top billing just to give him like fucking 5 or 6 minutes of screen time.
I know, dude.
They really wanted to remind you Billy D. Williams existed and that they knew he existed, just to throw him under the bus as being one of the most useless characters in the sequel trilogy. Like, all he does is go off on an off-screen adventure, which I honestly would like to go see him negotiating.
Yeah.
For all these, like, the galaxy to rise up and, like, defeat the Final Order, which is a stupid name, by the way.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Final Order mention. Oh my god, like, am I thinking, how unoriginal can you be? You had the First Order, now you chose the Final Order. Like, what's with, jokingly aside, what is with Palpatine's obsession with orders? I swear to god, dude. Did he like get to a Star Wars themed drive-thru literally from that?
Well, and okay, hold on. If Palpatine was so concerned about having control of the First Order, why did he not just send another Snoke?
Exactly.
Like, you know, I don't think Kylo knew exactly what the powers of Snoke were. So, like, if you sent a Snoke, you could have just been like, hey, Kylo, you're a little bitch. You failed to kill me.
Yeah.
And Kylo would have one of his fucking elevator tantrums.
Yep.
And he'd be forced to accept it. Like, why would... Okay, hold on. So, Palpatine had bipolar in episode 9 too. Because at first, he wants to ally with Kylo. Then he wants Kylo to bring him Rey so he can ally with Rey. Then he wants to possess Rey
so he can take over and become a much younger, like, you know, control of dark side of Rey right there, and she becomes basically, you know, the Empress. With her. By the way, Darth Radar meme come kicking in.
Darth what?
Darth Radar, that meme. Remember that? Darth Radar.
Oh, from the SNL appearance of.
No. I mean, it was a running joke about her like dark side appearance, that brief vision, and people were like looking at her that pose when she showed her double blade lightsaber, and they made it like a meme where it's like Palpatine declaring Vader his name, but instead it's like her name, and they call it Darth Radar, and they just put her like with the lightsaber in position and make it look like a radar. It's a meme. If you look online, Darth Radar meme, you might find it somewhere. It's a very old meme that happened just after Rise of Skywalker came out. It's a really funny meme. I was laughing my ass off the entire time for it. Just look it up, Darth Radar. You'll find it. I think it's somewhere there.
Okay. But,
yeah, Lando Calrissian in the OT. You had Mace motherfucking Windu in prequels. Exactly. You had Mace Windu in the prequels too as well. You had motherfucker Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, and so then Palpatine wants to then take and drain Rey and Kylo, but instead of doing it all at once, like a fucking smart person, he fucking stops to blast the fleet and give them time to recover. Yeah. Why not just fucking kill them? And then destroy the fucking fleet? Also, how the fuck do you build ships that don't know how to go up?
Yeah, they didn't go up.
I'm sorry, but the whole plot of the Rise of Skywalker's third act is a ship can't go up.
Other ships can, but not those ships?
I'm sorry, do you not have windows? Look up. You literally see the bridges of the Star Destroyers have windows.
I just want you to start talking like Samuel Jackson. Just say that. Don't you have windows, motherfucker? Look up, motherfucker.
They have windows, motherfucker. Say what again?
Say what fucking time. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time.
How do we go up?
How do we go up? Motherfucker.
What's up, motherfucker?
Oh my god.
I swear to God, that movie makes me so angry. I was literally in the theater screaming, oh!
I wasn't screaming, but for the movie during some bits. But honestly, I was literally questioning in my head, and I was like whispering to myself. My parents didn't hear me though, but I definitely was whispering to myself pretty much. Wait, Crognius, to quote Samuel L. Jackson, "Is the sun rising? Then put it on the left."
Listen, I almost got kicked out of the theater for screaming, "Look the fuck up."
Oh, actually, didn't you tell me this once before? I think you did. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost got thrown out of the theater by the theater staff because like somebody walked out and was like, "Somebody's causing a disturbance in the theater," and it was me screaming,
Snitch.
"Look the fuck up!"
Snitches end up in ditches.
I was literally just screaming, "Look the fuck up!" I was so mad. I was so fucking mad.
It reminds me of the ending of when it was the reveal of, you know, at the end, like, Ray Skywalker. I remember seeing that video. Everyone was like, "Fuck Star Wars." I remember seeing that shit, dude, that video. Did you see that one before? That shit was so funny.
You know, when I was in the theater and she said Ray Skywalker, the theater audibly let out groans and boos.
I didn't hear anything like that. I think because I was a little. I didn't watch it on premiere. I usually am very late with some stuff like that sometimes. But I definitely remember hearing some friends of mine who went to theater when we talked about it long ago before when I had a PC and I was still on Xbox a lot. They told me they didn't like it, and even though I was I was trying to be a little bit accepting of it because there's some people who made reasons of it and stuff like that. Though I do feel like honestly, like she should have just been like. Who the fuck cares if everyone knows Palpatine? I'm still Rey. Who gives a fuck? If she just said that, I probably would have been fine. You know? Maybe. I don't know.
Rey. Rey who?
Just Rey.
Rey Skywalker.
Honestly, getting kicked out of the theater for screaming at the incompetence of the last Final Order sounds like it would be worth it. Honestly, I think that's a W in my opinion for Darsub, honestly, because if you're gonna get him kicked out just because he got anger about the stuff like that, that's a big W on my part, because I'd be pissed off too, and if I won anger like that shit.
I was ready to fight the theater staff. They tried to remove me.
But yeah, like, if only she just simply just accepted or just simply said, like, "I'm just Rey." Simple as that. If she just said that, maybe that would have been a lot better in my honest opinion. Just,
I'm just
Crognius Rey. Rey who? Rey these nuts. Okay, alright. Alright.
I'm just Rey.
I'm just Rey.
Anywhere else, I'd ruin your day.
Oh, and then wait, and she kicks in. She also has her radar powers.
You know, fucking, I'm just Ken. I'm just Rey. I am here to ruin your day. It is my destiny to bring about.
Oh goodness, I spent too much time around Darsub and in me. Yeah, I know, Craig. You definitely spent time with them earlier in my stream chat a lot. And I think I'm being poisoned too. I'm starting to become more mindset like that too as well. I think I'm changing now. I'm changing. I'm evolving.
Wait, what did you say? I'm not looking at
Crognius said that he said, "Oh goodness, I spent too much time around Darsub and Ibby." He's saying that for spending so much time with you guys in chat that he's becoming more like you guys with how you guys talk and act and speak a lot like that. So now he's feel like, yeah. Honestly, I'm feeling the same way too right now. I'm feeling it right now too. I'm starting to feel myself. Actually, I think I'm starting to change it. I'm evolving now. I'm changing my form.
Listen, it's because like I'm coming at this with facts and logic.
Yeah, I know exactly. But it's so funny how you explain yourself and very great that I'm starting to feel like I not only I still agree with you, of course, but I just want to act like you. I want to be you. I'm changing. I'm evolving. Pizza's evolving. He's turned into Darth Pizza. Yes.
You know, this is why in like only a few months I got like almost 500 followers. It's because like if I actually have stuff I'm passionate about, or like somebody to bounce stuff off of, or even like a chat to bounce off of, I can go fucking hog wild.
Oh yeah, I've been like that lately too myself actually as well. If you, I don't know if you were there for my Bending the Dark Revival stream, but I was going off talking about the situation about how like everything about early first with Acolyte before for a brief moment of it, and even talking about how like some of the games have been so bad lately, and a lot of people were like talking about how the reason why some of the games were not doing good is because people wouldn't give it a chance or something like that or whatever, or like Ubisoft was failing because of that. I guess, you know, did you? Okay.
You know how funny it is that they pushed the "we're gonna release it on Steam" button because of how bad Outlaw's is doing right now?
I want to talk about that with you. Wait, okay. Did you see about that monetization director comment when he mentioned about the reason why everything was going down was because of us? Instead, we were just like not being really good, like we're not being good about it or something like that. He was blaming.
Yeah, we're not being good and decent people.
Yeah, I know. Like the fact that he said, I'm like thinking, bruh. So you thinking I'm indecent because I made a decision to not buy your game because I knew from reviews it was not doing good, that I felt concerned about it, so I saved my money and decided not to get it, warned people about it, and so I'm indecent. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and also did you see the the other comments that apparently it was even reported by like the New York Times and like PC Gamer that Ubisoft staff has been trying to get their games put back on Steam for literal years, and it was the Ubisoft executives who were saying that they could somehow make it work.
Okay, I've heard about
on the Uplay.
I mean, I only know about the situation about them moving AC Shadows back to Steam and even to Star Wars Outlaws because of everything going on with everything that stuff. No, I didn't hear that. Wait, can I have that article if you have it? Can I read that, please?
I'll see if I can pull it up real quick.
If you can, I might read that real quick. Let's make that a little... I'm just enjoying playing SWTOR and commentating with you guys. It's fun to talk about this shit. It's good commentating. Like, I'm enjoying this.
I'm sorry, but it's fucking ridiculous.
I haven't read it yet, so please send it my way. I'll read it. If that's true, and that the reason why that they actually wanted to get back to Steam for so long, but they were being held back because of executives and trying to stick to the Ubisoft kind of AK Uplay or something like that. That pisses me off. That so pisses me off, and proves my point of how much I'm anti-executive.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing. Apparently, they were so adamant about being off of Steam that, like, they were even considering a partnership with, like, a fucking, well, because of the mutual investment between Tencent and Epic Games. Tencent owns like 40% of Epic Games. So Tencent does have stock, and a pretty significant amount of stock in Ubisoft.
Yeah.
So they were apparently trying to use their sway of like owning so much stock of Ubisoft to manipulate them into getting into a like partnership with Epic Games.
Yeah. Honestly, there's some characters from the Disney canon that I do like. Din Djarin, Cal Kestis come. Din Djarin, yes, Din Djarin was a really, really, really good character. I definitely enjoyed for season 1 to 2, but they really overdid some pretty weird stuff with season 3, with focusing heavily on Bo-Katan and stuff like that. And Cal Kestis, that's like the only Disney character I can genuinely enjoy, because Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, well, Jedi Survivor had a rocky launch, but I mean, it's got slowly better over time. But story-wise, Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor were actually really good stories, and I enjoyed both games personally. But that's the only decently good characters I enjoyed.
And it's been a weird thing to watch.
That's right.
Gaming news and like how developers are so angry right now. Like the actual developers don't deserve all the hate.
No, they don't deserve it.
It's the fucking executives.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny, I also hear, I had a couple people try to defend that, saying that you need to still blame the developers in this stuff. And like, sure, everyone's part of the industry, but don't forget, who's the one calling the shots? Who's the one making the decisions? Who's making the decision to make the games they want it to be? The executives. They're the bosses, the big kahunas.
So apparently there is a toxic work culture in Ubisoft, and it was described by an Ubisoft employee as toxic positivity.
Kai, Kobayashi, welcome on in, my friend.
Any criticism internally could get you fired.
Oh.
So the reason why so much has been going on And why it looks like all the developers were playing along is because if they didn't,
they would
could get fired.
So basically, it's all a facade when they were acting like this. They're not really trying to intentionally be like this. They're just forced to do it because if they don't listen to them, they'll be kicked out of the job.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
It's called toxic positivity.
Yeah, toxic positivity.
And it was because there are some developers who you can blame.
Yes.
But most of it is like the higher ups, like team leads or executives.
Yeah, pretty much.
But apparently, though, they were pushing this toxic positivity mindset where, like, we don't want criticism. We want you to just be positive, to smile more. We want you to do your job, shut the fuck up, make the game we tell you to make.
Exactly. I mean, that's a typical tactic a lot of businesses will do. They want you to just do, flat out, you gotta be completely on the nose, like smile and wave, boy, smile and wave.
Yeah, and that's apparently what Ubisoft was doing. Like, a lot of the developers have been unhappy with the situation at Ubisoft, and now it's being called a conspiracy by the gaming journalists.
Yeah.
But everybody I know thinks it's very plausible because we already know that Tencent was trying to get Ubisoft into an agreement with Epic Games. But now, apparently, after the family who owns Ubisoft and has owned them for like their entire existence had denied that partnership, Tencent was apparently using their majority share to buy more and more shares of Ubisoft and has apparently been pushing them down this path of failure so that Tencent can acquire them.
Yeah, pretty much.
But it's being called a conspiracy theory by gaming journalists. And it's so weird because, yes, it makes total sense.
Yeah.
With the mutual interest between Tencent and all of the ownership that they have in these other companies, it makes sense why they would push one company who refuses to toe the line along what they want until they're forced to be bought out. Like, Ubisoft has lost almost as much money as their entire value. Like, back at the height of 2020, during the pandemic, Assassin's Creed Valhalla got their stock to an all-time high. Now, I didn't personally like Valhalla the most.
Yeah, it was overly big with too much stuff to do. It was just kind of annoying.
Yeah, it was very bloated.
Very bloated. Too much for me.
But I can't say it was a bad game overall.
No, I really can't say either. Like, I genuinely enjoyed a bit of the story very much, and honestly, even the context of things of how Assassin's Creed, with the whole focus of, finally getting to see what Assassin's Creed of a time era is, it was nice to finally see the Viking era be introduced finally.
Yeah, it was an era that a lot of fans wanted to see.
Exactly, and so they showed it and they gave it.
And now we have Assassin's Creed Japan. But what's weird is if you point out something like you have a black foreigner running around stealing and killing Japanese people, like stealing from Japanese people and killing Japanese people, apparently that's racist to point that out.
No, I mean, I don't think that's racist. I don't think that really is racist at all.
Apparently it is considered racist, though, to point something like that out. It's such a weird thing, because, like, the stereotype is, oh, these black foreigners are coming in and doing all these crimes. And it's like, okay, Ubisoft, if you say that's racist, why is your main character of your game literally perpetuating the stereotype that the racists are spouting? The actual racists are spouting that. It's so funny that they've gone full circle in they're trying so hard not to be racist that they're being racist.
Pretty much. I mean, there's some aspects I can kind of see that's questionable about the problem right there. So that's always pretty much.
Another weird thing is one of the abilities of Yasuke that they showed off in the trailer.
Hold on, dude. We got someone in chat right here. There's only one race, the human race. You're brainwashed. What do you mean by that? First of all, welcome on in, King Black. What do you mean by I'm brainwashed? What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean brainwash? Are you just saying aim for the fact that just because that he was just talking about the situation about because of Yasuke being including AC Shadows? I mean, the only reason why I'm only questioning about it was just because of the fact that, again, it's still very mysterious about his only role and based on timeline-related points right there, pretty much. Again, Ubisoft has a lot of questionable decisions on their part right there, too, mate. I'm just saying, man. There's just a lot of questionable decisions you got to kind of deal with when it comes to deal with Yasuke very much. Although I mostly am trying to be excited for the game. My only issue with the game very much is worried about gameplay. I've always worried about is nothing but gameplay, graphics, and the story very much. Story-wise, I'll have to see how that kind of goes with Naoi and Yasuke, but when it comes to gameplay, and it's kind of following the same open world related stuff that I'm not a big fan of, especially its clunky combat, which is what I'm not a big fan of. The stealth returning is great, which I'm excited for. Again, everyone else has their own topics and situation about that situation with Yasuke. I have really not much to say for much except for the fact that, well, it's unknown much about the real actual story and lore about the situation when it comes to Yasuke as a whole very much. But honestly, though, I still will be interested to see how it plays out very much, although a lot of people have their own points in many different ways, whether you see it or not very much. If people have their reason to say it, they have their reason to say it. I may not agree or not with some people, but it's just how it is pretty much. But Ubisoft has been going downhill lately with their decisions. They've been going up for a lot of their games, including recently with Star Wars Outlaws, with the gameplay just being simple gameplay loop and stuff like that, and then AC Shadows simply following another similar trend, and they're struggling right now to keep up with that stuff right there. So I don't really know why you're coming in here telling me I'm brainwashed right there, pretty much.
Yeah, it's also, well, what
What?
I was also trying to say is it's also weird because another stereotype is dumb and brutish, but one of Yasuke's abilities that they showcase is him bursting through a door that he could have just opened the door.
Yeah, I mean,
like they even showed it, and it was weirdly stupid because they showed it was he was bursting through the door from the inside. He's already inside the compound.
So
why does he need to break through the door when he could just lift the bar on the inside
and just walk right in, pretty much? He could just do that when he's ready to get into a battle, pretty much. Why are all the fighting games the same combat style? Well, I mean, again, everyone has their different forms of different combat styles a lot, very much. But the problem is basically what I say about with the combats for currently with Assassin's Creed is that it's the same type. Let me explain. If you remember much of many Assassin's Creed games long before, they had that very much where you lock on the enemies, time your buttons right, and use that to either parry, a block, stuff like that, dodge, and other related attacks right there. That's the simple point right there, too. And later, when AC Origins gets introduced, they introduce a much more different type of combat where it's basically a lot more open world base as is for the whole open world concept. So it focused on a lot more of that heavily defense stuff like that. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like the Dark Souls games without the difficulty. It's just that kind of fighting style, basically. But the problem is that they keep following that same style a lot, and not to mention the way how they handle it, in my opinion, can sometimes be a little bit clunky. Like even in Valhalla's combat, I didn't hate it, but it was still kind of clunky in some situations. And when the fact that I saw it in AC Shadows, it just kind of gave me the same feeling that I'm concerned of, especially for Yasuke, because he's supposed to be the heavily combat-based character. So I was worried I would have trouble enjoying as much. Could be like, having trouble with this clunky-ass, slow combat very much. Again, yes, I know he's like a samurai and he has like big bulky armor, so that makes sense in some ways, but then again though, like I don't want to deal with that kind of combat a lot. Even some games that had clunky base people with that armor and stuff like that still managed to move fluently in many different ways.
Like look at Ghost of Tsushima.
Exactly, Ghost of Tsushima, which is what, yes, a lot of people compared a lot very much, but look at him. He's able to move very much, and the combat is honestly phenomenal. I haven't played the game yet. I have it on my wish list. I still want to play it, but it's literally pretty fluent.
My only complaint about Ghost of Tsushima's combat was the parry system.
I think I heard some people say about the parry system
I get it's a staple of combat to have a parry system.
Yeah.
But the game, to me, if you're going to include a parry system, you either have to make 100% certain that the parry system works and it's not going to lag behind, or it's not going to press too early, because then you're just getting hit for no reason.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is one of my main complaints for Ghost of Tsushima, is the parry system can be kind of off at times.
Fair enough.
Especially considering there are certain boss fights.
Yeah.
This is probably just me where I was playing it on the hardest difficulty.
Okay, fair enough.
There are
That's
certain
hard
boss
to-
fights where you just get hit once, where you should have been able to parry it.
Yeah.
But the parry didn't work.
Understandable, very much. I can understand completely. But anyway, but look, King Black, you, by the way, my friend, look, whatever you just came in and heard me talking about that stuff, none of us here, by the way, are all being, if you think we're being racist, that you came in saying there's only one race, the human race, and being brainwashed. If you heard that just because of Yasuke, none of us are trying to talk about this because he's black. If you think that's what we're coming through, funny enough, you come in here and your little name is literally King Black, sounds like to me you're trying to come stir up unnecessary negativity in the discussion. Well, we're talking about negative things, but we're trying to talk about the most bigger reasons on why we think something's going wrong with the games. Since we're not talking about just because of Yasuke of who he is, we're talking about how they are, of course, depicting some situations on him and questionable gameplay issues very much. None of us here are simply acting like that race doesn't deserve any kind of fault. If you coming in here literally saying that, literally, and not to mention your name literally says that, sounds like you're just coming and stir random shit for no reason just because you heard us talking about AC Shadows. So it just sounds like that kind of shit you just want to do, my friend. So if that's all you're pretty much here going to be here for mostly, you can just walk out the door, mates. We're here to talk about game-related issues, not talking about race, politics, and stuff like that, dude. Even if we have something slightly about the situation, we're not here to do that, dude. So if you're here to talk about that stuff, the door's right there, mate. Bye-bye.
Yeah, the only reason why I bring up Yasuke being black is because they're perpetuating stereotypes that they claim they're against.
Exactly, and there were some points where that too. See, Darsup's not trying to be racist or something like that. He's just mentioning about that situation, which is on Ubisoft's mistake. Simple as that. If that's really what it comes out to that reason, then pardon me right there. Yo, what's up, Crane? Good to see you, man. Welcome on in, man.
Yeah, because it's just a very weird situation where they're trying to they're trying to be so against racism that they're actually being racist.
Exactly.
It's always been a weird thing to me where you can't criticize someone because of like how they're born.
No, you can't do that. No.
You know, it's always just been a weird thing to me when you hear something like a stereotype.
Yeah.
And then people want to be so upset about that stereotype, but then end up perpetuating it or end up being insulting. Because, like, I wouldn't want somebody to protect me because I was, you know,
no.
I'm Irish.
Yeah, no, I don't want people to protect me.
If somebody makes if somebody makes a ha-ha drunk or ha-ha Irish potato famine joke.
Yeah, I don't get offended. I mean, it's the same thing with me with autism. Like, I have literally, like, I'm a very hyperactive kind of person, like that completely, that too, of my own ADHD right there. I don't care if people call me the R slur or say I'm an alien or try to say that, they use excuse like that whole vaccination literally is what causes like autism, stuff like that, and any like that. I'm not gonna let that shit tell me to do, because I don't give a fuck. They can say that shit all they want. It's not true, and honestly, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, sure, it will hurt me, but sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me, and really end pretty much. It might sometimes feel painful, but it doesn't hurt me too much in the slightest.
Yeah, what pisses me off more is people who like want to basically protect you like you're a child, and you can't protect yourself. Like, if somebody insults me, let me fucking defend myself, you know?
Why am I in general? Why am I a general? That's the stream of message. It's just like, you know, hello there, General Kenobi. You said hello there, by the way, so that's like, you know, Obi-Wan Kenobi's quote, basically, from Star Wars. What pockets that just turned? Well, it's not really a pocket talk. I'm just hanging out with Darsup. He and I are basically just talking about certain related Star Wars related topics. We're just talking about a little bit of stuff like that, and then we just swap over to Ubisoft. And we are just talking about the problem what's going on with Ubisoft lately and stuff like that. I'm also about to look at the article Darsup might send me if he found it yet. Darsup, did you find the article yet, or have you not found it yet?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
No, take
here.
your time. It's okay. Take your time. It's no biggie. And then we were kind of getting a little heaved up about like some random ass person just came in, joining in here, and thinking because we were talking about Yasuke and AC Shadows, he thinks we were trying to talk about something racial. So he just comes in trying to tell us that we're like, there's only one race, the human race, it's your brainwash, even though, buddy, none of us here are being racist at all. We're just talking about the situation, about the problem going on with Yasuke and while they're being depicted and stuff like that. There's nothing against him about his race very much. In fact, I've actually, I'm all in for Yasuke, honestly, in my opinion, being in the game, because he's been in many games before. I wouldn't mind having him being depicted. It's just got to make sure if Ubisoft will do it right, of course, and stuff like that, which I don't think they are doing great. I mean, many people have many other reasons why that may be more reasonable, or others against it, but that's all I'm going to say for sure. Again, some guy coming in there trying to just, like, talk about that shit. It's just someone trying to cause and stir up unnecessary hate for no reason. Even though it was their first time chatting with me and then coming in like that, literally, so they don't know who I am. They don't know that I'm not being racist. They literally could check out all my VODs and would not find a single bit of that whatsoever. And literally actually know that I've been looking forward to AC Shadows before, and actually have stated that I actually would like to get the game. I'm just being cautious because of gameplay, graphics, and story. That's all I care about. I don't worry about politics or race or anything like that. I'm just worried about the game actually being good. I didn't get outlawed for that exact same reason. Thank God I didn't. The review said otherwise, and many reasons. Some people said they like it, some people didn't like it, but I have many points I agree with others, so yeah. My mom's side of the family comes from all over Western Europe. See? Got some people of diversity around here too as well. Oh. I mean, I'm also German and Irish, and when people make potato and specific German 1940s activities, I don't get angry. Yeah, exactly. Like, same thing with me. Like, I'll be upset. Like, I'll be, like, disturbed in that mindset when I hear people make that comment, like, call me, like, the arsler. You know what I'm talking about. You guys know that word. But it doesn't really, like, it hurts, but it's like, who gives a shit? I'm not worried about it. I got a life to live. I got a family to be with. I got a cat right now I love very much that we just got that we're taking care of right there. I got games to play. I got streams to entertain. I got the pizza party to run. I go about some guy I coming in here. Or literally named, by the way, might I add you when we came out named King Black 408. Coming and telling me that and acting like I'm being racist or being brainwashed by a racist, even though literally we're not even being like that whatsoever. Alright, let's see. Let me actually figure out what I gotta do next. I'm still gotta use my ship's hull terminal real quick. Gotta use that before we head inside. That's why I didn't do.
I'm looking for the article. It's being really elusive right now. They might have actually delisted it.
No, it's fine. You're good, dude. You're good. Oh, Eastern Europe? Alright, cool. Eastern Europe. Cool, cool.
Sales.
You said I could leave this to you. Go ahead.
Transmitting clearance code now.
Stand by while I...
3 years? Jeez, yeah, Crane, you've been here OG for a long time, man. You've been OG for a long time, indeed. How you doing, by the way, Crane? How's life been, dude? I know I haven't seen you in a hot minute. How you been, dude?
I've cleared a docking bay for you. Please proceed with your landing, sir.
But yeah, I'm hoping to leave soon as things move on over time. Things will eventually shake up, you know? Things will shake up with Ubisoft, you know?
We'll infiltrate the station quietly. By the time the Imperials realize they've been lied to, we'll have what we need.
The docking bay will be swarming with honor guards for the Grand Moff. When you emerge from the ship,
I mean, good. Had a girlfriend. You tried to push me into things I didn't want to do, and now she's going after my friends, which is pretty fucked. But otherwise, school is going well. My family's been good, other than having my grandma died. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. And wait, a girlfriend. I tried to push you into things I didn't want to. Wait, what? Wait, I pushed you into some things with someone in a relationship. I don't remember that.
I'll be right back, pizza. I gotta use the restroom.
Sure, go for it. Yeah, I rephrased that because I don't recall ever doing something like that very much. I don't even know I even had you had a girlfriend at the time or something like that when I last saw you before. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, sorry. Okay, I was just like wondering because like I never knew you had a girlfriend. Your girlfriend tried to push. So you had a girlfriend that tried to push you into things. You mistype. Yeah, it's okay. We all done that. I've done that too, my friend. I've done mistype as well too, man. You and me both, man. You and me both. I literally did the same thing myself, dude. Very much insane, and dude, very much the same. You and me both, man. I've mistyped a lot of stuff myself when I type a lot. I type so fast, I literally do the same fucking thing, dude. All the time, man. You and me both, man. I hate it. Ugh. But yeah, anyway, I want to say this, guys, right here when I'm talking about, just to mention this before Darsov gets back here, I want to say this real quick, one thing, like I said, guys. I'm always have to talk about a lot of things even though I don't want to, I'm always a positive channel that doesn't want to talk about negative things. Gaming wise, Star Wars wise, anything within that spectrum, I'm okay to talk about because it's relatable to my content and it's good to talk about it. And I'm here to talk about mostly the most important reason that goes on, the business that goes on, what's been happening that's hurting it, and why the games have just been at fault. That's why I talk about the shit that goes on about with Ubisoft, what I feel about the future for X Defiant. That's why I've been concerned about Call of Duty, which is why I'm not probably going to get BO6 anytime soon, maybe, which is why I'm worried about it. I'm not going to keep an eye on the reviews just in case. This is why I'm not sure if I'll get it for zombies. This is why I have never liked the console war BS. The console war BS has always been a problem for a long time, and it still is, even talk about a lot to this day. So many fanboys of all groups keep acting like that. Like, it really is insane to a lot of memes right there. And we're here to talk about those points. We're not here to talk about anything politics. We're not here to talk about anything I sub and nothing happened. LMO. That happened to you many times. Crane, you do know it's not automatically. You have to click the notification, right? On the chat bar. Do you not see the notification? Are you on desktop? You know it's like that pretty much too, dude. You have to like see the notification that pops up that tells you you want to send alerts, by the way. Didn't pop up? Refresh your browser. Refresh it. Just refresh it. Refresh the tab. Refresh it, and then you'll probably see it pop up again. Usually, typically, it does that, even no matter if you use Prime or something. I know you dealt with this multiple times, so I remember long ago, so I'll mention that. Also, thank you again for the sub, dude. Thank you, dude. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. But there it is. But yeah, there it is. Jesus.
There we go.
There we go. So yeah, thank you for the 4 months, man. You're an absolute giga Chad. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the support, Crane. Thank you so much, dude. We're not here to talk about politics. We're not here to talk about race. We're not here to talk about gender. We're not here to worry about anything like that. We're here to support those, no matter what groups you are. But we're making sure that we don't go too far to talking shit like that, because politics, all that stuff, is only just gonna be a problem and like that, and it's gonna split people apart, which is why we're not here to talk about that shit. If you have your own opinions about certain political stuff, be my guest. Go think about that. Just don't talk about it here, because we don't talk about stuff, and don't force that upon people. That's most important right there, which is why I talk about that one person who came in, because it's clear he was trying to come in for an agenda right there to force that on us, because he believes we were trying to attack the show because of race rather than actual gameplay. Sure, Darcy was talking about something about the way it was depicted for SK, but it's not because of just the skin color. It's because of how they were handling the situation, on top of every gameplay set that was shown in previous gameplay reveals. So that's it. Time to cancel subscription. Well, if it's yeah, if you want to end your month for that, if I do, that'd be my guess for sure. But thank you again for the sub, dude. Thank you, dude. Enjoy your emotes and your pizza party experience, dude. Thank you, dude. But yeah, guys, like I said, I don't talk about this seriously too often. A lot here like that when that stuff kind of talk like that pops up, but I'd like to talk about it every now and then with chat and stuff like that, because I think it's important that we all manage to talk about this stuff like that. It's very important, and I enjoy talking about this stuff with people because it's important that we all kind of understand what's going on. Ubisoft has definitely not been the same since. Activision's not been the same since. Hell, I can even say the same about Nintendo. I still love Nintendo. I still love their games, but even they have not been the same since with some moments. I love Nintendo. I'm a very big Nintendo fan, but even I have to disagree with some takes. It's unfortunate, though, seeing where gaming's going today because of these decisions by the executives. And it's even crazy with some people trying to find many different reasons on both sides, wherever you agree with or not, both wherever you think good or bad. So mixed some ways right now in many different directions. Like, people should look forward to the game, but should question it too. And I think people who are questioning Yasuke, Naoe, everything that's like that, in many different aspects, even if it's not coming to the point of trying to be hurtful to that extent. Jesus. It does not mean that people are being hurtful or racist or anything like that. It's because people are having any good points right there. And that's why I will question anyone who will say stuff like that guy earlier, because, you know, that reason like that. So, because people who come into like that saying that shit are just people who only are looking for trouble rather than looking for maybe questioning and actual stuff like that. So, remember that one time we played VR Chat ever once? I can't remember that. It's been a while, but I think we did. I kind of remember a little bit of that long ago, I guess. I have not been on VR Chat in so long. I've kind of got bored of VR Chat. I haven't been on my VR headset in a long time either, but I'm hoping at least get back to that at some point. I got some games in mind I want to play again and stuff like that again, so I got some good points with her. Yo, what up, Sean? What up, Sean? Actually, Crane, we shouldn't be talking about that right there. Crognes, can you delete that one message from Crane? Crane, it's best not to don't go talk about age right there. I'd rather not keep on talking about that stuff like that, by the way. And also, there's rules now that's been implementing by Twitch that's trying to not allow people coming in talk about their age and stuff like that. So it's best not mention. It's not a good idea to start talking about age and stuff like that. I mostly have talked about it for myself right there because I am pretty much like the streamer and stuff like that. But it's best not to talk about that a lot, honestly, on Twitch right now because Twitch is implementing some kind of rule that is forcing people to not really talk about that shit or something like that. I can't remember what it specifically said, but it's like something about that matter right there. So Twitch is basically saying that you can't just go around like stating your age or something like that I can't remember what it was specifically. That's quite dumb. Well, there's something to it because of some kind of situation involved with that. Here, let me see real quick. Let me check real quick. Yeah, let me check real quick what it was again. I can check real quick. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I only talk about because I'm the streamer over here. Let me find real quick. Twitch. Let's see. What was it about? Let's see. I'm trying to find it real quick. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. It was on Twitter about this before when I heard from Zach right there. Let's see. Let's see. All right, no problem, Crane. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Thank you so much for the sub again, man. I appreciate you for the support, man. Much love to you. All right, let me find it real quick because I really want to read this out. It's actually very important. Okay, here it is, I believe. Okay, because they did a lot of different new policies and rules. So let's see if I can find that. Okay, here it is. Yes, this one right here. Here, it's this one. Okay, well, actually, like it's not like Crane's in the bad for what he said right there. It's just more like it's because of this recent thing right here. So it's because of this new enforcement note on youth safety. So youth safety. For example, it's typing in chat, haha, I'm 12 by the way, or I'm using my dad's account because I'm 11. So it's because of like stuff like this. Basically, it's basically saying you can't just like make fun of that shit. It's probably because of the fact that because of everything that was happening recently, like with like Dr. Disrespect and stuff like that. They want to keep protecting like that. So stuff like this happening, if you guys get what I'm talking about. So even though I'm not saying that Crane what he said was wrong, I'm mostly trying to avoid anyone saying in chat about their age. So I'm trying to tell everyone to avoid it. I don't mind if someone says it's their birthday coming up. I don't mind if you say that. Like, if it's your birthday coming up, I don't mind if anyone says that. That's fine. But if you want to talk about, like, oh, I'm turning this age, maybe don't say in this chat. If you were on, like, the Kickstream chat or YouTube side, or if you were in my Discord server, that's fine if I learn about that. That's fine. They don't have any policies like that, I believe. But on Twitch, because they're enforcing this because of protection policies like this, I want to keep everyone from getting banned. I don't think this affects me. I just think it might affect someone. I'm just worried it might affect Crane or anyone else who says it because I don't know if this will affect me, though. I mean, it says youth safety, so it's still probably going to be talking about me because, concerned about the child, blah, 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 even though I think it's bullshit completely for that reason. But, you got to be very careful with this kind of stuff, These policies will kick in like that, and they will kick the boot on you, so. Exactly. Yeah, see, Crane, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. People under age 13 because of that. That's the legal age you can be obtained in Twitch. Exactly. You have to be 13 years or older for that. Exactly. But anyway, wait, Crane. Before you go, I might as well just say this just in case. If since you'll be turning 17 and on August, I'll say this. So let me play a little birthday song for you, just as early, just in case. Right there, since you turned that right there. Since you turned that, let me turn that for you just in case. There you go. Yeah, I know, but since your birthday happened, I might as well give you that, my treat. There you go. I just love to play that alert. It's really good. I just wanted to play that. Yeah, super related birthday, so I'll just give you that for sure, dude. Hope you got some good presents, though. Hope you got a good cake, good celebration, stuff like that. Twitch seems to be cracking down some things for some reason. That's exactly the point. Although I'm kind of glad they are doing it because there is a lot of weird people on these platforms. A lot of weird people. So it makes sense to me they're doing this, even though Twitch isn't exactly on par sometimes. I'm glad they are doing it. Like, there is, even though there is literally issues with it, there really is a lot of weird people out there that Twitch needs to crack down on their platform. As much as say for Kick and YouTube and everyone else. There's many things that could go on. So I'm hoping at least they'll actually keep working on it as possible. I'm just mentioning that because I was concerned that if Crane said that, it was going to result in his, like, his account getting banned or getting me in trouble or something. I'm not saying that it's the case right there. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but... You know, I mean, I just want to avoid it for all sake of reasons, stuff like that. So that's why I think I need to make sure that the rule states in my rules that no mentioning of your age. I mean, like I say, you got to be 18 years or older, but that's just like a warning point to let people know. So if you come into my shit, literally, and say that you're, like, I mean, he's 17, but, like, it's no biggie by me very much. Because, again, we also here just, like, swear, play a lot of violent video games, stuff like that, and, like, literally talk about very negative stuff a lot. But if he was, like, 14 or something like that, yeah, I would have banned him straight on the spot because, again, a 14-year should be coming in, watching me drop F-bombs constantly every single fucking time. Literally. Like, can you imagine me have to come in here, like, hear that out, and then literally hear him saying that shit, and I, like, have to hear him, like, a 14-year-old come into my shit, and I hear him say, fuck! That, yeah. Oh, really? Well, let's see. I started in 27, well, probably started in 2018. I didn't have much rules at the time, though. In fact, I was still starting off, so I didn't even have the implementation. So I think I was pretty much all for all ages at the time. Then, when I got to 2020, 2021, that's when I transitioned, pretty much. But I probably wasn't aware either. dude. I probably wasn't even aware because I didn't talk about count win in 2020. Well, then I wasn't aware of that then. I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware, like, you probably, because again, I didn't talk about my age even at all much either until like 2023, 2024. So. Also, hey TJ, welcome in, buddy. But still, though, I'm glad Twitch is doing that. Please watch your fucking language. Don't tell me to watch my fucking language. Fuck you, Christ. Just coming in like that, we're wasted. Yeah, Pizza, watch your goddamn fucking language, you bitch. How dare you? God damn it, God damn it, you guys are motherfuck. Gaming Pizza Boys having a moment, please. Oh, potty mouths are. Wait, we sure do. We sure are potty mouths. We were dropping Samuel L. Jackson MFR moments right there. Yeah, the cure for that? Uh-oh. What's the cure? What's the cure, TJ? What's the cure for that? Perfect timing with this new sound effect and combined with the redemption. Give it a button. Oh shit. God, I love those redemptions so much. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad Twitch is literally cracking down on that stuff and doing that. But yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to be more aware of the situation right there. So yeah, guys, like I said, the rules. Don't mention about your age really constantly. It's just not a good thing. At least not on Twitch standards, at least. And you remember, as always, you gotta at least be 18 years old or older to be on my stream. At least that's not as a demand. It's just more of a warning. Because, like I said, guys, we swear a lot here. There's nothing to worry about. It's not like there's, like, literally other stuff like pornography or, like, murder, like actual murder, massacre, or anything like that, or promotion of drugs or weapons. It's literally just us swearing a lot and playing violent video games. I mean, we play, like, X Defiant, which is like an FPS shooter game, so there's a lot of shooting, so, yeah.
Something's wrong with Leha. She's not herself. She tricked me.
Jomar was chasing proof you'd fall into the dark side.
I assure you, that was a happy little accident. Yes, it was a happy little accident.
You were just as easy.
The Emperor is
it was just a little happy little accident.
Resist him.
Please don't hurt her. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Yeah, so we have commands, we have redemptions, which are like on-screen related stuff. If you want to know what the commands are, just type in !commands in the chat. It can take you to my Google Doc for the command list, and you can look at all our commands. We actually have some Halloween exclusive ones right now. They're only for Halloween, and they'll turn off. So if you want to see them, !commands. So be my guest, and you can look at all the command lists. They're all there for everyone to use. Everyone can use it. The mods can use it. Subscribers can use it. Regular people can use it. Anyone can use it. So go ahead and be my guest, guys. Be my guest. Hold on, let me actually check some real quick before I move. I realize one of my things is not working properly. Let me take a look at something real quick. Let me see. Command list. Oh, I'm just checking some real quick, guys. I just noticed I need to edit some of my commands. My commands are acting. You can understand what you see. Yes, you're hoping, coping, breathing the truth. All right, good night, Ryan. Sleep well, buddy. Thanks for coming to hang out with us, man. You get some rest, buddy. Much love. I'm just trying to edit that command list because one of my commands is not working as corrected, so we gotta take a look. Where's my... well, whatever. Well, good night, at least just saying, because it's pretty late. It's getting pretty late where we are, too, so we're just saying good night, you know? Just saying good night. Where's my command list thing? Thanks for the lurk, dude. Thank you, dude. Okay, where's my command? I'm trying to find that real quick, because I'm trying to... Where's my command list? I know I had it around here somewhere. Tools, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's it. I need to drop that and put that as a Twitch. But still, guys, it was his birthday, actually, already. It was like August 17th. It was a belated birthday, actually, but yeah. All right, Twitch. Make a YouTube one again as well. Okay, add that in there. Okay, command list YouTube. I'm just sort of trying to organize some stuff because I noticed my stuff was all, you know. There we go. Okay, now let me go ahead and duplicate this. And put that as YouTube. And put that in here. Oh, that's the wrong place. Why can't I? Oh, maybe if I just type. There you go. That'll work. Oh, but that's because there already is one. I don't wonder why. Okay, my bad. I didn't realize. Okay, let me go. List stats. Command list YouTube. Command list Twitch. There we go. I just adjust everything to everything what I needed to be. So that should work next time so we don't get spammed by that. Sorry, guys. I was trying to adjust some of my commands right there. Sorry about that. Anyway.
I don't want to hurt you. If you care about Jomar, surrender.
Surrender is for the weak. Jomar had that option. You don't. You remember the meaties?
All right, good night, Crocnius. Sleep well, buddy. I'll get those those shit lords. Take care, my friend. Sleep well, man.
Briefly.
You sleep well, my friend. But yeah, guys, I wanted to say real quick, guys, that despite even with our recent, you know, crazy shit that was going on, I do appreciate everyone for all the support, as always, for coming in and hang out with us and chat with us and discuss with us. Because like I said, guys, we're here to discuss a lot of things about gaming and Star Wars, stuff like that, and we're here to have a good time, talk about it, even if it's something that's going on, it's not been terrific lately. We're here to have a good time about it. That's the point of a discussion. That's the point of, like, stuff like that very much. It's very important that we talk about even the most problematic things sometimes, because it's important that we know about what's going on, because if we don't learn from it and don't understand what's going on, maybe we might never see the better out of gaming or Star Wars ever again. And that's why there's issues going on with Star Wars. That's why there's issues going on with gaming. That's why there's issues going on with a lot of the stuff we used to love a lot. So it's important to have discussion about it so we can make sure we...
Stop!
Yeah.
Stop! Where are we?
Leha, it's me. You're going to be all right.
My poor droids. How did we get here?
You've been under the Emperor's control. You tortured Jomar and tried to kill me.
No. That's not possible. No. I can feel the Emperor's presence. He hates you. The things he made me do.
Come home to Tython. Master Satil will help you. I have no right to ask you for anything, but the Council doesn't need to know about us. Please, keep our relationship to yourself.
Your relationship with Leha nearly killed us all. You must tell the Council everything.
They won't understand, but I'd rather tell them myself than let you do it. My mission wasn't a total failure. I overheard Leha delivering orders from the Emperor to a high-ranking Sith Lord. I couldn't hear details, but I know...
Oops, sorry.
Went on a secret mission to the planet.
So I was kind of clicking on some of my browsers real quick. I'm trying to get ready to when Darcy does come back, so I can at least look at that article that he wanted me to look at.
Us.
Nice, there we go. Oh, let me check some real quick while I'm at it because I actually want to see something. Let me see. I want to check some real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking something in mine real quick. Let's see. Let me check. I'm just checking some real quick. Just quickly trying to do a quick little moderation real quick on my own part right now. Just trying to do something. Let's see.
All right, I'm back. I just sent you both relevant articles.
Okay, groovy. We were just finishing up with the battle right now, so I'll definitely take a look in just a moment. I'm just trying to find that user because I might actually ban that guy just in case, because that guy coming in like that was... Let's see.
Nah, don't ban him.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, we won't ban him. All right. I was just saying because, you know, someone just coming in like that is just...
Nah, don't ban him. It's not worth it.
Okay, fine. All right.
If he comes back and stirs up trouble, then ban him. But like one instance of it,
whatever. Okay, cool. All right, let me read the articles real quick. We'll look at that real quick. Let's have some fun with that. Because I didn't know about the ones you told me about with the, you know, Steam thing. I didn't know about that part. Let's see.
It's even funnier when the gaming journalists are actually telling it to us like themselves.
Yeah. Oh, Tom Anderson. Yeah, I like Insider Gaming too. I actually like Insider Gaming. All right, let's take a look at that real quick. So I'll read that. My first reaction of it. So I will be going in blind by it. Let me go ahead and look at that real quick. All right, let's see. Let's start with the PC Gamer one. I'll start with this one, I guess, first. Okay, Star Wars Outlaw sales were softer than expected, so Ubisoft is slamming the release in on Steam button early. Yeah, I know about that's pretty obvious. I remember hearing that right there. Ubisoft says its decision to delay Assassin's Creed Shadows to next year was motivated by softer than expected sales of its last big open world game, Star Wars Outlaws. While Assassin's Creed Shadows is feature complete, the learnings from the Star Wars Outlaws release led us to provide additional time to further polish the title, Ubisoft told investors today, which, yeah, that makes sense in some ways. The company also announced that Outlaws will come to Steam on November 21st. Yeah, I know that I have that on my wish list just in case a discount hits someday. And indicate that it's no longer going to do time epic exclusives on PC, a deal it has maintained with the Fortnite developer since 2019. When AC Shadows releases in February, it will be on Steam on day one as well. Star Wars Outlaws released in August and is a pretty good game by many accounts, including our Star Wars Outlaws review. Another PCG writer went on to Outlaws expecting to be disappointed both by a Disney-era Star Wars and by today's open world Ubisoft formula, but was pleasantly surprised. Outlaws is a very good time and a very good Star Wars game, Fraser wrote. Ubisoft is still hopeful that Outlaws can deliver what it needs to in the long term and says that Its dev teams are, quote, currently fully mobilized to swiftly implement a series of updates to polish and improve the player experience in order to engage a large audience during the holiday season to position Star Wars Outlaws as a strong long-term performer. A long way of saying we can expect some quality patches. Well, they better be, because I have seen some issues with the game, and definitely there needs to be quite a lot of it, the AI especially included, because I saw that shit. That's one thing, the AI, man. I saw some gameplay briefly of it without spoiling myself the story. The AI is so weird sometimes, even for a stealth game. I had no problem.
The AI is stupid.
Yeah, I know. At least, like when I played with Valhalla, but even though stealth was just non-existent in Valhalla, I mean, even at least when I snuck around people, at least they programmed just right. Anyway. Whenever delaying Stacey Shouts was the right response to Outlaws missing its early sales target, I don't know. If Star Wars Outlaws was a pretty good open world Star Wars game but didn't sell as much as Ubisoft expected, I'm not sure, quote, additional time to further polish would have changed that. Maybe some of the crowd just moved on from this kind of game. Well, it brings my point what I'm saying, though, about the gameplay loop situation, guys. I mean, after all, the point with gaming, and most importantly, is that, look, you can always enjoy doing some of what you know you're doing good the most, but you got to make sure you maintain that. You got to keep a balance of it. You got to make sure you give us a good mix of some similar, but also some different gameplay. Give us something like that. Not just simple, small, limited features as this certain game will have. It needs to be something that changes the game overall. It could be something that still feels similar but different, but also something that could be very different, but it needs to be manageable. And, I mean, AC Shadows is basically going down the whole open world path again, similar to Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla. So,
which I honestly liked Origins.
Oh, I love Origins. Yeah, I enjoy Origins too.
I think like Origins was what Assassin's Creed needed.
Yeah,
and I don't mind
Odyssey,
the RPG.
Oh, sorry, I said yeah.
Like, I don't mind the RPG elements that they implemented.
No,
I really don't.
I don't either.
I just think that there needs to be a bit more, I guess you could say, care put into the games going forward.
Yeah, there should be, honestly. Because, like, that's what I say about this with Odyssey and Valhalla. The only issue I had, the one big issue, I'll say the most, well, actually two big issues. First of all is the lack of stealth. As you know, Assassin's Creed, being assassins, your main goal is you're very stealthy in some ways, right? You know how it's cool to sneak on people and do those interesting, cool takedowns like that? Like back in Assassin's Creed 2, when you do jumping up from one hook area out the top of the church building, stuff like that, and go down and assassinate one of the characters like that. That was cool. This, unfortunately, like, has lack of it. Like, it's not like it's not there, but it's kind of hard to find certain position. And plus, most of the mechanics before, like hiding in crowds, hiding on seats, hiding in the grass sometimes too. Well, that's still there sometimes, but at least some like that kind of stuff, the original way, was gone, unfortunately, which is what I saw lacking in those games, which kind of unfortunately hurt me a lot with stuff. The second point, which I mentioned before, is the open world aspect of how much you put into it. Sometimes I like a big open world that can last me for hours, but I need one that's not super long. I need I'm not just, I love to have a mix of story, side missions, other related stuff, but my God, Valhalla had so many collectibles combined with both literally over in Britannia and literally England and literally in Norway, and that's just not counting the DLC alone. Not the DLCs alone. That's not counting them alone. Like that's a lot to do. Anyway, but if the delay makes Shadows a better game, I'm not complaining. I'm also not complaining either. I don't mind delays sometimes. I'm at least willing to give it a chance, hopefully, but we'll see how this goes. And the Steam Notes is certainly welcome. I agree with that too. I think we can all agree Ubisoft Connect's application, oh my God, I hate it. It is not a good software to use. I would rather just use Steam. I don't even want to use Epic Games either.
Fuck Epic Games.
I saw a meme literally of that. It's that one meme of the guy coming in the office and it's like the woman like different sides. Like one side was like it shows Steam offering a nice discount for a game. Oh, thank you so much. Epic Games gives you like a free game. Hello, police, security. It's just like, yeah, like honestly, no free games in my opinion will tempt me to stick to Epic Games. Like, sure, free games are nice, but still.
So here's the thing: whenever you're getting something for free, it's never free.
No.
the best way to put it is that if something is free, you're the product.
Exactly. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at Tom Henderson's. I do enjoy a lot of Insert Game, and he makes some pretty good takes on here and there. So, all right, let's see. This is the this is exclusive content around Assassin's Creed Shadows delay. Is this probably the one to talk about with the executives holding? Yeah. Okay, let me read this one. All right, context around Assassin's Creed Shadows delay. Last week, Ubisoft announced that AC Shadows will be delayed from its intended November release date to February 2025. We know that. While the announcement was somewhat of a shock, but publicly, internally, it was expected and desperately needed. Honestly, I'm kind of glad they did that. Ubisoft announced that the game was delayed, quote, to polish and refine the experience. That's typically what we expect in many delays these days, in many games. In this earnings update, the company further claimed that the delay was due to the learning from Star Wars Outlaws release. Yes, I've seen the reviews, and I know definitely based on what they said that it did not sell very well. It did not get to the hype they were expecting. Both claims are true, but beyond a few short words, internally the developers have been pushing for delay for the best part of a few months, which had fallen on deaf ears until the release of Outlaws. Yves Guillemot, the current CEO of Ubisoft and part of a lineage family of running of Ubisoft, pointing out in an internal memo that Star Wars Outlaws' initial sales proved softer than expected, with Guillemot pointing out that his critics rated the game 76 out of 100 on Metacritic. I think it's important to note that the user score is far lower at 5.4 out of 10 too, although I wasn't given the figure on what Ubisoft anticipated Outlaws to sell with its first month. The game has surpassed 1 million units sold, which is still a lot, but at the time of the writing. Its performance has seemingly caused alarms to ring at its headquarters, which not only led to the approval of AC Shadows being delayed to first quarter of 2025, but to finally putting games back on Steam at request that every Ubisoft team has been pushing for years. Okay. At the request of every Ubisoft team pushing it for years now. Let's see about that. So why was Shadows delayed? It's a complicated question without a single answer, but it boils down to strict development, timeline, polishing, and addressing the Japanese community's cultural and historical accuracy concerns. But first, let me address some of the wild rumors about Yasuke. He's not going to be removed. Well, obviously, no. I mean, that would be kind of stupid because you've already promoted him so much right there. Why would you remove a character so easily just from a lot of people complaining about it alone right there? You still need to fix him up anyway. However, sources have said that... Sorry, continue.
I think it might be a smarter move if they did because of how offensive the Japanese community finds him.
Yeah,
but
I understand, but I just think it's a little bit too little too late because they've already done a lot of promotion, in my opinion. That's the reason why. I agree with that, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it might have been a smarter move if they did remove him.
But unfortunately,
I understand why they won't.
If I could snap my fingers and like Thanos and change something like that, I would have done that just to hopefully correct that, or at least correct what they did wrong for what the people want. I mean, I can't say much because I don't know much about the culture. I'm not Japanese. I don't know about that crazy much. But if they say if there's really people saying that stuff, okay. I mean, I know some people who are tricky about that, and some people can just be flat out actually racist. But again, if genuine Japanese people definitely have reasons, which I do agree, I think they do, then I'm all to hear all the words about it. I bet they have pretty good reasons. However, sources have said that the team have been actively addressing many of the historical and cultural concerns, which started before the game's reveal following the external playtest and were accelerated further following the game's initial reveal and mass feedback. This includes changing some of Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in the game, fixing architectural details, and ensuring that the game is historically grounded while fitting into the AC universe. Okay. They've been focusing on the culture aspect, trying to make sure his story fits very well to the game and its portrayal in the AC universe. Okay. Fundamentally, though, these are issues that should have been caught internally before the game's reveal, and I agree, they should have been, especially given Ubisoft's strict asset approval process. As for how these issues fell through the cracks, I'm told that historical experts were brought into the project much later than usual for a project of this magnitude, and the miscommunication between teams and cutting corners when it came to the approval process of assets to meet deadlines were also applied. All right, there's my first criticism right there. I have to mention that that's Ubisoft's fault for that reason. Trying to meet the deadlines, trying to cut corners on improving process, and being late to have actual historical experts come in to help make sure everything is done right, even in a more somewhat.
And then the quote unquote historical expert they brought in is then a crazy person who thinks that adult men having relations with children is okay.
Wait, is this who I think it is? Can you say the name of who this person is?
I can't remember her name off the top of my head.
Okay, her. No, I don't know who that is then. I don't know who that is then.
But she's basically a crazy person who wrote a book on a culture of monks that was in Japan, that was widely hated in Japan, and was
I didn't know that
into young boys, and basically was a cult.
Yeesh.
And she wrote a book that promoted their entire ideology, and she's the historical expert that they brought on.
Yeah, that's pretty shitty. That is pretty shitty.
Yeah,
that's very shitty.
It was a really shit decision on their part.
And the mentioning of cut corners right there too as well just makes it even more of a red flag, because the fact they cut corners for one person they didn't look into background checking on. That's
they cut well, that's just typical Ubisoft.
Well, I know,
in general,
but I'm saying I'm relating to that same situation. On top of that, they cut corners on getting the historical expert, and they got her without probably realizing who she really was, background checking wise, for her making that book. So and she's made multiple books that are weirdly pedophilic. Pedophilia. God damn it! Fucking hell, man! Jesus.
I'm just it's a very weird thing. If that's the quote unquote historical expert they brought in. Okay. And then another historical expert they brought in, especially like specifically for Yasuke.
Oh, for Yasuke.
His book is widely regarded in Japan as being very misinformative. And it's weird that that's another person that they're like patting themselves on the back for having.
Two people they claim to be historical experts, but both of them have made books and other related stuff and content involving very nasty shit that goes on right there.
Well, not the second one, just the first lady.
Okay, but the second one was kind of questionable.
The other guy just doesn't have good credentials.
Just as good credentials. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to remember. TJ said, personally, as an adult man who had an underage girl make inappropriate advances upon him and calling me her Twitch dad, I speak of the personal belief that individuals who are underage should not be on Twitch until they reach the age of 18 or can verify they are accompanied by their legal adult caregiver and have their permission to proceed with the creation process of an account. I agree. I mean, that's the kind of reason why me and Darcy kind of agree with that. We wish that Twitch should just make the limit of age to make an account on Twitch should just be 18 years old. They should do that. I mean, probably won't stop them from lying about the shit and make an account, but then again, though, it's nice at least that it will have comfort to kind of get that limitation right there. And that happened to you, TJ? I'm sorry to hear that, man. The fact that someone coming in and telling you that shit at a very young age like that, that's shitty on them right there. That just shows some kids just don't know what the fuck they're thinking. And even the parents being irresponsible too. So that happened. All right, anyway.
Yeah, it's really shit how far Ubisoft cut corners. And we've known that they've been cutting corners for years.
Yeah, most definitely. I know that. Yeah.
Like nobody was surprised that Ubisoft is cutting corners. Like,
no.
Hearing Ubisoft cutting corners is literally no surprise.
No, everyone was aware of the cutting corners.
Yeah, but how far they were doing it?
That's
what's surprising.
That's pretty surprising indeed.
Like, and Star Wars Outlaws really shows just how many corners they cut.
Yeah.
Especially in like AI.
I was expecting a very good open world with very tough enemies to enjoy, with a story that's compelling, which I can't say much because I don't want to be spoiled yet, and gameplay that might be enjoyable, but it's just the same gameplay loop with some bugs and glitches considerably with the AI, and I have no idea about the story though, but I've heard a lot of people saying like they like it, some people they didn't like it. Yeah.
Well, let me be one of the first people to tell you that one of the biggest things that was offensive to the Japanese people is some of the merchandise for Assassin's Creed.
Didn't you tell me about that? Yeah, you told me about that before with something like the figurine for the collector's edition or something like that, or.
Well, not only the figurine for the collectibles edition, they released an additional figurine, which is for the two main characters. It's like a Funko Pop thing.
Okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And guess what? It has a half Torii gate, which the only half Torii gate in Japan is in Hiroshima.
Oh, so that's another mistake on their.
And it's left that way to remember Hiroshima happened. So the offensive part is that they had a figurine with a half Torii gate
to remember a place that, unfortunately, as we know,
which the only half Torii gate in all of Japan, Japan,
yes,
was because it was destroyed during Hiroshima's bombing.
Yeah,
which is exceptionally fucked.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. I didn't know about that. I wasn't aware about that reason. I didn't know about. I heard it was some issue there. I just didn't know that. Again, like I said, I love history, but you know me, I'm mindset. But yeah, that's
it's just really dumb.
That's pretty dumb. That's pretty
dumb. Like nobody.
That's very dumb.
Nobody caught it until like it was revealed, and by that point, apparently they have like thousands of these fuckers sitting in a warehouse.
Oh, it would be so interesting to see how much that sells.
So. Well, no, they've actually publicly announced they are not going to release it now.
Okay, good.
They're trying
Smart
to
fucking move, finally.
They're trying to fucking scrub it from the internet, though.
Yeah.
They're like literally like doing everything possible to remove the image of it.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking funny, though.
Yeah, it's
because
funny.
like let me see if I can pull it up.
Here, you pull up real quick. I'm going to read on ahead right now. Let's see. As for the game's polishes and issues with bugs, it's pretty self-explanatory. The game is currently not at the stage it needs to be for release, and I'm told that there have been some tweaks to some gameplay mechanics and elements that are going to take time to incorporate. While some of these issues were highlighted in recent playtests and mock reviews, these are end-of-development issues that will take a little longer. Of course, these are not new issues for the team. 7 developers working on the project said that they have been pushing for a delay for some time, and their situation had been heard at other studios in the company. Okay, so this has been going on for quite a bit. Ultimately, though, the delay comes down to strict development timeline and the need to address issues caused by the set timeline. Okay, so gotcha, the set timeline. As for why yeah.
Actually, it's Nagasaki, but still.
Okay, well, still, though, that's, yeah. As for why Ubisoft HQ continues to ignore the developers almost your level, Ubisoft Executive Committee and Board of Directors will decide in the review, although 80% of 40 Ubisoft developers think that this ends in no change or layoffs, but that's another story on the internal issues for another time. Well, if everything goes downhill with Ubisoft as it is, it could result in basically some layoffs, most likely. I feel like it. It always happens every time when this shit hits the fan. For now, though, Ubisoft Quebec will release AC Shouts on February 14, 2025, and while the game isn't matching Valhalla in pre-order numbers, which launched on past generation consoles to a wider market, the numbers are solid and are likely to be further given its Steam release announcement. And we can watch the video here, which I'm not going to watch right now because I don't have time for that, but it's fine. Yeah, that's the fact that they've been, for years, mentioning literally that they wanted to go back to Steam, and Executive was like, nah, like, it's just, God, man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. God, this is making me more mad about executives. God, I just want them to be laid off more than the developers, dude. God fucking damn it, dude. Everything that happens to these shit people. God damn it, man.
Yeah, take a look at what I sent you for the Torii Gate.
Let me see that. I'll look at that. Let me see. Holy, wait, no way. Yeah, oh my God, no fucking way, dude. Okay.
Yeah, it's so tone deaf. It's so fucking tone deaf.
Yeah, and here's
the funniest part. Yeah. It was an exclusive that was being sold at the Tokyo Game Show.
Wait, was that the one that they were planning to do a show off for AC Shouts, but they decided to push back on it?
Yeah, they decided to pull out because of this figurine was supposed to be sold at said Tokyo Game Show.
So that's the way it happened. I thought it was because of other recent situations they did because of the game, or even a little joking funny, it was because of Ghost of Utai's review, even though I didn't think that was the case because that was a sudden moment. But that figurine being that recent, oh my God, that is Holy shit.
The
dude.
Japanese public saw it and literally exploded with anger.
Oh, fuck me, dude. No fucking way.
Because, like I said, it's literally left unrepaired to remember why and how it was destroyed.
Yeah, that's stupid. That is stupid. That is stupid on Ubisoft. Very stupid.
She's been under the Emperor's control and needs your help.
Ubisoft literally released this like Funko Pop team up, and nobody at Funko Pop or Ubisoft caught this until it was already out and revealed.
Holy fuck. We went from talking about the issues with Star Wars and talking about the issues of Ubisoft business to now Ubisoft questioning what their culture mind knowledge with Japan. My god. That is insane, dude. That is insane.
It's the dumbest possible outcome.
Yeah, they messed that up big time. They messed that up. I don't even know if I even want to get AC Shadows, despite if the game looks better over time. I'm not even sure if I feel like it.
Yeah, I don't know how that went through an entire like that went through groups of people. Like first it had to go from like a modeler to like the actual manufacturers, and it had to be agreed upon. Like to design a product is not easy. Like I've watched a couple of YouTubers where they do like a process review describing how they launch a product.
Yes.
And they're like, it has to go from this person to this person to this person to this person to this person, then to the manufacturers, then to me, and then we have to get like a test model of the product so we can see it in person and make sure it's quality, and then we'll move forward with manufacturing it, like mass manufacturing. And it's like all these people, it passed through the hands of potentially hundreds, if not thousands of people who saw this.
Yeah.
And not a single person spoke up and said, you know,
there's something strange about this one.
Like if they had released a full Torii Gate where it was like behind Yasuke, and it was, what's her name, Nuri or Niru, whatever her name is. Naoe. Yeah, if it was like a full Torii Gate she was on, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But it's a half Torii Gate, which is a very deliberate choice. And it's just funny that that's what they went forward with.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb, honestly.
Like how? Genuinely how? I don't know.
Like I'm like thinking in my head right now, like even though I'm just understanding about this, because again I'm not big on history crazy like that, but at least I'm trying to understand what's going on. But that is mind-blowing in a nutshell right there. Like my head is like exploding 3 times more than any other reaction I've felt over my entire existence in a lately history since like I don't know, since like some other instance that happened in life and stuff like that. It's just that's stupid. That's not just stupid. That's very fucking stupid of Ubisoft. That is very fucking stupid.
Yeah, and then like people are like out there still defending Ubisoft, like, but it's America, and it's like, no, there's Ubisoft Japan, and it's even dumber because it's not even.
Well, here's my point. I want to mention real quick. My point, reason. I don't care if it's America, Japan, or any other country. The point is, though, is if Ubisoft was going to continue making a game involving history, even if it had some fictional stuff and not completely accurate things, it still needs to make sure to not do anything that is still quite offensive to the country's culture. So literally the fact that they had 2 experts playing quotes, literally, that exactly weren't that sufficiently good enough, and one of them had really bad controversy with books they made, and the fact that they made some many mistakes from their merchandise and other promotional art and stuff like that and other reasons, it makes me want to really still question more than just gameplay. Like, trust me, I may be in it for the gameplay and graphics, stuff like that, don't get me wrong, that's important, but even when stuff like this pops up, I gotta at least put my foot down at least to understand what's going on. And to me, that has to be the most shittiest thing imaginable that I ever read about Ubisoft, and proves my point of why I agree. Like Activision, like EA, any of those companies, Ubisoft is literally up there as right now in this situation being one of the most shittiest companies right now because of how they handle it with their consumers, how they handle it with the developers, and clearly not giving a fuck about what's going on with their marketing plans, because that is clear as hell, crystal clear as a crystal ball. Literally that shit happening right there. Fuck that shit, honestly.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't know how you pass that through any kind of quality check, because like you would think that somebody, anybody, and like not only that, like it's literally being released as an exclusive for the Tokyo Game Show. It's gonna be sold at the Tokyo Game Show as merchandise. Who the fuck are you getting to clear your merchandise, Ubisoft?
I was only concerned about not getting the game right now. I'm gonna wait for reviews for it. I'm still probably gonna do so, but honestly, even after that, I'm not even sure if I want to get it now. I've been waiting for that game for so long. I've been waiting for a feudal era Japan one. I talked this with one of my furry friends I know, and he and I were talking about that before in some Discord servers part of, and we were excited for that stuff. I don't even know if I even want to get it now, because honestly, I feel like I'm gonna be just giving a bad name to those people now, because literally what the kind of shit they did. Like, what the fuck?
Well, like then on top of that, there's a Japanese reenactment group. Who reenacts like battles.
Yes.
And they have their own unique banner that's never been used before in history. So it's not a banner you could just like say, oh, it's a historical banner that they use to reenact.
Yeah.
It's an actual banner that's exclusive to their group.
Yeah, I think you remember telling me about this one. Yeah.
Yeah, Ubisoft took it and put it in the game.
Put it in the game
and
without
in
their
the
permission.
Promotional stuff, like in the collector's edition stuff. And then when the group was made aware of it, they asked Ubisoft to remove it. So Ubisoft said, we're removing the assets from the game, but we refuse to remove it from the collector's edition merchandise because it's already been made and manufactured. And it's like, okay, who gives a fuck? Reprint it.
Yeah, just reprint it. But they want to spend. But they don't want to spend more money. They want to spend another bajillion dollars, literally, to make those sets again with that stuff right there too. It's just too much hard work and too much money lost because their stock's going down.
And then on top of that, what's even funnier is there's 4 translations.
Yeah.
On some of the merchandise for like the Japanese alphabet and like what it's spelled.
Okay.
So there's on one of the on the collector's edition, on the collector's edition Yasuke figure, it actually says something like hairy gorilla or something like that.
Oh. No.
Which in context of Yasuke.
Yeah, that's okay, now I can see where you mentioned by them kind of realizing they might have done some racist now when you mention that.
It's a shit show. Like, people were pointing out like these translation errors, the stolen like banner from the reenactment group, the half Tory gate, the hairy gorilla translation. It's just, what the fuck, Ubisoft? What are you doing?
That's fucked up, man.
I don't know how, again, I don't know how this gets past so many people. Like, I saw a TikTok of a guy who put on a random t-shirt for some t-shirt printing company. He put something like, if you understand this, you're gay. He put that on the t-shirt. And it was caught in the review process because he was a designer for the shirts. It was caught in the review process and he was fired. And he made like a follow-up TikTok and he's like, I got fired for this shit. And it's like, good.
But
because,
then
like, you have, but then you have Ubisoft and it's like, how is Ubisoft worse than a random t-shirt designing company?
Yeah, that's pretty way to. And again, I know like some people might not realize that, but if they only just like, you know, ask someone who knows about the stuff or research about the symbols about what they said, they probably would realize, yeah, that's a fuck up on Ubisoft, and maybe they should be called out for that, you know? I mean, even I'm not just trying to be a Ubisoft hater. Like, I mean, I don't want Ubisoft to fucking fail and die or something like that. I want Ubisoft to succeed. I want their games to be good. I want everyone to enjoy it. But even criticism is going to come out every now and then. I mean, people criticize Nintendo for fuck's sakes. People have reason to criticize Nintendo for many situations. So people I love so much, and I still do it.
Yeah, again, I just don't know how you can be out here saying like, oh my gosh, we're making Yasuke into a main character, and then mistranslate something into hairy gorilla in the context of a black person. It's like,
exactly. It's just not right. Just not right at all. It's not right.
It's like how you're literally out here championing that you're doing this, and then you literally have hairy gorilla on his figurine. How Ubisoft?
Yeah. So
was that
weird.
Was that like an employee who did that? Was that just shitty overview on Ubisoft's part? Who fucking knows? The end result's the same though.
Yeah.
That like it's there.
And it's happened, and people saw it.
Yeah, I don't know. And then on top of that, there's on the same figurine, there are similar looking samurai clan banners, but they're for very distinct, different houses.
Yeah.
But Ubisoft has 3 similar looking but different samurai clan banners, which in Japan, nobody would be wearing multiple house banners. They would only be wearing their house or clan's banner.
They're one. Yeah, that makes sense. I know that.
So it's another weird thing where it's like, Ubisoft, are the lights on up there? Are you catching anything?
Yeah. It's very weird. Thank you, dude. Yes, it made me feel immensely uncomfortable and unsafe for her own safety. The legal preservation of myself and the members of the Discord server in which the incident occurred. Ensure that misbehavior is never repeated and that she learns such behavior is dangerous and harmful towards others. I hope that the mods took notice of her behavior and removed her from the server, and the mods overseen Discord at large. I hopefully so too. And I hope as that person grows older, she'll learn her lesson not to do that shit. Yeah, it's so fucked up to me thinking about that stuff. And a lot of people there are plenty of people who are still trying to defend the game, despite the evidence coming out about this, and that it's true, literally. I mean, a lot of people are like saying, like, I will understand there are some points about saying, like, oh, that some of the people who claim they're from Japanese or they are Japanese, that they're saying, like, oh, it's just all accounts from Westerners or something like that bullshit right there. Even though I can agree, some people can make all accounts. I've seen a couple of them who are literally Japanese and have mentioned about that clearly, and even one person I know who is not Japanese, but he actually has stayed there because he's a black belt in karate or something like that, or whatever what it was, but he's learned about the culture very much for sure while staying there too, and even he understands what the fuck's going on, and I think he might have realized some of the points there too. Well, I can't say much for myself because I'm not Japanese, I've never been to Japan, I'm not a big crazy historian kind of guy, so don't take my vouch for it. But based on the fact that I've heard from you, Darsup, and in fact, based on, I could probably just research this right now and go see that right now by looking at actual historical related archives on that, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's going to come out just like that too as well. And I feel like a lot of people only just trying to defend it is because people, I think, are looking at Yasuke still and thinking people are just still mad at him because either one, the racist situation right there, because, you know, he's black, or two, it's because they're claiming about history and saying they think that they're not trying to believe that, oh, that he was never a samurai and stuff like that, sword bearer stuff, you know, that kind of shit I was talking about at the beginning before, you know?
Yeah, which, like, yeah, there's plenty of arguments to be made about, like, was he an actual samurai,
was he
a sword bearer, whatever.
Whatever you believe, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's plenty of arguments to be made there, but that's not the main concern.
That's not the main concern.
I know for some people who are grifters who are out there going, like, that's the main thing is, like, historical accuracy, Ubisoft. Like, okay, listen, I understand. Like, I do have a level of expectation I expect from Ubisoft.
Yeah.
One of those being a level of historical accuracy.
Yes.
Not the highest historical accuracy, But
still.
the other thing, though, is a weird point that I can point out, and some people have gotten mad at me for pointing it out, is
Yeah.
this is also the first time that we're seeing an actual figure who really existed,
becoming playable,
becoming a main character.
Yeah.
Which has never happened before in Assassin's Creed games.
Correct.
And again, it does feel weird, like there is some sort of agenda being pushed.
And I can understand that.
Yeah, and is it valid to say that? Yes.
Yes.
Like, is it an actual concern? Yes.
Yes.
Like,
but I'm always saying
like
is it really true? We don't know that. It could be not. We would have to know that if we heard from the people behind it and find out for ourselves. It depends on what you believe. Yeah.
Which, like, the people who wrote about Yasuke have been dead for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
the people who knew Yasuke
yeah.
have been dead for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Yasuke himself has been dead for hundreds of years.
Yep.
Do we know the exact full context of history?
No.
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 He was in like 4 pages of writing. And he's been popularized in a lot of media as being a samurai. So I can get it how in the actual public consciousness, people would see him as a samurai.
Yeah.
And also the word that's used for like a certain rank of like
retainer, sword bearer,
samurai, and their attendants. The actual word that's used, is for an upper class that does include samurai, but it also includes servants of samurai, family of samurai, retainers, attendants, horse bearers, etc. So,
correct.
The exact context of is Yasuke an actual samurai or not is inconclusive.
Yeah. I mean, you could believe what you want to believe, of course, but it is inconclusive nevertheless.
Yeah, is it more likely he wasn't a samurai? Yes. Is it out of the realm of possibility? No. As far as the records go, though, he was only in Japan for about 2 years.
Yeah, until eventually he got captured or something like that, was eventually released or got out somehow. He was like,
he got captured and he was exiled back to Africa.
Back to Africa, yeah.
Which, like, again, we don't fully know, was he a samurai or not.
Yeah, we don't know.
But likely he wasn't, considering he was only in Japan for 2 years, and how sacred the role of samurai actually was.
Yes.
Like, you either had to have been born into a samurai house, or you had to do something significant enough that you were adopted into a samurai house and then made a samurai.
Correct.
Like, what they say in Ghost of Tsushima, where Jin Sakai's friend wanted to be a samurai. He was going to win that tournament and enter into the service of a samurai. And then he could be promoted to becoming an actual samurai of that house.
Yes.
That is something that could happen. But somebody being made a samurai off the bat, who's a foreigner, and for such a sacred role,
it would be
very unlikely.
Yeah, it would be very tricky though, especially. You would need to like really prove yourself very much, probably to that extent, to get to be such a big title.
Yeah, like there was one guy. He was an American who attained the role of samurai.
Yeah.
In like the late 1800s, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, like he attained it, but he did some really significant shit and then was assigned that role by the emperor himself. It's the same way as the Queen or King of England can make somebody a knight.
Yeah.
Now, do knights fight officially in wars now?
No.
Oftentimes, no.
A little mixed, yeah.
Oftentimes, no. I know a lot of the quote-unquote Knights of England did serve in World War II, but they were mostly officers.
Yeah.
It's not like they were actually charging headfirst into battle. So if somebody was made a samurai before the emperor was like officially like like now Japan is a democracy.
Yeah.
There is no emperor.
No.
But if the emperor had made samurai before he was like officially removed from his throne and it became a democracy, that would still be an honorific title, but that samurai would not really be required to serve in the Japanese military or lead in the Japanese military, you know? It's just a weird system, and it's something that, yes, it's more than likely that he wasn't a samurai, but again, we can't fully rule out the possibility he was or wasn't.
I mean, the hard part about it is, though, is that we don't even know where his body is. In fact, there's no exact date completely, or year completely exactly, well, when he died exactly.
All we really know is that there's a date listed to when he entered into service.
Yeah.
Then there's a date listed when he was exiled back to Africa after his surrender.
Yeah. I mean, if we could actually manage to find where his body is, it would have been nice if we could find any more secrets, but I doubt that. For someone as hidden as him, without an exact birthday, death date, and all that stuff, we probably will never know exactly. It's like any history.
Yeah,
can be
we don't know when he was born. We don't know when he died. We only really know he existed, and we have 4 pages that he's mentioned on. In all of Japanese history that we have available, there's only 4 pages that mention him even. Like, there's like 1 page that describes him and like his entry of service. He's listed in a prisoner log, and then there's like 2 other things he's mentioned in. It's literally not much to go off of. So, I mean, most of the knowledge we have on him is like those 4 pages.
Yeah.
And then the cultural icon he's become through like stuff like Afro Samurai, or the Black Samurai, or, you know, Assassin's Creed Shadows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of that depicts him as a samurai because, again, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, but it is unlikely.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know, so it's a mystery, but obviously Ubisoft is trying to take advantage of that because other games have done that, so Ubisoft wanted to do that same thing too. I mean, still, though, it wasn't something I was expecting. In fact, it was very unexpected for them to include a first-time playable historical figure. Do I think that's great? No, I don't know, honestly, in my opinion, because I think it adds a little bit kind of hardship to see where that kind of plays out, especially with someone getting involved as much with the Brotherhood or the Templars, because they're maybe even involved with certain figures like that, but it was never like to the extent of being playable. It was just like they're there, they have some influencement, and then that's about it, and you hear their story. They die, you know, stuff like that. You understand their connections. Here, though, now we're seeing like a character actually really get into that, and you gotta wonder, okay, how is that gonna fit very well into this in a story? So that's the only concern I have. It is on top of the gameplay, but yeah, it's definitely very tricky to see where that kind of plays out. It's definitely left me with quite a few scars in my brain right now, thinking exactly what to deal with right now as a whole. It's definitely got me a lot of questions, especially when it comes to release. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, if Ubisoft actually gave a shit and it actually felt like they gave a shit, then
they would have gotten better historical experts to realize the situation they were putting to all their collectibles and stuff like that and their merch. They would have at least given time to realize what they were implementing when improving Yasuke.
And then on top of that, there's people who have gone out and said, like, they're like Ubisoft employees who have said, like, internally, Ubisoft did not give a single goddamn shit.
No.
They're just basically smoking, getting high as fuck, and just being like, yeah, just release whatever.
Yeah. I feel that right there.
Do you remember the Blizzard controversy where there was literally like...
Don't even remind me about that. I'm still...
There was an executive who was on record, like there was a video of him sniffing cocaine off of a prostitute's stomach or crotch.
Okay, I didn't see that one. No, I didn't see that one. I thought you were talking about something else. I was thinking in mind about Blizzard, but no, I didn't see that one. Wait, so Wait.
Well, that was part of the whole big controversy. It was a small part of it. It was one of the executives was sniffing cocaine
literally on a
off the prostitute's crop. They threw these wild parties that included cocaine and prostitutes.
Everyone defending executives. Don't worry, they're just doing business. The executive right there.
And of course, that executive is one of the people that was fired from Activision Blizzard.
Okay.
But it's so funny though, looking at some of these controversies of what's going on in the upper levels of these companies, and it's just like, how can anybody try and defend this?
Exactly. Is it possible for Ubisoft to have regarded either Ghost of Tsushima, Rise, or Rona as inspiration for such a game should be crafted? Honestly, if they just actually took inspiration from those games, mostly which they are, but actually look into what they're doing historically accurately, at least making sure not to take anything offensive like that and understand what they were going for instead of worry about business, then they probably wouldn't be in so much shit. But newsflash, they didn't. So,
well, what's even funnier though is like there's Chinese architecture.
Yeah.
In a game in Japan. That's another thing.
Wow.
Like, there's a difference between Chinese story gates and Japanese story gates. Like, they're called different things, but I'm just going to call them what they are. They're basically the same. They're basically both spiritual gates that are at the entrance of a shrine. And the fact that Ubisoft put Chinese architecture into a game in Japan just made the Japanese people even angrier, because there's a distinct hatred between China and Japan.
Yeah.
Like, even to this day, and China especially hates Japan because of their actions during World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Which Japan does deny. A lot of their involvement in World War II.
That stuff, that stuff.
But like, it's a long-standing rivalry between Japan and China. So seeing Chinese architecture in a Japanese game only made the Japanese public even angrier.
Yeah, that's
It's so much that piles up, and it's so dumb how you can do that. I don't know how you can make so many missteps.
And they say that we consumers are the problem, the reason why things are going down for the game.
You know, I heard it phrased perfectly once.
Mm-hmm.
The game isn't for you. The game failed because of you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if it's not for me and I didn't buy said game, then how is it my fault it failed when you told me it literally wasn't for me?
Let's tap on the sign right there on a funny thing that was mentioned. If getting comfortable of our games that we bought are not owning them, then we might as well say piracy is not illegal.
Yeah. Did you see the other gaming journalist article? Ubisoft executives have to come to terms with gamers not owning their games.
Yeah, I read the article. I think I did a video on that, actually, on some articles on that, actually. I did a video on that, like, when it was first talked about it. It keeps proving how much physical gaming will always still be top-notch, but also it shows how shitty it is, the fact that they can think of that the idea of you buying a game digitally, it's just you owning a license. Like, motherfucker, dude, if that were the case, then how about this? Let me make a little distinction. This might sound stupid, but imagine if I ate food, for God's sakes, literally. Oh, do I own a license to that food? Do you want to regurgitate the food back out of my stomach right now and give it back to you? No, I'm not giving that back. It's in my stomach. It's digested, for fuck's sakes. So why should I have to regurgitate back a game for you that I paid $70 for long ago, and I have to lose that shit when I want to keep it because maybe I want to go back to the game? Like, for example, I don't know. What about Far Cry 3? What if you take Far Cry 3 from me?
So I was an early adopter of digital gaming, and I still regard digital gaming as the most convenient for me.
Yeah.
Especially because of my circumstances.
Yeah.
I wasn't always the most able to, like, you know, I wouldn't have been able to transport around hundreds of games that I own. And not only that, physical has a lot less discounts than digital.
Yes.
So for me, who plays a lot of games, owning them digitally is just more convenient.
Correct.
But I do get why people would want to own a physical copy, especially if you're a more casual gamer and you have the space for it.
Exactly. I mean, I'm definitely not a casual gamer, so...
Yeah, go right ahead. So, but then, if a company tells me, oh, you don't own your games, you purchased a license for it and we can retract it at any time. Well then, motherfucker, why would I buy your goddamn game?
Exactly. Like, look, I'm very casual with gaming sometimes, but I do competitive in here and stuff. But I am not casual when it comes to buying a lot of games. So I have a digital for a reason because I like physical, and I still think physical is nice. Digital just helps me keep track with all my games very easily. I have a full library. I can read them all. I have them all categorized on Steam. I can easily get through it all. But my goodness, like hearing that. And by the way, my add the person who said that, if you remember, it was the head of Ubisoft Plus, their fucking subscription. Head of Ubisoft Plus, the person who's responsible for the subscription base, tells you to get comfortable not owning your games. Wow.
You know, the thing is like how much stuff is being subscription or commodity.
Yeah.
Like your car radio is now a commodity.
Yep.
Or I should say it's a luxury at this point.
Yeah, more of like luxury.
Because if you put something on a subscription model, I think it counts more as probably being a luxury. But like, why, if you're gonna install a radio, would you make it worthless?
Exactly.
Why, if you're gonna install heated seats, would you make it a subscription? Like, seeing certain car companies adopting this shit where it's like, oh, well, you're gonna have to pay a subscription if you want to have heated seats or a radio that works in your car.
My God.
Like, am I gonna have to fucking pay a subscription one day to buckle my seatbelt? Like, probably not, because it's like an actual safety feature, but like, stuff that's like the quote-unquote conveniences, locking that behind a subscription.
Yeah.
Certainly a choice to piss your consumers off. Like, I don't know how these companies justify it. Like, we're literally in, like, I hate to throw around the words because a lot of people use them as buzzwords.
Yeah.
But we are quite literally in late stage capitalism.
Yep.
Where like capitalism is running rampant. It's corrupt as shit.
Yeah.
And there's like no rhyme or reason to how much like shit is being like turned into subscriptions or luxuries when it should just and has been a common feature. Like, it's really funny when people call bugs in games a feature.
No.
Instead of a bug.
Anyone who says bugs or games are a feature are immediately like, I have to disagree with that. Well, bugs are not features.
Well, no. I'm saying that like because it's a joke.
Okay.
I don't think anybody is actually dumb enough to like say that.
Okay. No.
But to the people who say that, like, oh, it's not a bug, it's a feature, are completely right at this point, because it's like, at this point, we're just trained to expect a game to have bugs.
And glitches and underperform. Remember my Dead Space remake incident before? That game was underperforming like hell. Like, the game is successful and fun, but it was so laggy in my time, I couldn't barely stream or game it.
Well, the other thing is like, the barrier to entry now for gaming, because it's gone so mainstream, is like, now that you have like graphics cards that are like exclusively being pushed, like, oh, this graphics card performs better than this graphics card, so you better go buy this graphics card.
Yeah.
It's really shit, because like seeing something like it's hard to describe it.
Yeah, of
But
course.
seeing something like a graphics card company suddenly go out and go like, oh, so we updated exclusively for this upcoming game that came out, like to optimize our shit for this game. Like, it drives people who are more casual out of the space.
Yeah.
Which drives more consumers out. And so if you're aiming for the top of the line players, the whales who have the money for like the newest, latest, and greatest graphics card every time one is released.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're aiming for that audience, your game is going to underperform, because if anybody who's a casual gamer or who's playing it, like, let's say that somebody has like 2 games they want to play in a whole year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they're planning on playing those for a good amount of time.
Yeah.
They're planning on sinking like the first 48 hours. They took those 48 hours off of work. They're planning on sinking a significant amount of time into your game. If they suddenly buy a game and it doesn't work, why would they buy your next game?
Exactly.
So if you're aiming for the 4090s among us, when many of us are still running off of the 20 series, or, you know, a smaller chunk, but not as small as the 40 series, are running off the 30 series, and a smaller chunk than everybody is running off of the 10 series. I know it may say in the requirements you can play it on a 20 series, but like, let's be honest here, you programmed it for a 40 series.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's gonna bug out and underperform, and it's gonna, and like you clearly coded it for a 40 series, why would anybody with a 20 series buy your game?
That's why I don't trust the minimum and even the recommended specs sometimes, because I'm worried just because of those reasons the games just come out just not that great as expected, or what should have planned.
For your own example of Dead Space, the requirements for that say it will run on a 2070.
Yeah. And I still dealt with issues. I mean, it got better over time. I actually went back to it for a while to go check on everything, and actually I was able to run my game just fine. Not stream-wise, but game-wise. But even then, think about that mindset. If it was launched like that at the start, I wouldn't be here telling about this. In fact, I would be saying a lot more bigger praise and not anything negative as much about the game. But I have to mention it because even a good game like the Dead Space remake is also having its own fair share of flaws. And that's on par because the executives rushing out the game, and unfortunately developers, whether they're fault or not, didn't look into the matter of the situation.
Yeah, and to be fair, because you're streaming, it does use a lot of your graphics card's capabilities.
Correct. Yes, it's true. That's also a good factor.
But if you're aiming for a 40 series, and let's say somebody was streaming on a 20 series, you'd probably need at least the 30 series to be able to compensate.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, when you're looking at stuff like that, like, I mean, it is a fair point that you couldn't stream it.
Yeah.
But again, you're running a brand new game.
Yep.
And you're streaming it, so there is that factor that you have to account for.
Medium to low settings might add you too.
Yeah, but if you're having to diminish your experience of it to even try and play it,
yeah,
or it's like overheating your PC to the point where it's actually crashing, like, I mean, everything I heard about the game was great.
Yeah.
But it was another game that it just felt like it was programmed for the higher end.
It clearly was by the sound books of it.
Yeah, and especially when I hear them advertising like, oh, more RTX and more ray tracing and all that stuff, and I'm just like, if you're advertising that as like features, you're clearly aiming for like the highest graphics cards possible. Because the first thing I do when I open up a game, I turn off the ray tracing.
Yeah, immediately. I turn off ray tracing all the time. Always.
Yeah, that eats up so much capability.
Lighting and shadows always take up a lot of GPU usage.
Yeah, it takes up so much GPU usage. And it's like you're quite literally advertising that as a feature, but you're programming it to the point where we can't even use that feature.
Yep.
So like I said, if people who are casual can't play your game and they take off 48 hours and they're unable to play it. Like, I actually know a guy who was super hyped for Star Wars Outlaws.
Yep.
He took off time to play Star Wars Outlaws, and I was like, dude, you're going to be disappointed. And then Ubisoft announced, hey guys,
I know what. I remember that
instead
one.
Instead of actually patching the game to make your old saves work, just delete them.
Yep, they did that. I saw that, and I was like, oh my god.
So my friend who took off 48 hours from work to play Star Wars Outlaws
lost his 40 hours.
And no, he didn't put in a total full 48 hours.
Okay, sorry.
But he put in like 20 hours across those 48 hours.
Okay. But still.
He lost a full 20 hours of progress.
Yes.
And it's like with me, with Jedi Survivor, where I was almost at the end of the game.
Yeah, I remember that happening to you.
And my save file deleted. And that type of shit pisses anybody off.
Yeah, that pissed me off when I heard that news on you. When you told me that, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, and then what really made me angry is, like, I had to import a save file, and then I imported a save file, and all of my Steam achievements popped because I asked for somebody to give me a save file right at the end of the game. Turns out that person had done a bunch of side content I hadn't completed.
Oh.
So all my Steam achievements popped,
and you
but the EA achievements didn't pop. So it looks like, so it just looks unconnected and weird because it has to
sync up like that.
It has to sync up. So if I want to actually complete the game the right way, I have to go back and look at all the achievements that I have, probably reset the full game back to like where I don't have any achievements, or I have to try and distinguish which achievements I had before and which I got when it all simultaneously popped.
Damn, jeez.
To straighten the record. Because the person who gave it to me, like, admittedly, I don't fully endorse going around and asking people for like their save files.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like, if you do that and you go like straight to the end of the game, screw you. But in my case, I feel like it was justified because I lost like so much progress. And all I was asking for was just like a save at the end of the game, and I should have specified like somebody's like just non-complete 100% run.
Yeah.
Because I was planning on backtracking, but admittedly that is kind of on me, but it just sucks so much because I lost so much progress and I was desperate at the time.
Yeah.
They're like, can you really blame me?
I can't blame you. I really can't, honestly. Can't. Really.
Like, do I want to go back and put in the 30 hours, or do I want to ask somebody for help?
That just wouldn't be fun at all. That wouldn't be fun whatsoever. Wouldn't be.
Yeah. It's just, it's weird.
Yeah.
And then what's even weirder is, like, there's all these, like, Steam achievement verification websites that, like, professionals use. But my account would be probably immediately banned as soon as I link up my Steam account because, admittedly, some games are broken. I meet all the requirements, and then the achievement either never works, or there's a bug where I'll have to replay a significant portion of the game because my save file was corrupted, or there's whatever. So will I ever be one of those people who uses those like professional websites? No. Because, like, those websites are very particular.
Yeah.
And they monitor, like, you have to, one, sync up your Steam account.
Yep.
And then two, once you sync up your Steam account, it, like, reads all of the back end of Steam that, like, is talking about your Steam account. And so, do I want anybody poking around my Steam account? No. And do I want any, like, random AI program poking around my Steam account? No.
Heck no.
But also, like, I get why those professional people use them because it adds, like, credibility to, like, the fact that you actually did complete those games.
Yeah.
But I will never use that because, like, admittedly, like I said, if there's a game that is impossible to 100%, like for the Star Wars, I think it's Arkham Origins, where there was the multiplayer that's now shut down.
Yeah, it's shut down, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just pop those achievements because I just don't want to see a game that it blights my profile as being uncompleted because the multiplayer got shut down.
I hear that. Some people actually revived it with some special modifications to other private servers people made before, although I don't know if they still exist anymore.
I might have to look into that because if it is possible with some sort of mod, and if I can actually,
it could be fun, but I've actually used to play the game a lot, and I used to be pretty good with the game. I actually really was good at the multiplayer a lot back on PS3. It was really fun.
Yeah, you know, another thing that I would encourage Ubisoft to do now that they're supposed to be quote-unquote returning to Steam.
Yeah.
Fucking sync up the achievements on Steam.
Well, funny enough, I did hear one report from one of the users, Warrior64 or somebody, that they mentioned they saw Steam achievements just popped up on Valhalla. So.
Oh my fucking god.
Yes.
I've been waiting for literal years. So they better fucking put the achievements on Valhalla. Or
yeah, they're doing that. I saw that mention that. So they're gonna probably be doing that. They'll probably do it for Mirage once that gets in soon, and they'll probably do it for many other games probably too if we're lucky. If we're lucky, we'll see.
You know, I'll consider getting Mirage if it's on like the normal Ubisoft release on Steam, 75% discount.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out for that too.
Also, here's the funny thing. I did tell my friend, I would not recommend buying Outlaws, and he still did it. And now that it's releasing on Steam in November, I'm wondering if it's gonna just be on the Steam sale for like 75% off, and I'll just be like, hey dude, I told you.
Yeah, I'm glad I hold off, not just because of a Steam sale, because I wasn't even sure if they were going to, but also because I was worried how the game would go, which I'm glad I did. I saved the money, so I'm probably going to wait for that to get out on Steam, and then I'll probably get it when it's on discount too. Same thing with Mirage, because I heard mixed reaction about Mirage, but I want to still give it a try at least because I'm interested to see what the story is like. The story got me interested involving, you know, Basim from Valhalla, so...
Admittedly, as far as I've heard, it's like an extended DLC for Valhalla because it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it was supposed to be. Yeah,
I
remember that. Yeah.
Admittedly, that's a little concerning to me, but you know, I'm willing to give it a shot.
I'm the same here. I'll give it a shot. Maybe if it gets on discount when it comes out, and I'll give my full thoughts on it when I can. I want to wait till a discount though, because well, I got a lot of games, so I got to save money like big time right now. So I'm trying to be cautious.
Like, here's the thing. Yeah. With Assassin's Creed Valhalla, when there was no achievements, that pissed me off so much.
Yeah, I saw that about too, and I wanted to get them on Steam, and when I saw most of them didn't have, I was like, oh, fuck me, dude, come on.
Well, like, most of the Assassin's Creed games don't have achievements.
Yes, yeah, they don't.
It's only Origins and Odyssey, which if you look at my Steam profile, I've 100%ed both.
Yes.
Like, I painstakingly went around and like collected everything. Like, I'm an actual nutcase. Because to be completely honest with you, who the fuck goes around and 100% every fucking Assassin's Creed game that's ever existed? Me!
I mean, I am here, present. I've done the two. I've actually 100%ed most of all the games, mostly. Just not as, I never done as just Unity because, well, I skipped Unity because, well, I had launch. So, yeah.
Unity definitely has its issues.
Even still now.
I think it is in an overall better spot.
But it definitely still has some issues. One of my furry friends, Andreas, who streamed, saw a couple of issues. He was dealing with it before still too as well. Some bugs and glitches. Even some crashes here and there. But
yeah, you better fucking hope you roll a good RNG on Ubisoft's Unity and Syndicate because they both have issues.
Yeah.
Are they as bad as they were at launch? No.
No, not anymore.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Clearly. I mean, I'll just mention you. Actually, last year, nearly halfway, I was actually replaying Syndicate again because I wanted to. I had that loading glitch, the one where it kept on loading you and kept on desyncing you every time, desynchronization. I got out of it luckily during one of the missions I was trying to do. Got out of it luckily, and managed to get through my mission and 100%ed it. But yeah, fucking hell, Ubisoft.
It's so weird to me how Ubisoft has this weird pattern where if the game sucks, the DLC is awesome. But
Yeah,
if the DLC sucks, the game is...
It's a weird pattern, I know. It's so weird.
Like with Unity, it has some of the greatest DLC the Assassin's Creed franchise has ever seen. With Assassin's Creed 3, it has quite possibly, actually I'll just go ahead and say it has the best DLC in an Assassin's Creed game with the Tyranny of King Washington. But like, God fucking damn it, Ubisoft. Syndicate and the Jack the Ripper DLC is fucking incredible.
Yeah, I love that DLC. I loved it.
But then, like, the story of Syndicate, though.
Yeah, it wasn't the kind of one, yeah.
And the other DLC, how? How do you have something as polished and great as the Jack the Ripper DLC? But then the second DLC comes out, and it's so bad.
Yeah.
And then you have like, I don't get it, Ubisoft. What are they doing over there? Genuinely.
I enjoyed that final line between like his during Jack Ripper's death with Evie. I love that one. We're the same, you and I. Oh, Jack, yes, we're the same, yes, but you have done much horrible, and then thus as you must be erased. Say goodbye, Jack. You and your twisted acolytes. That death when he just drops down, you see his hat fall over. Oh my god, man, that was so awesome. I just enjoyed that moment. They did not disappoint me with Jack the Ripper. They did flawlessly. And honestly, I was kind of expecting that whole concept about him being an assassin. I mean, that just fits very well to the idea. An assassin gone rogue and literally being the reason that killed the many different women right there in Jack the Ripper's actual story as we learn in history, and yet we don't know who it is, which connects very well to something like an assassin. Peak. That was good. Although I really wish the story was just as great as the normal one, because look, I'm gonna say this: anyone can love Jacob and Evie Fry if they want to. I don't terribly hate them, but God, they can be so annoying. And Crawford Steric, like, look, no offense, he's not my favorite Templar villain. Like, he's just not. He just looks like a typical greedy power piece of shit and more. At least the other ones had purpose and sound really good. Fucking like Haytham Kenway, dude. Oh my god, Borgia, like legit. I still enjoy. What was the other Borgia's name again? Rodrigo Borgia's son, the one in Brotherhood. You know what I'm talking about? That one.
Antonio.
And I love him right there. I still love his fucking line he said before he killed his father, Rodrigo. I love that line he mentioned. If I want to live, I live. If I want to take, I take. If I want you to die, you die. That line was so epic. I enjoyed that shit, especially like literally just him forcing to find power. Like, he was power hungry, but he was definitely a villain I can look up to. He was a villain I like. Fucking Crawford Steric, he was just someone who's just so elegant and trying to get his power and stuff like that. That was all I could find. Sure, like, cool, he's a Templar, but he was not a Templar I liked very much indeed. I thought Rupert Thorne, the woman that was really after Evie, who wanted to hang her from the gallows and feed her brother to the wolves, she was more interesting to me than even the main Templar leader of London during the Industrial Revolution. She was much more cooler and much more cold and calculating than Crawford Steric. I probably would have rather her be the Templar leader than Crawford Steric, in my honest opinion.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I kind of like the newer villain that they introduced, the new Grand Master.
Which one?
for like the newer AC games.
Oh, let's see which one. Wait, which one was the new one? Are we talking about Valhalla, Odyssey?
He's the underlying Grandmaster through all three.
Oh, through all three. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
you fight him in...
I'm trying to remember. Fuck. Brain.
Yeah, you fight him... Huh?
Let's see. Wait, describe him like specifically. Is he like? Let's see. Is he an agent of the Templars? Is he the actual Grand Master of the current?
He's the actual Grand Master of the Templars over Abstergo.
Okay.
He's the CEO of Abstergo, and you fight him in Odyssey.
Oh, you mean Otzelberg?
Yeah.
I remember him just being like an agent at the time, though. But I guess he got promoted or something. I know he was like stabbed by the Spear of Eden or something like that.
No, he's still alive.
Yeah, I know he was still alive. I know that. I know he didn't die.
So for context, he was an agent, and his first appearance in the series was in
Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue, and he was an agent. But now he's the Templar, and he's the CEO of Abstergo.
Okay, gotcha.
And I really like that they brought him back and expanded upon his character.
What's even interesting is that isn't he a descent? He's technically a descendant of Shay Patrick Cormac, right? Because he looks like Shay back in Rogue.
Yes, he is Shay Patrick Cormac's however many greats grandson.
Yeah, that's just crazy. The fact that literally years later he's still influential in such a big deal, and he's the CEO of Abstergo and the leader of the Templars right now. How interesting! How a person who got
he actually staged a coup and killed the CEO of
Abstergo at the time, and then took over.
And then took over as the CEO and the Grand Master.
Well, it proves one thing about the Templars with power: they're going to keep finding each other out until one of them takes it.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, can I say one thing though? Shay Patrick Cormac, God, I love his character so much. His story was honestly amazing. I love the story.
Yeah, Shay Patrick Cormac is criminally underrated in the franchise.
I don't know
why people hate him.
I don't know why people, in my opinion, like he's amazing because think about the concept right here. He's was an assassin. Yes, cocky as he is, but yet still caring about protecting the peace, innocent, fighting against the Templar way, and fighting with the Assassin Brotherhood way, but soon realizing the flaws that even the assassins have, and when they send him off, literally like to Portugal, legit, and then the islands were there, and it results in the incident that happened literally in our real timeline right there, but not in the way, obviously we don't, I mean, it's kind of unknown exactly how that happened in real life in some way, I think. Earthquake, I think it was, but
the earthquake happened because there is a tectonic
tectonic
like there's tectonic plates that shifted and they exist there in real life.
But the fact that he used that way as a way, it was because he's interfered with a known piece like temple, legit. The fact that actually happened, and he got so pissed off, and they wouldn't believe him or want to hear him out calmly, but got furious about the stuff, which resulted in him trying to steal the manuscript, betraying them, and killing every single one of his friends out there, which also resulted in why Achilles went into such a very brooding mindset, and for years ended up handicapped, and resulting in basically now having to like literally be shameful until eventually Connor Kenway gets involved right there, or Ratahakeiton. Oh god, that name right there, Ratahakeiton. So getting involved right there, that just shows very much a very dark past, and showing even the people who were claiming the good guys aren't exactly always the good guys. And that story with Shay is just amazing. It was perfect in my eyes right there.
Yeah, I think that definitely Rogue has its issues as well.
Yeah.
Like every Assassin's Creed game has its own issues.
Yeah.
But I think people are too blinded by the Ezio trilogy and like Assassin's Creed 1 and then Assassin's Creed 4 that they overlook some of the better characters in the later parts of the franchise. And then, of course, one character that has been recognized and is up there as one of the greatest assassins is the main character of Assassin's Creed Origins.
Bayek.
Bayek.
Yeah.
Of Siwa.
I love Bayek. I love him. The voice actor who does the lines on him, he does phenomenal stuff. I love some of the lines he mentions right there.
Bayek was exactly what we needed to revitalize Assassin's Creed.
Yes, perfect.
And it makes me so sad that the direction they went with the Assassins from there was Odyssey, because Odyssey had a lot of flaws, and as much as I hate to admit it, I enjoyed parts of Odyssey, like the Spartan aspect.
Yeah.
I really liked, but I feel like it either was rushed or they just didn't recognize the full potential of what they had.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think it was definitely a mistake to introduce a second organization that wasn't the Templars, or at least the group that ended up becoming the Templars.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, the Cult of Cosmos is, sure, there are other organizations, and there can be other organizations.
There can be.
But I don't like the way that they've taken the franchise, where they're connected to the Assassins, but they're not technically Assassins.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like, that's so weird to me. Like, why would you do that? I genuinely don't get it. Like, why would you... Like, with Valhalla, you're working with the Assassins, but you're not an assassin.
Yeah, like, that felt weird to me with that, with Eivor's story.
Yeah, and then now with Yasuke and Noe, I don't know if they're going to be true assassins either, or if they're just connected, or if Noe is an assassin, but Yasuke isn't an assassin.
I think it's kind of been confirmed like that a little bit there, but I don't know how it's going to do with Yasuke, if he's going to even be involved or something, because it seems like he might have a reason with Naoe that might be something crucial to something involving her village or something like that being burned out and losing a lot of people, but I can't say for certain. I can't really say.
I feel like the way it's going to be is like Yasuke was sent there. He was fine with massacring the village, but when he finds out what it was actually for...
Yeah, he comes to...
Like, whatever the MacGuffin of the game is, he'll work with Noe to, like, defend it or keep it a secret or whatever.
Yeah.
Which, I feel like that's just a weird way to take the
very
franchise.
weird, in my opinion.
Because, like, I'd rather actually have, like, actual assassins than connected to the assassins but not actually assassins.
Yeah. I agree.
That's just my take. I would much rather have a full-on assassin that I'm playing as rather than an assassin who isn't an assassin.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree with that, yeah. It just feels kind of weird right now. I want to see how it plays out, so I will keep my eyes peeled on it, but yeah, I mean, just like the fact that we're having like back when I saw with Eivor, someone who was not assassin evolve with assassins just felt kind of off-putting. I mean, he got a hidden blade all of a sudden. I mean, like, sure, it makes sense for gameplay-wise because they need to get that for the gameplay. Obviously, it's almost, you cannot have an assassin without the hidden blade, obviously, but still, though, I mean, that weapon was the tool of an assassin commonly in the Brotherhood, and very easily in many different aspects. Even other enemies would use it against them too, maybe if they wanted to, but then again, but why someone who is not affiliated with them, but just helping them still somehow able to get it so easily? It's just, you know.
Yeah. Well, one thing that especially is weird is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Like, one thing I've noticed, and one thing you might not have, or maybe did, not sure, but the RPG Assassin's Creeds follow more of the birth of the Brotherhood, the birth of the Templars.
Which I can understand somewhat, which is why I was accepting like Sandra for a moment right there, especially in the DLC where she actually does meet someone that she falls in love with, ends up having a child, and that child ends up becoming apparently Anya or Amunet eventually, which would eventually kick off the Assassins. And these guys were already stages. Even the person she married.
No, it's her. I don't think it's Amunet exactly, but
I remember because I played it, and I remember he was the first, the person she married, his father was a kind of first kickoff of a type of assassin, not for the brother, but just an assassin who killed one of the king, which I think he was a real deal in real life. I can't remember what the name was, but I know it was a real deal emperor or king or something like that. And after the death of him, Cassandra realized they couldn't raise their child by himself or there, so she let the child go with the father to go be safe, and they went to Egypt, and he defended and protected the child for a long time. And I saw the transition, the cutscene showing them growing up as he watched over him until I guess his death, and it revealed and showed Anya at the end. So I assumed that it had something to do with her very much. So I assume it might have been her, because I don't know what the child was, if it was a boy or a girl. So I assume it might have been, based on that, it might have been a girl. In other words, it might have been Anya, but I don't know. I'm just saying, okay? Because I'm just saying, because again, you know,
see.
That's what I'm saying. If you look for the end of that DLC cutscene, just watch that again and see what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure you might have some better than I did right there, but I'm just saying that's what I saw when I beat the DLC before. I remember clearly being there because I was going through that and I saw that. I was trying to remember, oh, so that means Cassandra is Anya's mother. And I'm just like thinking like, okay, that's what I was just saying. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Her son Epidos.
Her son Epidos.
He was the great grandfather.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Okay, so it was Epidos.
Okay.
Epidos's lineage led to Aya.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's like Epidos,
the son,
the only real
and that transition.
Yeah, the only real connection to the assassins in Assassin's Creed Odyssey is the lineage of Epidos. To
eventually having Anya. Yeah. Well,
but it's not.
Okay,
but
sorry.
Apart from that, and seeing like Darius.
Yeah, Darius,
the assassin that you mentioned,
who
killed
an actual real historical figure, at least in that kind of concept right there. Basically, he killed. I remember seeing the line where he's like he mentioned something right there, and then he stabbed him with like the first almost like a first adaptation of a hidden blade right there, and it was like a front like one, and he just stabbed him, gave him a good stab. It was really good. It was a clean cut. I remember seeing that. It was cool.
He was the inventor of the hidden blade, and he killed Xerxes.
King Xerxes. Thank you.
Yeah, to keep Persia from falling into tyranny.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's really the only connection though that Assassin's Creed Odyssey has, because like with Bayek and Aya, you see them founding the official hidden blades that lead to the Assassin Brotherhood.
Yes.
Whereas with Odyssey, there's not really like clear connections, and like it's the Order of the Ancients, and they have like chapters in Egypt and they have chapters in other places, but Odyssey's main villains are the Cult of Cosmos. The hidden blades were tacked on in that DLC with Darius, or the hidden blade Darius, and then the Order of the Ancients were tacked on in that DLC.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, you're good. It's all good, TJ. You're all good, dude, man. No worries, man. I understand, dude. There was a lot of topics going on that were very negative right to talk about, but it's okay because it's all gaming stuff like that. And we did get through personal things, especially with the person that came in, and also getting some very touchy topics that Ubisoft made. So it's all good, man. Don't worry. I mean, I'm kind of a little bit triggered myself right now just because of that one person who came in and basically was calling basically my friend here a racist, I feel like, and calling me brainwashed. So
but that's the thing. And then like at the end of Valhalla, the Order of the Ancients is officially transitioned into the Templars.
Yes, that's correct.
Eivor takes pity on the dethroned king, and he says, I'm gonna make the Order of the Ancients and my influence, I'm gonna use it to make something better. something more serving of God. And then he looks up at the cross.
Yep.
That is the symbol of the Templars.
Yep. And that's where, yeah.
Yeah. So with Origins, you have the founding of the Hidden Blades, which are the assassins. And then you have the founding of the Order of the Ancients officially transitioning into the Templars. But Odyssey is a weird middle chapter that just doesn't 100% seem to fit. Unless I'm missing something crucial or I'm misremembering, it just doesn't really seem to fit.
Fair enough.
That's my take on
it's okay.
On the franchise.
I kind of agree a little bit, so yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of can get if there's like a nudge into like the Assassin's Brotherhood or the Templars or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'd much rather have like a fully focused actual assassin, or at least quote unquote hidden one.
I agree. Well, I'm hoping at least with everything that's happening right now with Ubisoft, hopefully things will be shaken up. Because even also, I think you might have read this too, but there was a mention about the board of directors how are looking into investigating everything that's going on with Ubisoft, including some of their staff and stuff like that. So with that happening, it's a good sign that hopefully a good sign that maybe, just maybe, we'll hopefully see a good future maybe for the games. Am I saying that is true?
Yeah.
No. I'm only saying that it's a hopefully possibility. Do I hope it's true? Yes, I do hope it ends up becoming true and then everyone will be happy and we can all enjoy ourselves. So I'm praying for that reason too and hoping for it. I won't get my hopes up completely, but I am always just ready for the future, and hopefully some things will get to come for the best of it. So only time will tell.
Yeah, and then on top of that, there's the potential of Ubisoft going private traded.
Yeah.
Which would mean that there's less like investors to answer to.
Yep.
Which I would prefer if they go privately traded rather than get sold off to Tencent.
No, I hope they don't get sold off. I hope it's just privately and that's it. If it does go down that path, I feel like that could be a little bit iffy on what's going to happen for the properties and IPs of Ubisoft.
Well, so what Tencent does is they come in, they gut the studio, they move most of the studio to China.
Yeah.
And then the studio's games basically just become Chinese focused and Chinese propaganda.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because Tencent works directly with the Chinese government.
89 currency, god dang it.
What really strikes me as kind of odd is that a game like Black Myth Wukong got made.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason why it got made is because it was based on a Chinese myth and nothing that would have actually like damaged the CCP.
No, not
because it is coming from a Chinese game studio, and most of the games we've seen come out of Chinese game studios have been just straight up Chinese government propaganda. And you see games like you see games companies like rapidly trying to appeal to the Chinese market and the Chinese government, like who have massive ownership of like their company by something like Tencent, like Epic Games or Riot Games.
Good luck out there.
Which have massive shares of their company, like a third or more, that is owned by Tencent, and it's just like, I'd rather not play Chinese propaganda.
Yeah, even from this topic alone, even from my own rules, I have to agree with that though, because my main goal enjoying it is to enjoy games on its own gameplay and stuff like that. I don't need anyone trying to do something to manipulate mine and other people's mindsets for their own goals for that reason. Not saying that it always happens all the time, but it definitely has moments like these can happen, and especially like what you mentioned with China with their own government, right? That I'll mention. Yeah, they clearly are very manipulative, so that's why I hope for the best that it doesn't end up that way, because if it does, ooh, yeah, I start seeing that propaganda. It's going to be very issuing right there. I just want a good game with everything else, with its graphics amazing, gameplay-wise, performance at least adjusted, not too many bugs, glitches. It's expected, but not too many, and at least enjoyable content we can all enjoy.
Yeah.
Hey, Striker, welcome on in, buddy. But yeah, anyway, I've been pretty. I mean, I'm very disappointed in Ubisoft with everything, and I hope with this at least still happening though, I hope this continues sending a message to the entire gaming industry. I hope to actually let them know, hey, maybe the decisions that you guys are doing that they did, you should probably not do, so that you don't end up like them. If Activision can end up in that situation, and now Ubisoft is, so can everyone else. So I advise listening. I mean, I'm not saying everyone else will. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but I mean, hey, I mean, it would be nice to know if this message sense.
Blizzard got fucked.
Yeah, they did. I still cannot forget about that lawsuit. When I heard about those recent allegations that came out that were true right there, fuck me, dude. I hate that.
Admittedly, there is still a lot of work that needs to happen at Activision Blizzard.
Oh yeah, like they have not proved anything else so far, by my knowledge. Yeah, they have not yet.
They've improved the workforce.
Okay,
like they've improved the work culture.
The work pleasure. Yeah, I know the work pleasure, but so far they gotta make sure it works well, so that the games come out pretty well. They cater to the consumer, and they make sure it's at least profitable for the business and profitable for themselves.
Yeah, something I do have to make a bit of a retraction on is I did slightly praise Activision Blizzard.
Okay.
For finally doing something that even Halo Infinite got right, which was supposedly they were going to make previous seasons accessible that you had paid for. However,
okay, that's fair.
However, what they did was not, in fact, what they promised they would do.
Yeah,
it was an alteration of that, where they made the final skins, the mythic skins of the season, purchasable.
Oh.
So even if you paid for the season pass, the skins from that season pass and the mythic skins from that season pass will be purchasable in future. The mythic skins are purchasable right now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, skins from previous seasons will be rebundled eventually in the future.
Gotcha. All right, I'll react to your video in just a moment, Striker. I'm just going to finish up my mission, and I'll take a look at that 41-second video. No worries, dude. I'll take a look at just a moment.
So it is a slight retraction I have to make, because while I even told it here on your stream in a conversation, I said,
yeah,
you know, finally Activision Blizzard's doing something that even fucking Halo Infinite got right.
Yeah.
And now I have to issue the retraction because upon inspection, it's a load of horse shit.
I agree. Well, this is like what I say about with Activision, though, is like, I don't hate Activision. I just hate the decisions by the executives of the Activision. I mean, like literally, there's so many executives out there probably that did so many things with their greedy monetization stuff and everything else. I mean, Advanced Warfare.
The legacy of Bobby Kotick will live on.
Oh god, I hate that name so much now. Honestly, every time I think about him, man. Every time when I think about him, I call him Bobby Cockdick. I call him that every time.
Funnily enough, one of the conditions of Microsoft purchasing Activision Blizzard was he had to retire soon after.
Yeah, I know. I found out about that, and I was like, thank goodness. Though he, of course, didn't leave without at least getting a nice, hefty paycheck on the way out.
Precisely. Yeah.
And like a lot of us were questioning about them, especially Microsoft, especially when, you know, those recent unfortunate shutdowns of like, you know, Tango Gameworks stuff that happened right there. We're saying like, you had all that money and you gave it to one person who did so much shit to that company right there.
Tango Gameworks has actually survived.
Well, yeah, but it's still not completely good news because they still survive and keep going, but the rights to like the games like Hi-Fi Rush and to Evil Within are still owned by Microsoft. So that means I don't think so. That means if we want to see Evil Within 3, it's under by them, which still pisses me off though. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah. It is a scummy move, but that's kind of how business works.
I know. I'm willing to. I'm not gonna let this piss me off. And plus, I'm still just gonna like keep enjoying my games. And I'm hoping at least like, you know, like hopefully see maybe like, hey, maybe an Evil Within 3 might get announced someday. Who knows? But I don't know. I mean, it might not even be the same without Tango Gameworks involved. Bobby Kotick. He was then the CEO of Activision, and he's infamously probably most hated by a lot of people. Darsub can vouch for me on that too as well, but he has a he has a fucking track record that me and him can talk about.
So a lot of the executives, a lot of Activision Blizzard employees actually went on record as saying that a few of the executives actually took the bullet for Bobby Kotick because some of the behavior that they like claimed was theirs was actually his.
Yep.
Which is funny as fuck. Like, I think internally everybody knew, and that's why Microsoft was like, if we buy you, he's got to go.
Yeah.
But at least in the public eye, the quote unquote executives who did everything were gone.
Yeah.
Bobby Kotick can go suck a fat dick, though.
Yeah, I know. I hate Bobby Kotick. Especially when he ignored the allegations, you know, the harassment thing that happened to a lot of the female employees. God, man, that still pisses me off every time when I think about that incident. The fact
He's
that
a scumbag. What do you want to say?
I know, but it still fucking hurts me, man. The fact that I can literally see that. I literally, when I heard the news, I was literally banging on my fucking desk before stream. Then when I found out that news during that one incident right there, I was literally banging my head, honestly. Not hard, though, because I don't want to get myself brain damage. So, but it was like, it was so scary to imagine that and pissed off that just,
Just take a look at Bobby Kotick's face and tell me it's not the most punchable thing you've seen.
Oh no, it's not punchable. It's hammerable because I would take a sledgehammer from WWE and literally smash something out until his face is basically flat as a pancake. But unfortunately, though, obviously I can't do that because obviously that would be a criminally offense. As much as I hate his ass and the fact that he still went by against those harassments that went on, which got them Activision. He sued in a lawsuit with the court of California right there, but obviously I wish I could do that, man. I wish, but unfortunately,
when you just said like, oh, but I can't do that, I can't say that. When you said that, it reminded me of Trump during the second debate where he's like, but I won't say that.
Oh no, oh god, no! Don't even mention that. Ron, you saw a fake news. I have an almost close impression right there. I will only mention one funny thing from that at least. I'll mention one thing. I'll break my rule, no political rule for one thing and mention that stuff right there. They're eating the dogs and they're eating the cats, they're eating.
Hey, if we're listening to Rings of Power, eat the bugs.
They're eating the bugs and they
eat the bugs.
Eat the bugs. Gotta try to do your best Trump impression when you said that. They're eating the bugs. Eat the bugs. Eat the bugs.
Now listen. Here's mine.
Okay.
We will build a great wall.
We will build a great wall.
It will eat all of the dogs, all of the cats.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
So stupid. So stupid.
My parents laugh their asses off when I do my Trump impression every single fucking time. Like legit. You sir, Ron. Fake news. I need a small loan of $1 million.
You know, I could use a small loan of $1 million.
Yeah, then I can do that to improve the gaming industry altogether.
Give me a small loan of $1 million. I'll fucking make a game studio.
I'll make the best games possible. Oh, and I'll even get some licensing IPs. I'll make the best Star Wars game that everyone likes, and it won't be what EA created with Battlefront 2 and DICE.
EA's dick. It's in your ass.
EA Sports. It's in the wallets. Wait, hold on, wait. And now I gotta use the command now. Hold on, I gotta go to Twitch. EA Sports. Go fuck yourself. I love that video. Wait, let me find that video while I get that reaction video for Striker. I gotta find that video real quick. Just gotta find. I gotta look at what Striker requested. Let me find it real quick, and then I'll. I remember.
Nah, for me, it's just straight up EA's dick. It's in your ass.
See, EA Sports. Go F yourself. Let me find it. Can I find the video? All right, here it is. Here's the video. Here's the video. Wait.
EA Sports. Go fuck yourself. EA Sports. Go fuck yourself.
It sounds like the actual announcer, which is actually pretty brilliant. That actually sounds like, okay, let me find that video real quick from Striker. Striker, did you send me the video? I think you did. I'm pretty sure you sent it to me. Let me find it for you so I can watch it. EA Sports, go fuck yourself. Oh my goodness. God, I love that shit. It was funny as hell. Okay, American Horror Stories Backrooms intro. Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's Inception.
Oh my goodness, that actually is really much Backrooms like. That's literally level run for your life. That's literally level run for your life. I'm not even joking. Just the red lights and stuff like that for that brief moment in the long hallway. That's literally level run for your life. Okay, that intro is pretty cool though, I'm not gonna lie. For American Horror Stories. It's funny the fact that they actually call it Backrooms. Actually kind of funny. Not bad, that's cool. That was neat. Thanks for the video, Striker. Thank you, dude. Alright. Alright, so it's already about getting close to wrapping up here, so I might get ready to wrap it up here for the night. Darsub, thank you again for joining in for the topic. I actually had a great time talking with you about some of the stuff right there. There was a lot of stuff. So I hated the fact that, again, that it got a little bit touchy a little bit. That resulted in, like, someone coming in trying to say shit about us right there, a little bit brief moment, but like, you know, it's just like, either way though, I mean, like, honestly though, Ubisoft, it's just did it piss poorly, especially handling with the actual like person of Yasuke himself and everything going on. I hope things do get better though. I really do hope things get better. And as for Star Wars, they really need to focus quality over quantity. They really need to.
Yeah.
Start focusing on the quality of the projects. Just because I'm always saying this, from my opinion, for one show of mine, I'll just mention the upcoming Lando movie or something like that. It's not canceled, I believe, but I'm really hoping at least they actually focus on that, because if they fuck that up for me with like a character I love the most, it's just, you know.
Well, so I went and looked back at the actual article. So the description should say, Yasuke was a black man who lived in Japan in such and such time.
Yeah.
Instead, it says Yasuke was a hairy gorilla.
And so they still state that they saw that translation.
Yeah, that's the translation on the box, because it's supposed to be a character description on the box of the figure. But that's what it says though, is he's a hairy gorilla.
God, how do they fuck that up and mess that up, man? Come on, guys. How did you messed up the translation? If you've been researching stuff with historical experts, you would have known the translation. Jesus, guys. God damn, how'd you mess up, especially for a character who literally, that word would actually be a racial insult, literally, to the person.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually an actual insult.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like calling that someone like that, yeah, that's... Oh, fuck me, man. God damn it, dude. I'm gonna...
I feel like there was a Ubisoft employee that probably snuck that in there, but the fact that it made it past quality control...
You're a very racist person right there, Jesus.
But the fact that it made it past quality control just makes it all the worse.
I hope that person who put that in, even if it's a joke to them or not, face a wrath of 1,000 black people that will scold him for his racial confrontation. Legit.
Dumb.
I honestly will.
It's so dumb. I don't know how you fucked that up.
I don't know how they fucked that up either, honestly. Whoever put that in there, someone was definitely racist. Or wanted to make a joke of that, but that's not a joke whatsoever. Not even a joke. Translation train wreck, exactly. It's not fun. It is stupid.
Yeah, and you know what's even funnier? It was a Japanese person who pointed out on Twitter.
Yeah, the person, because that person knows the language, and somehow Ubisoft fucked that up. God damn it, how did they fuck that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at the original tweet here by the person who originally called it out, and they literally like pinged the official Ubisoft like account.
Yeah.
And they said, you might want to know that your character is called a hairy gorilla on your box.
Oh my god, man. Holy shit. I cannot believe they messed it up. It does pain me to deal with that shit. It really does. To see that. Well, hopefully that will never happen again. I don't know. Alright, well, anyway. I'm going to wrap it up here, dude, so I can go and raid out probably right here.
Yeah.
Darcy, do you have any?
That's a good one.
Do you have any final words to say to chat? At least before I end it here for now.
Smoke grass, eat ass, live fast.
On the tracks. Does Jax eat snacks by the tracks? Jax wax acts across his backs. I remember that line. That was from Mortal Kombat 11. All right, thanks for thanks for the conversation.
Vape Nick.
Oh.
Vape Nick. Suck dick.
God damn it.
All right. Talk to you later, man.
All right, good night, dude. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up right here, guys. I appreciate all this is occurring while Black Dude. Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, because you're Black Dude. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I think you have every right to be pissed at Ubisoft. Honestly, TJ, you have a right to be pissed right now for that kind of shit, dude. It's fucked up, man. That Ubisoft didn't look into that shit, dude. A company. Again, guys, I'm sorry that we went through all that topic right there, but me and Darcy just had a lot to talk about. Honestly, it was kind of good we talked about that. I'm sorry about earlier, about, like, you know, getting to a little bit kind of personal because of that one guy coming in there trying to basically say I'm brainwashed and my friend Darcy was racist, because you could tell he's not being racist. Darcy's not being racist. He explained the problems with reason, and I'm pretty sure you have every right to reason that. Why are you calling Darcy about for that when it's not? But you can say that, not say that out of Ubisoft right there. Legit. That's just so stupid for that one person. And someone who literally had said King Black in their name, literally. So whoever they are right there, I don't care what they be right there, they clearly just came in not for the defense of protecting against racism. He was just coming in probably to join for clout and cause unnecessary nonsense. And I'm pretty sure I should know, because literally I have people who I follow and hang out with who are of different diversity who would understand what I'm trying to talk about. It's not trying to be racist. It's literally trying to talk about why it's a problem right now that's depicting that guy as such right there. And clearly Ubisoft made some mistake on their part, including a translation, which, as TJ now realized now, since, you know, he's blocked too as well. So now even I realize that. But yeah, guys, I'm sorry for all the shit that was going on right there, but I had to talk about that situation there. We still had some fun with SWTOR, appreciate it. I appreciate everyone coming in for all the support, and thank you guys again to Bambi, Crocnius, Emmy, and Crane for all the subs. I appreciate everyone again for all the support again, as always, guys. I appreciate everyone for everything at all. Again, this is the Empire destroyed all the wrong circumstance. Exactly. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here, guys. We're going to raid out, probably. I'm going to go maybe show some love to somebody. Yeah, multiple bad translations. Exactly. Multiple bad translations. Exactly. All right, I'm going to get ready to raid out right now. Mods, can someone get the raid message out for me, pretty please? While I go and find someone to raid out real quick. Someone get those raid message out while I go find someone real quick to raid out. I got someone in mind I might raid out. I might go out to my good friends Aki and Fam. They're playing Luigi's Mansion 2 HD on the Switch. And funny enough, tomorrow we're going to be playing actually the first ever Luigi's Mansion for myself. My first ever game. So I thought we can go raid them. You know, just kind of good idea for that. So I'm going to go raid them out if you guys don't mind. If you guys don't mind that for sure. So we're going to go do that. So we're going to raid Aki and Fam. They're currently playing Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, the HD Twitch port of the 3DS one. Go show them some love. They're awesome. I'll see you guys live again tomorrow. We'll be doing some Luigi's Mansion. Thank you guys again for joining, for all the support. Again, sorry for all the very touchy topics right there, but this is going to happen when we're talking about something that we care about the most, gaming, or we care about Star Wars. We had to go through and talk about the situation going on. And a lot of the points me and Darcy mentioned are very important to know for sure. And hopefully, we'll take it as we will to hopefully know, hopefully things will get better. I hope. Anyway, as always, guys, if you guys enjoyed time at the Pizza Party, and if you're new, hit those follow and sub buttons to become permanent guests at the Pizza Party, wherever platform you're on, YouTube, Kick, Twitch. Make sure to go take a look at my socials if you guys want to keep in touch with everything going with the Pizza Party. Go check out Bound on Threads. If you guys want to go grab some dope merch, don't forget to use my code PIZZA for 10% off. You'll be supporting me for that. And you'll be obviously grabbing some pretty good merch for 10% off. Definitely grab some pretty good merch. Grab some in for sure, especially tonight for Threads Thursday. Thank you everyone so much for joining in. Thank you for Darcy for joining in for the chat. I had a great time chatting with him. He's always a good pal of mine right there. Thank you guys for all coming hang out with us. I'll see you guys live tomorrow for some Luigi's Mansion. We're going to have fun with that. I'm looking forward to that. Can't wait. So stay tuned for that for sure. Have a good rest of your night, everyone. Keep on partying. Keep being awesome. And I love you all. And may the force be with you all, everyone. All right, everyone. Good night, folks. Peace.